ce încep așa? Pentru că ne prișini ăștia. Good morning. Yay! Okay. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of our organizing team, it is my great honor to welcome you today to the third edition of the Romanian Community Summit, hosted at this beautiful location, and this is a wonderful day. I'm very happy to see you all. My name is Claudia Petrache. I am a co-lead of the program together with Mihaile Hene. I am one of the newer members of the community, if not the newest. I just moved to the Chicago area 3 years ago. The theme of our summit this year is turning vision into action. This phrase captures not only our aspirations, but also our responsibility for the future. We are dreaming boldly as a community, but we also want to make concrete, strategic steps to transform those dreams into reality. Over the years, the Romanian community here in Chicago and in the US, more broadly, has grown in number, but has also grown stronger and has become more visible. The magnitude of this summit, our distinguished guests that came from near and far, and your presence with us today is a testament of this growth. We are very excited to have a very packed agenda today that was crafted to address 3 high-impact priorities for the Romanian community. First, to strengthen the Romanian-American business community in the US. Second, to create powerful academic alliances between Romanian universities and US universities. And last but not least, to unite the community around our common core values and heritage, irrespective of our beliefs and our differences. Although you will see high-level speakers today and renowned speakers, this is not just a conversation. This summit is a platform for exchanging ideas, best practices, and for building our strategy so that our vision will transform into reality. Let me give you a little bit of an overview of what's going to happen today. Our distinguished officials will start by delivering our opening remarks. Then we will have Mr. Consul General Lucian Stănică, followed by His Excellency the Ambassador Andrei Muraru, followed by Her Excellency Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Romanian government, Mrs. Oana Țoiu. Mrs. Oana Țoiu will then remain on stage with Mihaile Hene for a fireside chat discussion regarding the Romanian and diaspora's role as a strategic global asset. Then we will have the Minister of Education and Research, Mr. Daniel David, will join us live from Bucharest, and he will talk about the collaboration between Romanian and American universities. Anchored in the education topic, we will have then our first roundtable. Mrs. Cristian Fărmuș will lead a discussion on bilateral developments in education and research, and several ongoing programs will be highlighted. After the first networking break, we will jump into our community pillar of the agenda, and we will switch to Romanian. Mrs. Georgiana Merdariu will have a fireside chat with one of the most renowned speakers and spiritual leaders in Romania about what brings us closer together within the borders of the country, but also outside of Romania. Then we will have our second panel of the day, coordinated by Mrs. Diana Dram. Together with her esteemed panelists, she will debate on how faith, heritage, and service can unite us to turn our shared values into action. The first part of the day will conclude here with the presentation of 2 great projects by Florin Pricop and Mihaile Hene. And then we will have a well-deserved lunch in the Student Center. I encourage you to take opportunity of this lunch for networking as well. We will continue then with our 2 exciting award sessions hosted by Angie Matei and by Simona Vasile. And then we will go directly into the business panel moderated by Mrs. Sofia Cristina Vișan, where she will have a dynamic discussion with her guests on strengthening the Romanian-American business community here in the US. After a business project moment presented by Ioana Gușet and Luminița Ispas, and then after a well-deserved break, we will have our final roundtable of the day led by Oana Dobreanu-Rzică. Together with her distinguished guests, she will explore how cultural and community-based organizations build resilient structures and foster impactful collaborations. After the closing remarks, so around afternoon now, we reserve the full hour for you on the agenda for you to interact with our panelists and speakers directly, and we will give you the logistic details as we approach that moment. Thank you so much for being with us here today. I hope you will enjoy the summit, you will enjoy the sessions, and without further ado, I will invite now Mr. Lucian Stănică, our Consul General of Romania to Chicago.
Claudia? Congratulations. Good morning, everyone. It is a genuine honor to greet so many of the Romanian community representatives from Chicago, Midwest, and by extension, from the entire United States at the third annual edition of an event that I'm convinced that its most visible and powerful symbols, a true milestone of your capacity to come together and show what the extraordinary potential then can be unlocked if we are working, all of us, together towards our ideals, hopes, and dreams. I will share with you, all of you, my objective assessment that your past and current efforts are bearing already fruits. I have the honor to announce that Her Excellency Oana Țoiu, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania, will address you shortly. I would like to emphasize that probably the last Minister of Foreign Affairs that visited the Romanian-American community in the Chicagoland was many, many years ago. This is a recognition of the landmark momentum that you created as volunteers, contributors, partners, hosts of this extraordinary event, among them Romanian United Foundation, Logos Christian Academy, as well as so many other associations, churches, business, and individuals that I interacted with so often for this remarkable project, as well as other significant collaboration that we had since I arrived in Chicago. Let's have a round of applause. I would like to be brief and conclude by expressing a deep and sincere appreciation for your extraordinary achievement and share my view that is only the foundation for a more ambitious and powerful approach into the future. And now I have the pleasure to give the floor to the Ambassador of Romania to the United States, His Excellency Andrei Murar.
Bună dimineața tuturor. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here and thank you for having me. It's a great honor. It's always been a great honor and a privilege to be here in Chicago. In fact, this is the first city and the first state, Illinois, that I visited when I was appointed as Ambassador of Romania to the United States. And I would like by starting my appreciation. And I'm so grateful to all of you for organizing this amazing summit. I've heard that you have more than 100 volunteers, which is amazing. So let's give a round of applause for all the people in. I would like also to thank the sponsors, the partners, the Romanians Abroad Department, and last but not least, the organizers of this amazing event. And of course, a special thank to Mihai. I don't know where you are, but you always do a great job. Madam Minister, Professor Nekula, Consul General, Sanika, distinguished guests, dear friends. It's an honor to address you today at the Romanian Community Summit 2025. This gathering about is our theme from vision to action. Allow me to share 3 priorities that guide our work: community, education, and business. There are now over 600,000 Romanians in the United States spread across all 50 states. We used to say that we are up to 1 million people, but because, as you all know, there are many Romanians that are not registered as Romanians here in the United States. In the most recent election, so in May, 25,000 of Romanians in the United States voted here. It was the largest number of Romanians that ever voted here in the United States. A strong civic commitment, and our consulates provide tens of thousands of services every year. Although there is a huge gap between the number of Romanians, here in the United States, and this number of Romanians that actually voted. But our community faces challenges. At the same time, our communities are not evenly distributed. We have large concentrations here in Illinois, which is probably the most vibrant and the largest community that we have, California, New York, and Florida, but also smaller and dynamic groups in Colorado, in Arizona, or Minnesota. The diversity is the strength, but also a challenge to stay united. The loss of the Romanian language among younger generations remains a pressing concern. We must support schools, churches. We have over 300 churches, Romanian churches, here in the United States, and monasteries, also religious organizations, in 32 states. And we are really interested in keeping our identity alive. We also have remarkable scientific and entrepreneurial diaspora researchers, innovators, and business leaders, yet we lack a proper database to connect them. Without this, we cannot fully channel opportunities or offer targeted grants. Building such an infrastructure is urgent. Thousands of Romanian students study in United States universities. We have our own evaluation saying that every year 1,000 Romanian students are coming here, alongside many professors and researchers of Romanian origin. Thousands of Romanian children attend American schools every year. Education is the strongest bridge between our nations. But we need a structural alumni program to connect graduates, professors, and researchers into a single network. The Fulbright program and the Flex program are amazing, but this is not enough. Such a program would multiply opportunities and strengthen academic ties. When it comes about the economy, the United States is Romania's 4th largest investor, with a trade of about $7.5 billion, so in bilateral trade, exports plus exports last year, and a positive balance for Romania. But this is a very small trade comparing with other countries in the region. For instance, Poland, United States, 42 billion. Hungary, United States, 15 billion. Czech Republic, United States, 17 billion. Within the Romanian-United States Strategic Partnership, our governments signed a joint declaration in 2011 that established a task force on economic cooperation. So this task force was never created, and it must become a reality, bringing together government and business to identify concrete projects. Through my outreach program, 50 States, One Community, I have now visited 36 American states, meeting governors and officials to open doors for new partnerships. A historic success is obviously that Arizona has launched the first United States State Economic Representation Office in Romania, in Bucharest, and other partnerships are being perfected with Nebraska, Tennessee, South Dakota. But without an executive arm of economic promotion, we don't have chance of growing these partnerships. And we must strengthen or reform or whatever Romanian authority for foreign trade so it can function as a true interface for business and partnerships abroad. And there are so many amazing examples all over the world. So Ireland did a great job, Mexico did a great job, Israel did a great job, with this kind of bodies. Dear friends, our strength lies in our communities, our students, and our entrepreneurs. If we build a diaspora database, launch an alumni program, and activate the business task force under our strategic partnership, we will truly move from vision to action. Together, across 50 states and beyond, we show that Romania is not distant, it thrives in every corner of America. Thank you all again.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And I'm very happy to announce and to introduce Her Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Romanian government, Mrs. Oana Țoiu.
Thank you so much for having me today here with you. Thank you, Ambassador, Councillor. It is a great joy also to have my colleagues here to have presented such good and anchored in community ideas. Before I go into my official remarks, I just want to share part of the conversation we had last night with a couple of team members from this amazing community that has put this together mostly on volunteering basis, and I want to convey my gratitude to that as well. We were having this conversation last night in preparation of the event around the idea of being Romanian. Obviously, we're Romanians, most of us here in the room, because we share this nationality, we share the language. Most of us share the same faith and respect for other faiths in the country, respect for every ethnicity. We have a common history, common memories, most of us. But the editions of this summit, and today as well in the third edition, are also chances to remind ourselves that in this common identity of Romanians, there's also something that connects us, which is a common dream, a common ambition, a common set of hopes of where do we see Romania going ahead. And on that note, I come here also with an invitation to continue this work together. And as the Ambassador has previously mentioned, to build the tools, the platforms, the institutions that allow us to accelerate the work that has already been done. Distinguished guests, dear friends, it is a pleasure to meet you here at the third Romanian Summit in Chicago. It is more than just a gathering. It is a powerful opportunity to exchange ideas, to reflect on the challenges that we are so aware of, but this time we are honest in looking at them with the ambition to solve them. Looking at the opportunities, both those at home and those of living abroad, and to strengthen the bridges between Romania and its diaspora in the United States, in Canada, and so grateful to say hello to a lot of the Romanians from Canada present today as well, and our team from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Canada is here today, and across the globe. Let me start by thanking the organizers, obviously, Romanian United Foundation, for the invitation to be part in this inspiring event. Events such as this matter more than it might seem on the day. It is way more than symbolic. A lot of the people that I've met yesterday have shared how the connections they have through this community have enabled them to grow their businesses, have enabled them to discover projects, people, ideas at home that they decided to commonly invest in and support. That is an impact we cannot fully evaluate in terms of numbers, but in terms of stories, in terms of impact that it has achieved, it is quite clear here in the community and back at home, where everyone is looking with respect, with gratitude to the efforts that have been done in this great community in the moments where they were most needed, be it the pandemic or the wave of Ukrainians fleeing the war that needed immediate help. It wasn't just once where the reply, the answer, the contribution of this community has been faster and swifter than that of institutions. It's not a competition between one and the other. On the contrary, the fact that we can rely on each other has enabled us to also internationally be perceived as a generous country, to internationally be perceived as a trustworthy partner, not just by how we act with our institutions, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but also on how we act in our communities, in our diaspora abroad, and through excellent organizations such as the Romanian United Foundation has done. You bring to the table an essential ingredient, a united perspective informed by your real experiences and expectations, be it similar or diverse. This dialogue is essential for us, the government of Romania, because we are currently having a challenging political time, but we have assumed the responsibility that was put upon us to take the leadership in these challenging times. But that also means that we lead with an honest mind, with an honest heart, and we are aware of the fact that what we do is not perfect. Also, we are aware of the fact that what we are currently building needs more than what we have currently in our institutions. It needs a larger network of contributors, of ideas, of perspectives, and that is why I am here today as well. We need to adapt our policies, and we need to create tools for stronger connections between people and communities, between businesses and institutions, between citizens and their homeland. A lot of what you have built together is based on trust. But in the same time, it is quite clear that sometimes this trust has become fragile between citizens and public institutions, and sometimes between each other. And to rebuild this trust, we need working communities, events such as this, but especially the sense of common achievements on the things that we agree and we work together on. Over the past months, our priorities have been the urgent measures that we needed to take to restore Romania's deficit, so we're on the path to restore the trust put on us by our citizens, but also by international institutions and the financing that we needed. And we are on the right path in that direction. But the idea is to take the tough measures now so we can build prosperity, the growth of our economy, so that it is felt in the quality of life of our citizens, so that the institutions are reformed, restored, repaired to the level that is required of them by you. My conviction is simple. If we are to succeed as a nation, especially in this era of uncertainty, fragmentation, and technological change, we must embrace transparency and dialogue. The era where foreign policy or public policy as such can be done through just public releases and very few chances of dialogue, it is an era of the past. We cannot rebuild trust or common projects or common solutions unless we are honest with what works and what doesn't work, unless we are open to the perspectives and putting our efforts together. Many things have been done in the recent years, but they have been done oftentimes in fragmentation. The civil society and communities have done their best to put their efforts, their ideas, their minds together, and the institutions sometimes the same, but on parallel paths. That is a luxury we no longer have. The challenge ahead, the uncertainty of the environment we are in, requires of us that we unite our efforts, require of us the intense dialogue that we need to find common ground, and the instruments that we need to put our resources together towards our common ambitions. We are committed to preserving this connection and building stronger bridges. Many of you are here for many years, I understood from some of our conversation. Who is here for more than 10 years? Oh, wow, okay. Who is here for more than 15 years? Okay. Who is here before the revolution? Oh, okay. And who are the recent members of the community? Less than 3 years, let's say. Hi. Well, because most of you have left for a while, although I know you keep your connections vibrant with Romania. Maybe it's time to assess together the fact that Romania has moved from a story of potential to a story of achievement. It is no longer, in many cases, the country that you have left. And this transformation from a story of potential to a story of achievement has your contribution. We are now one of the fastest economic convergence stories in the European Union. Since the revolution, our GDP has increased 10 times. And I was sharing this with the congressmen I've met yesterday. And one of them, a senior politician, has mentioned, obviously, because you had a lot to grow from where you were in the 90s. And that is true. But in the same time, our path of growth has been maintained even after we've joined the European Union. Our GDP has increased 3 times after we joined the European Union. And also in terms of convergence, the day we joined the Union, our average income per capita was about 35% of the European Union average. Now it's 80% of the European Union average. Now, I have a decade in politics, so I'm not gonna be that politician that I never liked, that paints the perfect picture when we all know there are also places that still needs work. Yes, we have moved from 35% from the EU average income per capita to 80%. Still, we still have social disparities. We still have communities in the country that most of you have visited, some of you have helped, that they look at these statistics as something strange because they still require the resources to support their kids through school. They still require to have access to the proper public services such as healthcare. When they look at the job opportunities for some of the environments in Romania, the employers are now struggling to find the right human resource because the economy has moved at a faster pace than we have prepared human resources for in some cases. But the same story is also true for some of the young people that have missed opportunities or didn't have the proper quality of education. And that is the responsibility of the government. So they struggle sometimes to find the right opportunities. Those realities still coexist. Last year we had grown to around 350 billion euros. As I was saying, that is 3 times larger than when we joined the European Union. We are now the second largest economy in Eastern Europe. I think for most of you that follow Europe, you know what is the number 1, so I'm not going to mention it now. We are also in a key strategic position as a pillar of NATO, and now it is obvious to the world, and again, these have been the conversations we had in Congress together with the ambassador, the team of the ministry yesterday. We are essential on the eastern flank as well. And President Nicu Șordan has just informed the Parliament of our decision to allow for an increased US presence in the Congalnicianu military base. Specifically, it's a decision that's targeting air fueling, but what is quite clear in this strategic partnership as well, and in the defense conversations we're having at the NATO level and at the EU level, is that the understanding that Romania's security, the safety of Romania, Romania's capacity for deterrence and defense is essential for all the countries. And it is also a common contribution. But perhaps most importantly, Romania is a nation with over 5 million citizens living abroad. That is why the diaspora is not a secondary topic of conversation. It is absolutely essential now to our national identity. And 5 million Romanian citizens living abroad, if we foster the proper connections, the proper support to each other, the proper trust in each other, is also a strategic asset. A strategic asset for Romania's national interests, but also a strategic resource for anyone in the community that can do the outreach to that community for the objectives that they have. Our greatest capital in Romania is not the 350 billion economy that we have grown. That is essential. But our greatest capital is the human capital. Our embassies and consulates in the US and Canada, 4 in the US and 3 in Canada, present here today, and thank you for that, are the official links with this community. But their efforts are amplified by your own initiatives, your businesses, your cultural projects, and we have the Institute of Culture from New York here, your student organizations, your churches, your schools. The ambassador has clearly pointed one of the challenges, which is the distance itself. That is the case in other places, but in America it is felt even more. That is why we will continue to invest and increase those investments in mobile consulates across the United States and in Canada. This effort will continue and the investment in this will be increased. Entrepreneurship, academic initiatives, cultural projects are equally vital. Romanian professionals in IT, technology, and science have gained worldwide recognition. And it has been mentioned many times in our conversations with US officials, the clear brand, the clear identity that Romania has in terms of IT, in terms of technical experts, in terms of cybersecurity. And I think it is high time we use collectively that brand, that recognition to build stronger strategic partners on the US-Romania relationship. The Fulbright program since 1960 has connected almost 4,000 Romanians and Americans and continues to shape new leaders and innovators. So whatever challenges this program might face, we need together to put the resources to continue it. Let us not forget language and culture, the soul of our nation. From festivals and concerts to Romanian schools and churches to the work of the Romanian Cultural Institute in New York, that is a work of preserving identity, transmitting traditions, and making Romania visible and accessible to the world. We are also making the proper efforts to ensure that returning to Romania, whether permanently or through temporary decisions such as education, career, business projects, and opportunities, remains a real and sustainable option. Something that I've learned in my years in Parliament, where I had a lot of Romanians that have returned from other countries write to us or share with us their challenges, is that the task ahead is not to create, just to create an attractive, very clear option to return to Romania. The task ahead is also to make sure that reintegration works. One of the first laws that I put forward as a member of Parliament was the reintegration law into schools for children coming from the diaspora with their parents. Because oftentimes families that have returned for good career opportunities have told us that they cannot actually stay because their children did not adapt to the new school reality. So we've created, together with teachers of Romanian language and networks from diaspora, a very simple solution, which is to have teachers and specific classes to help the children accommodate back to school. For example, not all of them knew when did we have the moments in history where Mihai Viteazu has won certain battles. Or if you look at the Carpathian Mountains, they didn't know by heart the names of all the peaks. And why is that relevant is that when they were coming back to Romania, sometimes created a bad experience in the sense that they had bad grades to tests that were asking questions that were never part of their education or their conversation. So it's not just about history and geography or just about language and grammar. It's to make sure that the families are not alone in this effort of reintegration. And we are working with the Ministry of Labor as well to make sure that in terms of how do we recognize experience, how do we recognize pension rights becomes an easy experience, not a bureaucratic hassle. So whenever you want to come home in your retirement years or not just then, it becomes a decision that is not encountered with a bureaucratic barrier. In closing, because I see Mihai standing up, which I think is my cue to have the fireside chat. Mihai is an amazing organizer. He manages to be both powerful and subtle in the same time, which I think is rare and appreciated. But the last thing that I want to I want to say, is to also convey a huge thank you from President Nicu Șordan, my government, our government as well, because we are aware that the clear path that Romania now has, which is the same path we have for many years, the pro-European one, a path that has this strong partnership with the United States, a clear and strong ally within the NATO alliance, is also a path that you directly contributed to when it was challenged in the elections. And I hope for those of you here that are of Moldavian citizenship as well, that the pro-European path continues to be protected as it was in the referendum. Because sometimes the strategic directions of countries were just the decision of their leadership. Obviously, it is still the responsibility of the political and national leadership of each country, but it also very clearly falls upon the hands, the votes, the conversations, and the hopes of citizens. So, very grateful for what you have collectively done. Thank you.
Not yet. There you go. Welcome to Chicago, Minister Ioana Țoiu.
Thank you. I think it's a decade since the last Ministry of Foreign Affairs came, so I think it's due time.
Bine ați venit! Vă urez în numele întregii comunități, este o cinste pentru noi că sunteți alături de noi. I will continue in English before telling the audience that our next moment is going to be in Romanian. We're going to have our first online moment with Minister Daniel David. So if you need translation devices, please make sure you pick them up from the front desk. Ioana, can I call you Ioana?
Yes,
Minister
of course. We know each other for a while, but also...
I want to ask you, you've come to Chicago through Washington, D.C., and I believe you've met there some important officials. You haven't told me exactly whom yet. I would like to learn a little bit more about your visit. What did you think about your interaction with the U.S. officials? What do they think about Romania? And how's your experience in the United States so far?
Thank you. It's not a secret because we have a duty of transparency. So I think my team has already published maybe the reports to some of these meetings on social media. So we have met the chairman of the Foreign Policy and Foreign Relations Committees for one essential reason, which is now, after having this new president, new government, to reassure them of the strategic partnership, but obviously no one was asking whether that changes, but rather to discuss together what are the next steps in that. And for us, it's very important to make sure we convey our strategic role as an argument to keep the presence of U.S. troops and U.S. participation in our NATO bases constant and potentially increase that defense partnership as well. So that is one thing, because the United States, for those of you that do not follow defense policies, which I imagine is some of you, because although it is very high on the agenda now, it's still very technical. The US is considering potentially reallocating some of its resources to Indo-Pacific. So for us, not just Romania, but the region is very important to showcase the strategic place we have. And we have talked with some of the senators and the members of the House about the Black Sea and why is that essential, not just for us, but also in terms of strategic investments such as in energy. Romania is currently the main provider in the European Union of natural gas. We provide 25% of the resources needed within the Union. And when the Neptune Deep project, which is a project that has also US companies involved, is going to exploit the rest of the natural gas resources by 2027, 2028, we will most likely have the ability to double that resource. In terms of nuclear energy, where we also work with the United States, Canada, South Korea, the Chernobyl plant, we're now building reactors 3 and 4, and we're going to soon start the refurbishment of reactor 1. We've actually had the official ceremony of restarting that. That also means in terms of nuclear energy, which is a clear direction of the United States as well, that we are going to increase what we provide. Currently, the energy mix in Romania has 20% of it nuclear. That can also be significantly increased. And that also means for the region that we can potentially lower the cost of energy, and that creates more competitive businesses, obviously, because that falls into the final price, but it also creates the resource needed, for example, for something that both President Trump and Ursula von der Leyen have mentioned, which is the strategic need to cut off from Russian energy sources, and that means you need alternatives.
That was a very complete answer. I wanted to tie that a little bit to your next 4 to 5 years. So if we were to look ahead and if we had a crystal ball and we came back in 2030 and we said we did a great job with the summit engaging the diaspora, how would that look like? And what is your personal wish for that?
Well, first of all, Romania has the full potential to be in the top 10 European Union economies. Every way you look at it, it makes sense that we do what needs to get done so we get there. And we have the natural resources, strategic positioning for that. We have the history of fast-paced growth. Yes, we need to fix some of the things that need fixing in the government. But in the same time, something that we clearly have here in the room as well is we have started having more and more entrepreneurs that have reached the maturity and the capital level needed to have that ambition to go outside of Romania's borders, and is the case of some of the examples here, and that is a very clear path of growing our economy.
That's a great way to put it. So we're looking at economic expansion, and I want to mention that we have investors here in the room that expanded to the United States by purchasing American companies. Now, I kind of want to bring it a little bit more to the ground. So there's, in this room, we have local entrepreneurs. We have entrepreneurs that, perhaps are thinking of investing in Romania, but we also have academia and researchers. So what are your thoughts for them in terms of the next 5 years? If you were to, again, just put a hope out there or, an idea, how would that work?
So thanks. We're going to have Daniel David expanding more on that, but from my point of view, which is the international connections of that. First of all, I think academia and education is a very powerful diplomatic instrument. Even now, we have entrepreneurs that are telling me, especially when they go into the Middle East, for example, that they have encountered business people or officials that have had their studies in Romania many years ago, and that matters in how warm and open the relationship is sometimes. So I'm a strong believer in having these international programs, not just Fulbright and Flex that are very valuable programs, but also the universities themselves creating more of this. I think it is also a path maybe for young people that have reached university age. Sometimes if we have common projects, US-Romania Masters, or it's the same for other countries as well, maybe it's easier to choose a mixed educational program that makes it so that your experience of being both Romanian and American maybe becomes something valuable that you can further use in your career. So that in terms of education. So you asked 5 years from now, how do we see this? So 5 years from now, what do we see together is to have this strategic asset, which is the communities we have abroad, connected on the layers of education, business opportunities, careers, labor, in terms of I was talking before about the bureaucracy, but also connected more in terms of trust. And I think that is the hardest challenge ahead, because that means we also need to do the necessary reforms in the institutions that had to have that for a long year, many times.
Thank you. And we agreed that we're not going to throw any curveballs. So I decided to take on a touchy subject, perhaps. So one of the most important instruments for Romania and for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to work with its diaspora is the Department for Romanians Abroad. And I'd like to mention that this summit is organized with the support of the Department for Romanians Abroad. This community and our organization and the summit is a beneficiary of these funds. Now, the Department for Romanians Abroad is, or has been historically for the past 5 to 10 years, been focused a lot on Romanian language, on cultural sort of affairs. And my question is, when would be the right time for us to start thinking a little bit more strategically and moving towards supporting, let's say, economical and political influence abroad?
The time is now.
Awesome.
That is a simple, that can be the only short answer that I can give you. But if you want to expand to that, clearly the time is now, in the sense where we have a team that is willing to do the necessary work and open to do it with you, which I think is important. We're also aware of the fact that we do not have the proper resources to move with the speed that we want to move with. So it is not only an option to work with you, but a necessity to work with you to make that happen in the proper timeline that we want. And in terms of the connection that we have in our institutions with the diaspora, in my first week on the job, I asked my colleagues in the ministry, I was like, I want to meet the department that is closest to the connections with the diaspora and manages the databases that you mentioned, the community engagement. And obviously that is the team that connects with the consulates across the world, but that has been seen mostly through a service providing paradigm. And it is not yet built centrally in Bucharest as well with the proper resources to have this community engagement, this mapping database connections that we want. We're working also on creating networks of Romanians that talk to each other in international institutions as well. Sometimes they have done it themselves by hosting community events, but we need to do it in a more organized manner so we increase the connections in order to increase our influence. Because one bad news in terms of international institutions is that we have amazing Romanians working there, respected for the work they do, respected for the contribution. But to be honest, when you look at the leadership and representation level, Romania is severely underrepresented. And that is not just the work of every individual being a good professional, that is also a political work to make sure we have the proper conversations and instruments for Romania's proper representation there.
So I'd like to add that I believe that for the past 5 years, we've had some of the best services that, I've been here for over 25 years, for almost 25 years. And, we see a great improvement. But in terms of incorporating diaspora voices into your policy making at home, what are the best channels with respect to working with, we work with the embassy very closely, work with the consulate very closely. I know that the former president had a representative for diaspora. Do you have any plans to create something at the ministry level that would specifically address the need for connection and support?
We have them with the team of the president, because obviously for the president this is very important. And one of the things that I was talking with the prime minister as well is to make sure we increase the presence in the community and the number of instruments we have. The honest answer is that we do not have them today. If I would have them today, you would see there on the screen, this is the phone number you can call it, this is where you subscribe to, these are the next 3 steps that we're going to make. So that's where we're going. One thing that we're doing now is that we're mapping entrepreneurs through the website of the presidential administration, but also in terms of the missions we have abroad. The plan is by the 1st of September to have this mapping of Romanian entrepreneurs that are present there. So we have this better engagement in terms of economic diplomacy as well. And also in every conversation we're having with the president in preparing the visits and the bilateral meetings and the summits, we want to make sure for everyone that there is a meeting with the community and with the business and academia environment there.
Now, I want to touch, we have a little bit more time. I want to touch a little bit about the topic of optics, about the diaspora, because we have gone from almost 10 years ago when there was a wave of kind of, maybe, I don't want to call it hate, but let's say, a resentment towards the diaspora. And we've seen people starting talking about the diaspora more and more in a voice that shows just how important we are for the country. So we see this transition. And I believe that your plans to leverage the diaspora at this point, sorry, I lost my train of thought. what are the opportunities for creating partnerships between diaspora-led organizations and your ministry?
Clearly, there's a path in that direction. We have already launched the Ministry of Foreign Affairs a consultative council that is specifically for the foreign affairs agenda, and there are think tanks and NGOs there, not just from Romania, but also internationally where we have Romanians present. And at the announcement of that consultative council, we started receiving hundreds of messages from the diaspora asking us if that council is targeted to the diaspora as well. So it is quite clear it's a huge need to do that, to create memorandums of understanding and partnerships of designing and implementing that together. So it's a clear yes on that.
And going a little bit into the tactical, because I think there's some people in the room that would like to address some of these questions. It's a big need for the people who live here in the United States, but perhaps also in Europe, to be able to get their passports as easily as possible, to get their passports for themselves. I know a lot of people here don't even vote when the voting comes because they just simply have not renewed their passport. And we'd also like to see our kids receive as many passports as possible, because I think this should be highly desirable by the Romanian state. Now, I have to admit that coming from the United States with a much easier procedural, sort of approach, it's a lot easier for us to get passports here. We look at the Romanian process as somewhat too cumbersome, too bureaucratic. And I think the pervasive feeling is there's nothing we can do. So this is going to be my last question then. Are there any plans, or is there anything that we can do to simplify this process and shorten the time frame, or make it easier for the people here in this room to get passports for themselves?
Yes, we're working on the digitalization of that process together with the Ministry of Internal Affairs so that it becomes faster. It has overlapped with us joining the Schengen area with extra requirements that fall upon the same team typically. So that is why we were planning to finish it in September. We are currently planning to finish it by 1st of December. So we will be able to roll out simplified processes. But in the same time, I'm going to use your passport question to add on to that we want to make it easier and almost fully digital to do most of the things you want to do with Romania. Like, for example, start up a business or get out of a business if you have changed your mind in terms of that investment. Have access to the local taxes to be paid online fully everywhere, because a lot of the Romanian families living abroad still have sometimes houses or cars or pieces of land that still require a continuous relationship with the Romanian state. And we want to make sure at every level, not just for Romanians in diaspora, but for Romanians in general, that everything that can be digital should be digital.
Well, thank you so much. We've received the signal. I want to, once again, on behalf of the entire audience here, thank you for your visit, and we will see you later on during the last debrief moment.
Tare mult.
And I would like to invite to the stage Cristina Fărmuș, preparing for the next moment with Dr. Professor Daniel David, Minister of Education.
Okay. Bună dimineața! No. Haideți să mai facem o dată. Bună dimineața! Wonderful. It's lovely to see so many Romanians here this morning. Thank you for being present. And as I was listening in the audience, I kept thinking that we're living definitely very, very interesting times. I think you can all agree with me. In all phases, in all stages of our society, in all areas, we have been living through interesting times, both in Romania and in the United States. But I think nowhere in history the higher education in the United States have been going through more changes and transformation as it has now. Almost every university in the United States has to deal with financial challenges, has to deal with the demographic cliff. There will be fewer and fewer kids going from high school to college. They have to face the scrutiny of the media, the scrutiny of parents, and now they have to very quickly adapt to an increasing number of regulatory changes. We're very fortunate today. We have an opportunity to hear from Minister Daniel David from Romania about the Romanian landscape for education and research. Never ever in the history of humankind have we had a more important need to educate the future generation, to be creative, to be innovative, to collaborate. So today it's my pleasure to introduce Minister Daniel David, who has served in this capacity since December 2024. He is a renowned psychologist. He has served as director of University Babeș-Bolyai in Romania, in Cluj, where he also continues to serve as a professor. He's an adjunct professor at Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai, New York. Internationally cited, he has contributed over 300 works, papers, articles, journal reports to the scientific community for psychology and psychotherapy. He's a correspondent member of the National Academy and Academia Europeană. Please join me in welcoming Minister Daniel David.
You are live now. Minister Daniel David, do you hear us?
Da, vă aud, se aude bine?
Not quite. If you could turn up the volume, please.
Deci se aude bine, înțeleg, da?
Perfect. Da, mulțumim.
Bună ziua, bună dimineața acolo. În primul rând, îmi pare rău, pe de-o parte, că n-am reușit să ajung fizic la întâlnire. Chiar mi-ar fi plăcut să fiu acolo, pentru că interacțiunea directă, sigur, are mai mare eficiență. Să știți că doar marți mi-am anulat planurile de zbor și rezervările pe care le-am avut. Deci se audă sau nu se audă? Că eu vă aud pe voi.
Se aude foarte bine, mulțumim frumos. Puteți continua.
Deci spuneam că abia marți mi-am anulat toate planurile de a fi acolo cu voi. Dintr-un motiv foarte simplu, joi a apărut o ședință de guvern în care a trebuit să discutăm PNRR-ul pentru educație și cercetare și nu aveam cum să lipsesc. Voi vorbi, așa cum vedeți, în limba română. N-am știut în ce limbă va trebui să vorbesc, dar gândindu-mă că este un summit al comunității românești, m-am gândit că e mai bine să ne amintim din când în când și să vorbim între noi și în limba română. În următoarele câteva minute voi puncta câteva idei principale, fiindcă înțeleg că va fi un panel după această scurtă introducere la care ar fi trebuit să particip și eu, dar am văzut că sunt oameni care se pricep la tema panelului, așa că voi urmări și eu discuția online. Iată câteva idei principale în legătură cu componenta de educație și cercetare. 1. Cum stăm în acest moment în țară? Acum, adevărul este că, sigur, dacă ne comparăm cu unde am fost imediat după Revoluția din 1989, nu se poate să nu vezi un progres. Vedem un progres și în educație, vedem un progres și în cercetare. Eu, când vorbesc de educație, mă refer și la universitară, mă refer și în zona universitară. Dar cu siguranță nu suntem acolo unde ar trebui să fim și unde vrem să fim. Să nu uităm totuși că noi ar trebui să fim ca mărime a populației, nu mai vorbesc și de teritorii, undeva în primele 8-9 țări ale Uniunii Europene. Cu siguranță nu suntem acolo când ne uităm la rankingurile universităților, când ne uităm la testele internaționale în educația preuniversitară, când ne uităm la indicele de inovare și la ce producem în zona de cercetare. Așadar, nu suntem acolo unde ar trebui să fim. Bun, întrebarea este, dar oare de ce nu suntem acolo după atâția ani de la Revoluție, în ciuda, repet, în ciuda unor progrese pe care nu avem cum să nu le vedem? Iar părerea mea sinceră și foarte direct spus este că aproape toate reformele care au loc după Revoluție au fost reforme care au încercat să modifice lucruri în cadrul unor paradigme care deja existau, multe cu origini comuniste, și atunci dezvoltările în cadrul acelor paradigme n-au dus la schimbări de paradigmă. Când am încercat să schimbăm paradigmele, n-am țintit paradigmele esențiale care ne privesc. Și de multe ori unele reforme care au țintit paradigmele esențiale n-au fost duse până la capăt sau pur și simplu nu s-au coordonat între ele. N-ai schimbat toate paradigmele esențiale care ar trebui schimbate. Uite, spre exemplu, câteva ancorări paradigmatice esențiale în zona educației și cercetării care ne încurcă și în prezent și care vin din perioada comunistă. În zona preuniversitară, încă învățământul vede că are această legătură de centrare pe profesor, nu de centrare pe elevi. Ceea ce este un lucru foarte grav pentru noi, pentru că nu ne ajută să asimilăm mecanismele moderne în educația preuniversitară. Avem confuzii privind timpul de lucru și timpul de predare. Avem confuzii între politizare și profesionalizare. Avem confuzii între centralizare și descentralizare. Altfel spus, acestea sunt teme mari pe care trebuie să le abordăm și dacă nu le clarificăm și le implementăm, orice dezvoltare va fi doar incrementală. În zona învățământului superior și în zona cercetării, dezvoltării, inovării, noi suntem încă prizonieri ai unei reforme din 1948. Da, chiar dacă s-ar putea pe unii să vă mire, încă suntem prizonierii acelei reforme. În 1948 s-a întâmplat următorul fenomen. Vechile universități, universitățile istorice ale României, au fost pur și simplu pulverizate. Altfel spus, componenta de cercetare s-a luat din universități și a fost dusă într-o structură după un model sovietic, într-o zonă a ministerelor sau în zona academiilor. Astfel încât vechile universități istorice, care erau universități ancorate internațional atunci, au devenit școli superioare de predare. Ăsta este adevăr. Profesorii doar și-au propus. Mi-este foarte greu să vorbesc, fiindcă aud de mine discutându-se o mulțime de alte lucruri. Mă scuzați, ceva interferează, aud tot felul de discuții peste ce vorbesc și chiar nu pot să vorbesc. Oare s-a întâmplat ceva?
Noi vă auzim foarte bine, domnule ministru. Se pare că avem niște probleme tehnice, dar lucrăm la
Bun,
ele.
dacă nu, acum nu mai aud aceste discuții, haideți că încerc să continui. Deci, altfel spus, scoțindu-se componenta de cercetare din vechile universități românești care erau competitive internațional, acestea s-au transformat în școli superioare de predare. Și această mentalitate că un profesor universitar este în primul rând un om care predă, care diseminează cunoașterea, nu unul care generează cunoașterea, să știți că a rămas încă foarte puternic în universitățile românești. De asemenea, tot atunci s-au împărțit, s-au rupt din vechile universități structuri importante, tot după un model sovietic, și s-au dezvoltat în vechile centre istorice universități de științe socio-umane, universități de medicină, universități de științe tehnice, universități de agricultură și medicină veterinară și așa mai departe, astfel încât, moștenind acea arhitectură, trebuie să conștientizăm că noi în vechile centre academice, București, Cluj, Iași, Timișoara, nu avem nicio universitate cu adevărat comprehensivă. Universitățile noastre sunt universități pulverizate în mai multe grupuri. Astfel încât atunci când te uiți, spre exemplu, în rankingurile internaționale, nu-i de mirare că nu vezi aceste universități în top 500. Vezi, spre exemplu, Universitatea din Ljubljana, vezi, spre exemplu, Universitatea din Vilnius, vezi, spre exemplu, Segedu, vezi, spre exemplu, Universitatea din Belgrad. Dar toate acestea sunt universități comprehensive. În Ljubljana ai toate disciplinele într-o singură universitate. În Vilnius la fel, în Belgrad la fel. La noi sunt împrăștiate în 4, 5, 6 universități în centrele istorice tradiționale și nu avem cum să avem forța de a ne vedea în rankinguri. Când vii însă în aceste medii, în aceste centre, îți dai seama că, de fapt, forța academică este mare. Dacă ai pune cap la cap sau ai pune împreună performanța acestor universități din centrele istorice, România ar avea 3-4 universități în top 500. Doar că moștenind această arhitectură, ne aflăm în această situație. S-au dezvoltat, unele s-au dezvoltat frumos, s-au dezvoltat bine, dar nu am reușit să schimbăm paradigma, ne-am dezvoltat în vechile paradigme. La fel se întâmplă cu zona de cercetare. În zona de cercetare suntem pulverizați și OECD-ul și orice analiză internațională observă acest lucru în foarte multe unități de cercetare. Cercetarea se face și în universități, și în institute naționale, și în institute ale Academiei, și în institute în subordinea unor ministere. Problema este nu numai că avem atât de multe unități de cercetare, foarte multe mici, care n-au masă critică să conteze, dar nici măcar nu sunt coordonate între ele. În aceeași, repet, veche paradigmă pe care am moștenit-o odată cu reforma din 48 și reformele care au venit după aceea. Deci, iată, aici suntem și am încercat să vă scot în evidență și câteva cauze. Ce vrem să facem și ce am început să facem. N-am să vorbesc de zona preuniversitară, fiindcă cei mai mult probabil sunteți focalizați pe componenta universitară și de cercetare, dezvoltare, inovare. În primul rând, trebuie să înțelegeți că în acest moment am demarat un proces național prin care toate unitățile de cercetare, dezvoltare, inovare sunt evaluate. Sunt evaluate cu experți internaționali. Procesul a început cândva din luna mai. În urma acestui proces de evaluare, sper că vom reuși să înțelegem foarte bine ce unități de cercetare competitive internațional avem, astfel încât să le putem susține, care au probleme, astfel încât să le putem dezvolta, să le putem susține și care ar trebui cumva trecute într-un program remedial pentru o anumită perioadă, să vedem dacă merită după aceea susținută sau nu. La sfârșitul acestui proces mă aștept să avem 4 actori importanți în zona de cercetare, dezvoltare, inovare, și anume universitățile, institutele naționale, mai mult legate de cercetare, inovare și cercetare, dezvoltare, institutele Academiei, care să fie, sigur, legate mai mult de cercetarea fundamentală, și institute din zona socioeconomică, din zona privată, care doresc să aibă această acreditare ca să aibă acces la fonduri publice. Mai puține, mai relevante, cu misiune foarte clară și care să se coordoneze unele cu celelalte. În zona universităților am început deja și am cerut universităților să își definească misiunea, astfel încât să știm foarte clar care universitate dorește să aibă o misiune de cercetare avansată, să fie de tip world class, care universitate dorește să aibă o misiune de educație, în primul rând, ca să satisfacă nevoia de resursă umană din regiune, din localitate. Țara are nevoie de toate tipurile de universități, toate sunt importante, doar că în acest moment este o confuzie în ceea ce privește asumarea acestor misiuni. Altfel spus, dacă reușim aceste demersuri, repet, toate începute, mă aștept ca anul viitor să avem o altă arhitectură atât pentru învățământul superior, o să știm câte universități avem, care își asumă un profil de cercetare, care își asumă un profil, în primul rând, de educație. În același timp o să știm care sunt unitățile noastre de cercetare-dezvoltare, care merg într-o zonă de cercetare fundamentală, care merg într-o zonă de cercetare-dezvoltare în legătură cu economia și cu societatea. Și odată ce ai redefinit această arhitectură, ai redefinit acele paradigme esențiale, poți să vii și cu mecanisme moderne. Și până acum am încercat să implementăm mecanisme moderne, doar că, așa cum am spus, paradigmele nu ne-au ajutat, că erau paradigmele vechi, într-o logică comunistă. Ca să vă dau și mai clar un exemplu, din perioada comunistă era ideea că pentru cercetare banii obțineai sub formă de salariu, nu prin competiție, și primeai și bani ca să derulezi o serie de activități de cercetare, așa numitul program de cercetare, pe care îl decontai la sfârșitul anului, nu prin publicații sau patente neapărat, ci printr-un raport de cercetare. Din păcate, mulți au rămas încă în zona de cercetare și în universități, cei care fac cercetare, cu această idee că banii trebuie să vină de la stat. Ori esența cercetării este că banii vin de la stat, dar trebuie să vină prin competiție, în primul rând, nu prin alocare directă, iar în zona unităților care se ocupă de cercetare, inovare, legătura trebuie să fie puternică cu mediul privat și banii să vină și de acolo. Deci, iată, cu astfel de situații și cu astfel de mecanisme ne confruntăm, dar eu sunt foarte optimist că dacă reușim să redefinim aceste arhitecturi despre care vă vorbeam, aceste paradigme esențiale, o să ne fie mult mai ușor să asimilăm diverse mecanisme care funcționează în toată lumea în cadrul acestor paradigme. Diaspora. Ce poate să facă diaspora? Mult poate să facă în acest proces. În primul rând, diaspora trebuie să vadă, eu totdeauna când vorbesc despre diaspora mă uit și încurajez pe toți să se proiecteze în cel puțin 2 grupuri sau poate 3. Unii care sunt clar că rămân acolo unde sunt, n-au intenția, cel puțin pe termen scurt și mediu, să vină în țară, au deja o familie, un job, ce pot face ei pentru țară, și după aceea avem pe ceilalți care țintesc, au în minte, cochetează cu ideea că s-ar întoarce în țară, și avem poate a 3-a categorie, cei nehotărâți. Aici nu pot să vă spun decât că încurajarea mea este ca legătura să fie în primul rând direct cu instituțiile de învățământ superior și cu unitățile de cercetare, dezvoltare, inovare. Pentru că ele au o autonomie foarte puternică în România și intrând într-o logică de competiție internațională, și aceste instituții sunt foarte deschise să colaboreze cu oameni din mediul academic din străinătate sau cu oameni din mediul socioeconomic. Pentru cei care sunteți, de exemplu, în mediul academic în Statele Unite ale Americii, vă dau câteva idei simple pe care și eu le-am folosit și ca om din diaspora înainte să mă întorc în țară și ca rector când aveam legătura și am legătura cu diaspora. Dacă ai un grant, încearcă să vezi dacă nu poți extinde grantul respectiv și într-o instituție din România. Era acel mecanism Fogarty, spre exemplu, la NIH, într-o anumită perioadă, și sunt și alte mecanisme care ne permit aceste lucruri. 2. Vezi dacă universitatea ta nu-ți permite să ai o dublă afiliere, astfel încât să fii mai implicat și în universitatea din România. 3. Trebuie să ai curajul să propui universităților din România în zona educației cursuri, iar în zona cercetării programe de cercetare, și să nu așteptați neapărat să fiți invitați și căutați de către cineva. Eu și când eram în străinătate am făcut acest lucru, sigur că am ținut legătura cu universitatea mea, cu Babeș-Bolyai, dar cam tot ce făceam la Mount Sinai School of Medicine în New York, încercam să generalizez, să transfer și în Universitatea din Cluj. Pentru cei care nu sunteți în zona academică, toate universitățile sunt tot mai conștiente astăzi despre legătura cu mediul socioeconomic. Puteți contribui ca profesori specialiști invitați, propuneți centre comune de dezvoltare, inovare, propuneți programe, propuneți lucruri care pot fi gândite într-o logică de tip win-win. Și vă spun, nicio universitate românească care dorește să fie competitivă, iar dintre cele mari, cu siguranță, niciuna nu o să refuze astfel de propuneri. Pentru cei care doriți să vă întoarceți în țară, Aici încerc să creez aceste mecanisme, să fie concursurile corecte, transparente, să nu conteze dacă experiența este în țară sau este în străinătate, că mai sunt strecurate uneori tot felul de mecanisme care nu dau aceeași șansă unuia care vine din străinătate cu unul care este deja, cu un candidat care este deja în țară, dar lucrurile funcționează tot mai bine și în acest sens. Oferiți întâi cursuri, oferiți întâi parteneriate, consultanță, până vă obișnuiți cu mediul din universitatea respectivă și după aceea puteți să participați și la concurs. Încolo, ministerul va fi mereu deschis pentru organizațiile mai mari, organizațiile pe care deja le avem în diasporă și care au acțiuni mai sistemice, cum aveți și voi, pentru a mapa, spre exemplu, specialiștii din străinătate, pentru a mapa activitățile lor astfel încât să ne putem coordona mult mai bine. Dar asta le putem face la nivel de minister. Repet, sentimentul meu și ca un om de știință, că eu sunt ministru, cum să spun, sunt ministru, dar sunt un ministru tehnocrat, totuși de 9 luni numai. Toată viața mea am fost și încă sunt un om de știință. Sentimentul meu este mereu că legăturile cele mai puternice se întâmplă la nivel personal, întâlniri la conferințe, întâlniri pe proiecte specifice, la nivel de instituții, universități, institute ale Academiei, institute naționale și nu impuse top-down de către minister. Și când eram rector și când eram om de știință, doar și nu aveam funcție administrativă, totdeauna legăturile mele și cele de succes au fost în această logică. Când venea ceva de sus în jos, impus birocratic, aveam un semn de întrebare de fiecare dată. Dar ministerul, repet, rămâne deschis pentru proiecte mari sistemice pe care s-ar putea să le aveți și pe care le aștept ca propuneri. Cam asta ar fi foarte pe scurt, sau acesta ar fi mesajul meu foarte pe scurt, câteva idei, repet, nu neapărat articulate într-o prezentare așa care să aibă un mesaj. Cred că sunt mai multe mesaje și sunt convins că colegii mei în timpul dezbaterii vor acoperi și o parte din ideile pe care le-am prezentat eu aici. Încă o dată îmi pare rău că n-am reușit să ajung acolo. Am fost de 2 ori la Chicago, cu siguranță voi mai veni și vom avea ocazia să discutăm acolo sau în țară. Vă mulțumesc!
Thank you, Minister Daniel David. And now I'd like to invite to the scene my partners in the education panel. Please join us in welcoming Dr. Mihaela Mădăraș, who is an R&D director for Sun Chemicals, and she also serves as a vice president for engagement for BioHub Network. Dr. Radu Crăciun, who serves as a research manager for BASF company, and he's also serving as the honorary consul for New Jersey. And Raresh Grecu, who has just finished at New York University and now serves as the analyst for Deep Ocean. Good morning. We'd like to start the first panel of the day by emphasizing the fact that we're here to talk how to take vision to action. How to take vision to action, and I want to add then to result. So today we're going to spend a little bit of time trying to define what the vision is, what we'd like to see in 1 year, in 5 years, in 10 years in education and research. Then we'd like to take a little bit of a stock to see where are we, what has been done to date, what projects, programs are under development. Then we're going to learn who are the people who are driving some of these programs. We're going to talk a little bit about challenges, but we're extremely optimistic, so we want to focus on very specific activities that can be done. And these are some examples, but we want to invite each one of you in the audience to think about ways to support education and research bilateral collaborations. Before I give the floor to my partners, I want to talk a little bit about academia. And I want to reflect to what Minister Daniel David said about the aspirations to have Romanian universities in the top 500 international universities. I happen to work for a university, Purdue University, and I know that the top universities in the US are evaluated on 4 different criteria. We label them A, B, C, D. So A is awards. How many prestigious and highly prestigious awards our faculty receive? B, how many books do they write? It's absolutely not a coincidence that my current role at the university is to drive more books and more awards for our faculty. C is related to citations. How many papers are written by our faculty and how well they are recognized by their peers. And you cannot write papers without doing research, and for research you need funds. So funds requires D, dollars. Again, as Professor and Minister Daniel David was referring to, we need funding. So let's recap. In order to be a prestigious, highly prestigious university, you need to have awards, books, citations, and dollars. So my invitation to all of you is to see how you can find a little thing, a little way, an action that you can do to support any of these end goals. Now it's my pleasure to invite my panelists, co-panelists, to talk a little bit about the vision. And I'd like to start by inviting Mihaela, Dr. Mădăraș. Can you please let us know what is your vision for education and research in bilateral collaboration?
Can you hear me? I'll start prefacing that I left Romania 33 years ago while teaching at the University of Babeș-Bolyai. So I come from the same university as Minister David, and I came here to... I came to U.S. to pursue my graduate work, so my doctoral degree. When I left with the idea that I do want to go back. I always wanted to go back. Life turned in other ways, and I remained here. But I never gave up the idea of giving back to Romania, especially the academic education, and most especially to research. So when I came here and I was able to see the level of education, but especially the access to equipment. I'm a chemist, so we heavily depend on equipment and lab research. I always wanted to see that happening in Romania as well. So the academic education in Romania, at least 30 some years ago, in theory was, at the theoretical level, was extremely good. I came here, I had absolutely no problem keeping up with the academic work. However, the experimental part, the research, the way the researchers were thinking was definitely not the same as here, and that's what I wanted to bring back. And as I will be talking about my project during this conversation, you'll hear that we're trying to address exactly that.
Just for a second, about the project you are involved in right now.
Yeah, so this is a good segue into what I am involved with. As Christina mentioned, I am the Vice President for Diaspora of a nonprofit organization founded in Romania. It's called BioMentor Hub. It was founded about 5 years ago by a group of Romanian scientists specialized in life sciences or biotech who were studying abroad or working outside Romania, who realized that they could form a network of mentors to help the students in Romania at college level, or doctoral level, postdoctoral level, to have some more exposure to research outside the country. So that's how it started. And we have 56 mentors now in 12 countries who can be contacted by our students in Romania to discuss and learn from them. However, about a year and a half ago, we started having a lot bigger plans than that. And our goal right now is to actually create a life sciences hub in Romania with the help of the diaspora, the life sciences researchers in diaspora. All the network connections that we have at the highest level can be employed to help us create a very competitive life sciences hub. And so that is probably going to be our 10-year vision. Right now, we're more involved in the entrepreneurial aspect of life sciences. So I would say for the next 5 years, we're looking into growing the entrepreneurship in life sciences. There's a huge need for that, and we started creating programs to do just that. So our role in BioMentor Hub is to actually be the orchestrator of an ecosystem. As Minister David mentioned, we need more than just to work with one university. We want to actually be at the center of this huge plan, right? And work with the local and national authority, work with the government, work with the universities. Right now, the hub is starting in Timișoara, but we are really trying to cover the entire country. So we want to work with all the universities in Romania and bring our great ideas that start from universities, go through a tech transfer process into a commercial idea. So from lab to market, we call it. And our role is to do exactly that, to orchestrate for this to happen in an efficient way and learning from all of the network that we have outside the country, which is huge. There's a huge number of Romanians, brilliant Romanians, successful Romanians who work in diaspora and who can teach us how to do this.
Thank you. Dr. Cârciun, could you please help us with the same questions? What is the vision? What you'd like to see in 1 to 5 years? And discuss a little bit about the programs that you're implementing.
So first of all, I would like to thank you, everyone, coming and traveling to here, and especially our officials and Mihai and RUF for organizing this. So my name is Radu Cresium. Just a couple of seconds I will take to give you what makes me valuable here in this meeting and gives me the right to talk to you. So I came also like 34 years ago from Romania, from the same university. I was teaching the TA in chemical engineer. So as you can see, we are trying to continue Școala Ardeleană over the ocean, representing as high as possible in terms of quality and intellect. I am coming from, right now I'm coming from industry. I work now for almost 20 years to one of the largest chemical company in the world. And I will try to bring another dimension, another perspective at the topics, which is in line with the question, what is my vision? And I want to mention that whatever Dr. David, the Minister of Education and Research mentioned, I completely agree. There are a lot of things which fundamentally needs to be changed in Romania in order to get to the point where we really can see growth. And that growth, the way how I see it, is comes from implementing whatever it is taught, or the way how it is taught, or the way how they lead the professor in academia through their work, that needs to be implemented further into the industry, into the value-added products or value-added innovation to the society. And I want to make just a couple of points here. When Japan or Korea, no, South Korea started to grow, they brought the diaspora back home. They try to use their know-how, knowledge, experience, and it worked. What they are doing now in China, it's exactly a similar trend. They're gonna bring as much specialists from specialize abroad with their knowledge back in their economy. And probably this is what I want to build on what Minister of Education said. Okay, let's move forward. Whatever is in development in academia, let's make the connection and the bridges with industry. When I come from industry, research and technology, when I want to have a research project, I need to have a business case. 2 years ago, when I was assigned as an honorary consul, I had the privilege to go through several universities and give some talks to the students. Try to see if I can build that critical mass which allows me to implement some of my ideas, to generate these extra values through innovation. And the basis is in the university, the students, the youth. But the other basis is our knowledge. So my vision is that maybe through, with the help of government, with the help of open-minded and love Romanians, Romanians who love Romania, they will be able to build this center of excellence which could be the basis for further development. United States invested a lot at one moment in these small innovation centers, and that's how slowly they built. I can talk more, but my time is off, so I will let my young colleague to see if some of these ideas which came from Mihaela and from me, from industry, the new generation can bring and take more further into the development and bring value. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, and I want to thank the Romanian Summit for just hosting this conversation. The theme of the panel, being From Vision to Action, is at the very core of what I'm about to talk about. But first, a bit about myself. So my name is Raresh. I recently graduated from NYU in New York. That's where I'm currently based. I have a bit of an international upbringing. I was born in Austria. I grew up for a bit in Singapore, but I grew up in Bucharest most of my life. And then I studied in London, but like I said, just graduated NYU. I work with the Romanian United Foundation and Global Romania on student-focused programs. And what we're trying to do is to help Romanian students find community, build confidence, and then translate that education in the US into opportunity. So first, I'll start with a personal anecdote. So when I got to NYU, the first thing I did is I went into our club repository and then searched up Romanian anything, and there was nothing. There was nothing there. There was no community. So what I did was I basically, anytime I heard Romanian or saw Romanian names, you know, Popescu or something on like a class list, I would look and be like, yo, are you Romanian? And slowly I created a WhatsApp group that had, 3 people, and slowly today it has 40 people. And in that, we also turned it into an official club that NYU recognizes. We have funding from NYU. We are allowed to throw events, and most of the time we get food. Especially we like to. There's some restaurants in New York, and we get food, Romanian food, mici, etc. And the thing is this isn't unique to us, because you can see this pattern elsewhere. For example, Harvard has a Romanian community, and I've even visited them, and they have this weekly Sunday brunch. And when I was there, there were students from, there was a student from Bowdoin College. I was there. They usually allow, the Romanians there, they allow other people, and it felt like, this is great, there's clear community. But the pockets are there. The issue is coming to connect them and taking these isolated efforts and making them into a bigger, wider, American-wide community. So, and that would help, that would welcome new students, that would help Romanian Americans who want to reconnect with their culture, and it would create lift for everyone involved. So our answer to this and what we've been working on is a 3-pillar ecosystem. The first is the College Ambassadors Program, where we want to identify student leaders at colleges and allow them to build out this community at their college and connect them with the wider community and give them access to like what I did, and I can assist them and other clubs. There's already a playbook that you can use to create this, and it doesn't seem like you're going at this alone. There's communities at UCLA, like I said, NYU, Harvard, and that's the idea. So we would have the ambassadors that stitch together the patchwork of local groups into one coherent community. Second, which is a big one, would be a program called METLink. And METLink is the fact that many Romanian students from Romania arrive at top universities with limited networks and very little knowledge of how the American system works in hiring. It's quite unfamiliar, and I'm speaking that from personal experience. The idea of METLink is we take students who are in their sophomore year in college, Romanians, and we would pair them up with a mentor that would be like a late career leader. And with that, they would be able to build out, they would be able to be menteed, and through that, they would understand the hiring mechanics, and they would understand just building out this mentor relationship. And we'd have goals, which would be SMART goals, which are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound, and they'd also be inclusive and equitable. And that would continue. And then our third program, because I'm running out of time here, would be RUF Scholars, which would be a hybrid scholarship, merit and need-based, that we would want to initially raise $5,000 to help reduce the financial friction for Romanian students that want to come to the US, because we're often eligible for a lot of the scholarships and sponsorships and financial aid. So it would be a great help to help with that. With these pillars, the idea is you would have a community, you would have a mentor, and then also with the RUF Scholars, you'd be funneling people. So at the end of the day, what I want to say is that many Romanian students arrive at top universities with talent and drive, yet have limited networks and little context about hiring paths and the unwritten rules of professional life. A short, structured mentoring relationship can unlock, confidence and show a path along with being connected with older Romanians. That confidence becomes better internships, stronger first jobs, and alumni which give back sooner, which turns into individual success into lift, because we'd assume these people would return. So if any of this resonates, find me after the panel. If you want to mentor, refer a student, connect the university, help fund the first RUF Scholars award, your contribution will be put to work immediately. And I want us to build a bridge that students can't just look at, but can actually cross. Thank you.
Wonderful. So now that we have defined a vision and given you some examples of programs that are already under development, I want to talk to you a little bit and ask you to comment on what are the most advanced areas that you see where collaborations between United States and Romania are going extremely well, and what can we learn from those areas and apply to other areas that are of critical interest?
I can start here with the obvious. I think the tech area is the most developed in Romania from what I can see. Collaborations are stronger. The time for development for an idea in tech, I think it's a lot shorter than in biotech. In biotech, you have to go through the lab work, you have to go sometimes through clinical trials, you have to go through toxicology trials. I mean, there's a lot that it takes to take an idea to a product in the market. So I think the recognized strength right now of Romanians is that they are really talented computer scientists. They are very well-known coders. We have quite a few very successful startups. Some of them are present here. So I think it's quite smart for any other area that starts to attempt to be what the tech area is, to actually join them. We would love to work with our tech specialists. We would like to develop AI interfaces for life sciences applications. And that's definitely something that we're trying to do with the group that I'm working with.
Probably I will play the bad cop in this case. I mean, there are a lot of things which goes well, but I think there are a lot of things which can be built, and probably the industrial level connections needs to be somehow improved or somehow catalyzed, to use one of my favorite terms, by legislation, by favoring some of the top technologies which can be eventually developed and implemented worldwide, starting from Romania, with the cooperation of people of Romanian origin in the United States. I think Mr. David had a very good point. Those Romanians who are in position, who can contribute and have the wish to be a catalyst for innovation and cooperation between the United States and Romania, try to bring some of their work lab in Romania where it can be done, where students can be brought. Develop this work independently to some extent with the funds and money from the United States, in the benefit also for Romania. That's probably we need somehow to find the tools and the mechanisms to happen. And here I think the government through legislation can help and can facilitate these things. And on the positive things, what Romania brings to the United States, us, a lot of students, a lot of great, we were some of the best graded students, doctoral students. When I was there and close to, I had my PhD from Michigan State. When I graduated, they said, do you have more RADUs? Yes, yeah, I have my former students. And when we left, there were 10 Romanian students there. This is what Romania brings. So the United States cannot say, oh, what do you bring? We bring people, good people.
Thank you. Raresh, would you like to talk a little bit in the same area of what are the most advanced areas about the different stages in a career? Where do you see there's opportunity? Where are we now? What can be done?
Sure. So where I see the most opportunity currently, where the bridges are most advanced basically, is, like I said, grad school and like just colleges, because students, you're eager, you want to make a community, the barriers are low, and there's clubs and ambassadors that, would create instant communities. So I think there is where we're very advanced from what I've seen. Again, as I said previously, they're very isolated, but I think that's the fundamental. And then another place where I would see bridges be pretty strong, as I can see looking around here, is senior professionals who are clearly ready to mentor, open doors, and as long as the ask is clear and there's, time bounded, I think the opportunity is very much there to connect these two very, people that could very much help each other, and then start creating a cycle where, you mentor after you are a mentee, and etc. So I would definitely say colleges are very strong, as I've seen the sentiment, and people do want a community. So,
we all know that we face many challenges in any area of activity, and it's also true for higher ed and for education and for research. There are challenges from where we want to be and where we are now. So I want to invite you to pick a challenge. What challenge do you see right now that is a major hurdle in developing these collaborations between Romania and the United States, but not focus too much on the challenge, but try to find a solution, try to give an example of how these challenges can be overcome?
So yes, so I have this idea which I'm trying to build on it, this formation of this center of excellence. And I think the main challenge is to convince some of the greatest Romanian minds who are currently in various top university or top companies. I just visited AbbVie and I saw the lady who was here is from AbbVie. So these are top-notch companies. How can we make people, Romanian origin, to come and start something in Romania and use the knowledge which we gain here? We know how to write a proposal. We know what is important. If we are in industry, we know we need to have a business case. We need to have a IP, intellectual property, well defined in advance, etc. So we have the knowledge, but the challenge here is how we can bring those Romanian American now in this play in which we can involve them in development. So I would add to what was said that we need to find a win-win situation. I would say we need to find a win-win-win situation. So United States wins, Romania wins, but also the person who is involved. And I think this is a challenge.
I want to add to what you said that coming to events like this is already a win-win-win, because this is where you find industry, where you find academia, you find professionals at every stage. I see 100 volunteers that are probably the average age is 21 and under. So I want to thank you for being here today and wanting to be connected. So that's one very simple way. Participate in events like this, get connected, reach out to some of our panelists and understand what would be your next step to be extremely successful in your profession and in developing the collaboration.
So in terms of challenge, I just have to say that yesterday I just came back from Timișoara, where we ended a 3-week boot camp, the very first biotech boot camp in Romania. If you can believe it's the very first, so it's for training some teams on how to take an idea related to life sciences, biotech, into commercialization. We brought to them coaches and mentors from many different countries, the best we could find. We even had somebody from Chicago here, Michael Rosen, from Rosalind Franklin University, but we had from Oxford, Cambridge, from startup coaches in Germany, in Norway. And what we realized is that we do have some good ideas. There's definitely some good ideas. What we need, though, is more of them to be generated, especially at the university level. And we need stronger tech transfer offices in the universities that are able to support these ideas and bring them to the point where these teams would be brave enough to start this process of starting a startup. So it's not even at the university level, it's not even a startup. It's just an idea that they need to patent, obtain an IP on them, and then think about a spin-off. That in Romania at this point, at least in the life sciences area, I can say because I've worked mostly there, it needs a lot of help. It needs a lot of development, let's just say that. And we think we know how to help raise that level.
Thank you. I now want to ask you the closing question, and I would like you to answer, what do you see as a very specific opportunity that can be pursued right now by the people in the audience?
Sure, I'll take this one. I think an opportunity that can very much be taken advantage of now is the fact that we have technology. I think the Romanian diaspora community in the U.S. is finally kind of waking up and we have, for example, like even for this event there was meetings and there was people from all over the U.S. like working on it, and I think the fact that we have the technology that can connect and link so many people is great, even with the previous initiatives I was talking about, such as MetLink. You could have a professional in San Francisco whilst the mentee is in Boston, right? So that isn't a factor anymore. So that's a one very big opportunity, and I think the energy is there from like the students I've seen. And I think if we slowly start getting clubs to arise across the US, we can really build a community. Because actually a fun fact was I was also previously at NYU, I was president of the Singaporean Student Association. And even there I could see how much the Singaporean government would like support diaspora, and they would even give us money sometimes to throw events for like for Singaporeans. So I think even that, using that as a model where the government is actively funding some like student groups, you can see that the diaspora is just there. But where even with this, with RUF and Global Romania and all this, I think we're slowly building out our own type of system. So that I think is the opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, so I can take it actually from here. You'll hear later about Global Romania, but this is a great opportunity that we all have to join Global Romania. That is the network of Romanians who want to participate in projects for Romania. I wanted also to mention that I met the Biomentor Hub organization through Romanian United Foundation. It was in one of their Zooms where I met the president, and that's how I started. Biomentor Hub is a strong partner of RUF, and RUF is a strong partner of Biomentor Hub. And we even have one of the verticals in the Global Romania platform. It's the biotech platform. So if you are joining Global Romania, which I encourage all of you to do, you will find the for Biomed community. So what you can do for us, and not only for this vertical, but we have the education vertical, we have the health, we have the business vertical. Please join, and please try to find the projects that resonate with you, and you know you could bring your own experience, your own skills, your knowledge to work on these projects. They are all great projects, and that is the way we can actually all succeed in helping Romania get to the level where we want it to be.
I would just add a bit. I think one of the example what we can do and what we can build from here, it's what Mihaela represents here, the BioHub. We need more of that in different fields, not only bio or IT. There are many other fields where we could do it. And I encourage to those who are really interested and have a dream to go back in Romania and develop also bring value, not only develop that, but bring value. That's the industry point, create value. Maybe we can create based on what is happening today and maybe other events, we can build this network, and with the help of the officials, we can do something and move things forward. Thank you.
I just want to add, if anyone is interested in the projects that we talked about, Biomentor Hub, or the others, please come and talk to us. We are more than happy to connect with those who are interested, and we'll take it from there. So just try to find us, and we'll let you know how you can help. Thank you.
I want to make sure you leave this meeting today, this panel, with just one message in mind. If you don't remember anything else about what we say, is we want you to remember the fact that we would like you to be as active as it can be. So let's play just a 30-second exercise. Who here would like to have a mentor, would like to learn more about how they can be successful in their studies or their career? Raise your hand. Who's interested in a mentor? Now,
I'll remember you.
Let's do the other. Who here would like to serve as a mentor and help young professionals and students become more successful in their careers? There you go. We'll have a networking lunch. We'll have a networking break at 4 p.m. So this is the perfect opportunity to start now. Let me ask another question. Who would like to be nominated for a professional award? now or maybe in the next 5 years? Raise your hand. Don't be shy. Yeah, it's okay to win awards. Who has written a letter of recommendation or is willing to write a letter of recommendation? Raise your hand. There you go. I think you'll have plenty to talk about in the next few hours at the summit. So thank you again to our panelists. Thank you for being here today, but most importantly for the work you are doing and you'll continue to do on behalf of the Romanian American community.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
So before we break for a short break, we'd like to hear a message from one of the sponsors for the Romanian Summit, Ladybug Friends Daycare and Preschool. We have to start early. Well, I thought there would be a
Christina, I think because you all talked so nice on the stage, I would really like you to tell us a few words about the Ladybug kindergarten.
The summit is possible with the support of our sponsors, Ladybug Friends Daycare and Preschool, where friends learn and play. Ladybug offers daycare services with unique learning activities, keeping kids engaged and ready for kindergarten. They have several locations across Chicagoland. Thank you to our sponsor that is always supporting the Romanian community. Thank you, Ladybug. And now we are going to enjoy a short break, and I invite everybody to be back promptly at 11:05. Thank you.
Okay.
Nu știu cine tot se juca acolo.
Asta e.
When I started Prodigy here in 2nd grade, my math skyrocketed.
Sometimes they start getting into that mindset of, I'm not good at math. And Prodigy changes it to, I'm doing good, I'm learning all this stuff, I'm having fun while doing it.
My scores have gone tremendously up. My kids did so much better.
Prodigy is just like so fun. Whenever I get a question wrong, it shows me the answer and helps me learn. That's how that's done. Thank you, Prodigy.
Purina conducts over 100,000 quality checks every day, which means you only have to check for one thing: the Purina name on your pet's food. Purina cares here and here.
I was not created by GoDaddy Aero. It uses AI to create great-looking, totally pro logos in minutes. Like him. Now that's a horse. Me? Ugh. I look like a two-legged dog. A dog horse. I'm a horse, man, who needs some dental work. Logo that actually looks like a horse. Imagine that. I can't even name right.
Can you please just hear me out? No, all work management platforms are the same. Monday.com is the one you'll actually love to use. Did you see the dashboards? They update in real time from your team's day to day, so you're always in control. No freaking way. I don't have to put the data in myself? Are you for real? Monday.com handles all the boring stuff, so you can focus on what really matters. You know what? I'm ready to fall in love again. Thanks, Talking Llama. Monday.com, the first work platform you'll love to use.
Nu știu exact unde o să stea.
Mai avem 2 minute. Dacă puteți, vă rugăm să vă îndreptați către sala mare. Da? Mulțumim!
Actors, we can make you believe we know what we're doing, when in fact, we do not. Whoops, I have no idea what these buttons do.
I've never driven a stick in my life, but my hardest roll yet!
Small business owner, because I have no idea what I'm doing. But GoDaddy Aero does, using AI to build a logo, website, and social content.
For Walton Goggins goggle glasses.
Because if your goggles ain't Goggins, they don't belong on your noggins. With GoDaddy Aero, it's like you know what you're doing.
Vă rugăm să vă reluați locurile în sală. Mulțumim. Vă rugăm să vă reluați locurile în sală. Programul va continua imediat. Mulțumim.
Cât durează? Câteva zeci de secunde introduction, nu? Hai să apară și George și... Ai vrea să stea direct pe scaun. Cum zic? Tu mai introduci și încerci să vorbească.
Trebuie să intru pe partea aia? Și să fim deja așezat?
Sunt foarte emoționată și bucuroasă să vă introduc următorul moment. Colega mea, Georgiana Merdariu, va modera un moment cu totul special cu invitatul nostru din țară, un, de asemenea, foarte bun comunicator, dar mai ales un foarte bun și foarte fin observator și cunoscător al sufletului uman. Coordonează multiple proiecte sociale, lucrează cu și pentru persoane din medii defavorizate și iubește foarte, foarte mult copiii. În aplauzele dumneavoastră, colega mea Georgiana Merdariu și părintele profesor universitar doctor Constantin Necula.
Mulțumesc tare mult, Claudia, mulțumesc pentru introducere. Doamna ministru, domnul ambasador, domnilor și doamnelor consuli și minunată comunitatea românilor, vă mulțumesc că sunteți astăzi aici și că participați la această a treia ediție a Summitului Romanian Community. Sperăm să ne vedem și la anul și într-un număr și mai mare. Aș vrea să vă spun că mi-am dorit tare mult să-l am alături de mine astăzi pe invitatul meu, Părintele Necula. Este, din punctul meu de vedere, un decan al sufletului, un decan al cuvântului, un munte de inteligență.
Asta
Știam,
nu mai zis-o nimeni.
știam,
Mă duc acasă, gata.
știam, de firesc și de umanitate și de iubire. Am reușit să stau de vorbă puțin cu dumneavoastră și vreau să spun că v-am ascultat, a fost o încântare și o minune să vă descoper. V-am ascultat atât de mult în ultimul timp, încât mi-am dat seama că, exact cum i-a spus, devine dependență. Vă mulțumesc!
Iară nu-i bine!
Vă mulțumesc pentru acest dar și aș vrea să vă întreb. E prima oară când sunteți la Chicago, bine ați venit!
Da, sunt, dar nu prima zi, așa că stați liniștiți, n-am să adorm, promit. N-am să adorm, să fiu serios. E prima dată, dar am fost prezent, de fapt, cu fiecare student al facultății din Sibiu, care este preotul multora, sunt preoții multora dintre comunitățile românilor din Statele Unite. Îi salut și le mulțumesc că își văd de treabă.
Părinte, cum ați găsit comunitatea de aici? Știu că deja aveți aproape mai bine de o săptămână și ați vizitat destul de mulți români.
Acum să glumesc un pic. Nu am găsit-o eu, ei m-au așteptat pe mine. Adică m-au așteptat în aeroport, nu ca să nu mă pierd, because I am a stranger in the night. Dar sunteți asemeni tuturor celorlalți. Vă rog frumos să refuzați ideea de... Eu i-am mai auzit pe câțiva spunând, noi suntem diaspora. Să țineți minte, România n-are diaspora. România are Românie sau n-are. Astea sunt terminologii moderne. Diaspora grecilor, că de acolo e modelul, erau cei care se învârteau de jur împrejurul Mării Mediterane. Nu înseamnă că, știu eu, un cretan la Chicago e altceva decât un cretan și știu de ce dau exemplu ăsta. Fiecare suntem ceea ce suntem. Refuzați ideologizări de sentimente, că strică. Dăunează grav sănătății morale unui popor și unității. Nu, aici nu poate să încapă că unii suntem mai buni decât ceilalți. Toți suntem la fel de buni dacă ne sprijinim să fim mai buni cu fiecare secundă prin care trecem. Ori comunitatea din Chicago pentru mine a fost importantă prin copiii de pe teren. Bine, comunitatea creștină în care am slujit, colegii universitari români din America care au fost la conferință la Loyola University, dar pe mine m-a încântat echipa de fotbal, de copii pe care am vizitat-o, locul din Spitalul de Oncologie unde am fost, Resurrection, cred că nici nu se potrivește mai bine numele. A fost important că am vizitat oameni în cămin de bătrâni, că m-am întâlnit pe stradă cu ai noștri, că ne-a strâns mâinile și că am făcut o experiență a touch screen-ului, știți? Adică eu nu cred că se poate face pastorație și diplomație doar din avion. Trebuie să stăm între oameni și să fim atenți la ceea ce facem. Și oamenii răspund pe măsură.
Când vă gândiți la românii plecați de acasă, care este o primă imagine sau o poveste care vă vine în minte?
Că nu sunt victime. Că nu sunteți o adunătură de smiorcăiți care vreți ceva, v-ați luat viața în mâini, e ok, ați luptat, toți știți că ați plecat de la $20, dar pe voi vă poate întreba oricine cum ați făcut primul milion, că știți să arătați cum, plătindu-vă datoriile la stat și la federal și la regional, deci e ok. N-aveți a vă plânge, din punctul meu de vedere sunteți o familie largă, cu mulți copii, fiecare cu năzbâtile și cu visele lui, dar e important că suntem o familie. E motivul pentru care l-am rugat pe domnul Florin ieri să ne rugăm Tatăl nostru revin, e un nostru care unește această paternitate. Și eu vin din Ardeal, unde când mi-au pus viza pe pașaport am și zis, abia acum intru în rândul ardelenilor maturi, că în Ardeal, dacă aveai viză pe pașport, erai... Dacă aveai America pe pașport. Nu uitați că nu sunteți prima generație, adică e o tradiție întreagă de trecut gârla, e o tradiție întreagă care a constituit cultura românilor americani. Nu punem coadă la prună, să mă iertați că o spun, nu plantăm livezi noi mergem pe drumuri bătute, oricât am fi noi de pionieri. Sunt câțiva care chiar sunt pionieri în câteva domenii, dar asta nu schimbă cu nimic situația. Și e important să nu ne lăudăm cu ce vom face, ci să arătăm ce am făcut, pentru că lumea crede în noi dacă vede fundamentul vieții noastre, nu vârful nostru de glorie și orgolile noastre.
Este un citat al lui Antoine Saint-Exupéry, care spune așa, mie îmi place foarte mult și am ținut să-l aduc în atenție astăzi, este de unde vin eu? Eu vin din copilăria mea. Eu vin din copilăria mea ca dintr-o țară. Și aș vrea să vă întreb cât de mult înseamnă anii copilăriei și țara în care te-ai născut. Ce amprentă lasă pe noi aceste lucruri ca adulți?
Dacă ar fi să-i cred pe psihologii specialiști în traume multigeneraționale, toți trăim copilăria străbunicilor noștri, ca să ne scuzăm că suntem proști. Bem ca bău străbunicul, suntem curvari, că a fost curvită un pic străbunica, ne scuzăm prostiile. Dar, într-adevăr, purtăm cu noi copilăria. Din punctul meu de vedere, determinant pentru dumneavoastră aici este să nu vă stresați copiii. Dumneavoastră îi vezi la școală ca în România. Nu mișca. Acum înveți tot. La gramatică. Treci la română, treci acolo. Despacito, ca să zic într-un limbaj internațional. Eu admir foarte mult părinții care își cresc copiii cu libertate. Cel mai mare dar pe care vi l-a dat America, să știți că nu sunt nici fondurile investite, nici școlile pe care le-ați urmat. Ați fi strălucit oriunde, că sunteți oameni deștepți și muncitori. Cel mai bine v-a făcut dându-vă libertatea. Și amenințându-vă, pentru că în momentul când vă este amenințată libertatea, ați reacționat. Știți? În rest e dificil. Celelalte virtuți se câștigă personal. Dar virtutea libertății unei comunități e dată de munca împreună a întregii comunități. Cred că e momentul, la un moment dat, să învățăm mai mult despre țară. Să nu lăsați acolo unde ați lăsat-o. Să vă cuplați la surse corecte de informare, să nu mai credeți toți lăutarii care se dau concertiști și toți habarniștii care scriu cu stânga în continuu peste tot textul sacru al țării. Țara este inalienabilă. Și să știți, cu tot respect o spun, pe mine m-a distrat, că seara am auzit și astăzi iarăși când ne întoarcem înapoi în România, eu tot zic, să știți că avionul spre România nu zboară cu coada înainte, zboară cu botul. România e înainte. Când ne întoarcem acasă, nu venim ca niște loseri. Nimeni nu e înfrânt câtă vreme știe la cine merge. Și câtă vreme aveți unde vă întoarce, sunteți nesuperior tuturor celorlalți. Eu le spuneam la un dat, se supără francezul pe Franța. Unde să fugă săracul? Italianul. Unde să plece italianul? Americanul. Unde să plece americanul? Poate dintr-un stat în altul, că e mare țară. Românul s-a supălat și a luat jucălile și a plecat acasă. Asta este, știți? Trebuie să învățați libertatea asta fantastică de alegere, de bucurie.
Cred că nimic nu este întâmplător și nici chiar acest moment prezent. Aș vrea să vă întreb, e o întrebare la care eu chiar mă gândesc de ceva timp. Ne alegem singur drumul, misiunea, sau suntem aleși?
Acum depinde ce misiune avem. Important este să înțelegem că Dumnezeu nu intervine brusc în viața noastră și fiecare secundă pe care o dăm lui Hristos se întoarce în favoarea noastră. El ne încarcă. Prima Tesla din lume e omul, știți? Se încarcă din propria energie. Cu cât merge mai mult și cu cât lucrează mai mult, își recapătă forma energetică. Din punctul meu de vedere, Dumnezeu este cel mai bun antrenor de maraton. El aleargă lângă noi, strigă împreună cu noi, ne ridică atunci când cădem, ne pasează din când în când banana aia nutrițională de încurajare. Culmea că El este și alergător cu noi și antrenor cu noi și cupa noastră la sfârșit. Spune Sfântul Apostol Pavel că trebuie să fugim după regulă ca să primim premiul care este Hristos. Câtă vreme l-ai pe El în fața ochilor, nimic nu e întâmplător. Știți? Teologia ortodoxă de la Sfântul Ioan Damaschin încoace, adică de pe la 600 și un pic, spune așa că Dumnezeu preștie totul, dar nu predetermină nimic. Preștie totul, dar nu predetermină nimic. Good luck in translation, please. Da? Fiecare o traduce în inima lui. Acolo e traducerea. Să nu vă închipuiți că este un polițist care stă cu bota după noi sau păzește vreo viză să nu iasă din țară. Nu, cuminți. Luați-l mai cum este, nu cum vi se prezintă. Și fiecare trebuie să aveți propria experiență. Asta contează enorm. Deci, Întâmplarea este chipul anonim prin care Dumnezeu lucrează pentru noi. Nici nu poate fi întâmplător că cineva îți cumpără bilete, tu stai la coadă să-ți iei viza, te urci în avion, tipul ăla de pe... Sper că nenea care m-a adus n-a mers după întâmplare, ci chiar știa pe unde zboară. Nu vă bazați pe întâmplare. Întâmplările sunt momentele fericite care ne se par nouă mai ușoare în Harul lui Hristos, dar Harul lui Hristos deține pe toate.
Gândindu-mă la ceea ce ați spus acum, nu a fost ușor. Credeți că a fost nevoie de mult curaj? Și v-am auzit spunând la un moment dat, curaj și smerenie. Cât curaj și smerenie există în acești oameni care au plecat de acasă din țara lor?
Păi, ei știu, întreabă-i. Smerenia n-are harometru, adică nu poate fi măsurată. Unii cred că a fi smerit înseamnă a fi tântălău, cu ochii dați peste cap și cu prune în gură. Nu e așa. Nu știu dacă traduce cineva, sper să nu-i creez vreo stop lingvistic. Deci, nu se poate trăi la nesfârșit dând vina pe Dumnezeu pentru neputințele noastre. Ori smerenia este să știi locul. Să știi cine ești. Că ești bun, că ești rău, că ești deștept, că nu ești deștept. Știi foarte bine locul în care ești. Când cunoști bine locul în care ești, te smerești, că e un dar de la Dumnezeu. Știți? De aia nu poți să te comporți oricum, nici ca preot, nici ca ministru, nici ca... N-ai cum. Mă gândeam la, hai să nu zic directorii de ICR, dar gândiți-vă la ambasador, gândiți-vă la consul. Ei reprezintă o țară, ei nu se pot comporta oricum. Ei nu-și mai aparțin. Preoția mă face să nu-mi mai aparțin. N-ai cum. Orice funcție îndeplinești în social, nu-ți mai aparții. Aseară i-am spus Roxanei că cea mai interesantă muncă este cea în care tu te pricepi fără să o practici. Știți? Cea mai grea meserie din lume este cea la care se pricep toți, dar numai tu ești pus să o faci. Trebuie să fii serios. Nu e ușor să fii om care să reprezinte oameni și să o facă cu demnitate. Vă dați seama dacă acolo e greu, că de greu e să fii cel care îl reprezintă pe Dumnezeu? Smerenia e acolo. Tu să fii, eu sunt mic, tu fă-mă mare. Eu sunt slab, tu fă-mă tare. Îl mai știți, în ciuda Our Father, dar traduceți și în gerelul, că nu le strică copiilor.
Mulțumesc. Cum se transformă identitatea în apartenență atunci când ești departe? Când practic nu mai ai acea rădăcină.
Identitatea e o melancolie, că noi suntem toți români din regiuni diferite. Ne înjurăm pe regiuni, ne certăm pe regiuni, noi suntem regionaliști oricum. Facem noi pe... O națiune nu e definită prin momentele ei de unitate, știți? Culmea ironiei. O națiune se definește în momentele ei de tensiune. Când cineva vrea să o dezbine și ea se încăpățânează să stea împreună. Aia este o națiune. Restul sunt interesele unora și altora de a dezbina poporul. O națiune înseamnă blocul în care putem locui toți, indiferent de limbă, câtă vreme ne identificăm cu același act de identitate. E o identitate socială, în primul rând. În această națiune pot fi zeci de popoare, de fapt. Eu nu pot să neg dreptul poporului maghiar, poporului german, poporului armean de a se defini ca națiune română. Că pe buletin e tricolorul sus acolo. Ei, problema este dureroasă atunci când toate lucrurile acestea sunt speculate pentru a rupe națiunea, pentru a rupe etajele aceleași clădiri. Când se intră cu avionul, știți, în clădire, ca să ai tu spectacolul tău din care să ai tu de câștigat. Iar o națiune stă pe Hristos. Capul bisericii este Hristos, iar o națiune care se leagă de Hristos e o națiune independentă. Orice fel de altă dependență decât apartenența la Dumnezeu e periculoasă. Că e ideologizare și ideologizarea dăunează grav sănătății. Oricât de deștept ai fi, când te ideologizezi, tot prost devii. Știți?
Ce credeți că păstrează comunitatea vie și unită?
Să zic ce a zis domnul ministru, relațiile personale. Adică noi toți zicem că vom construi, râdeam aseară cu... I-am spus lui Mihai să ne liniștim, că nu putem să construim încă o instituție care să-i unească pe români. Lăsați-i să-și schimbe numărul de telefon între ei. Deci vă zic eu, unitatea românilor e dată de unitatea femeilor care cresc o generație egală de copii, a taților care au interese să se vadă unul cu altul pentru a desăvârși ceva. Țineți-vă aproape prin telefon. Nimeni nu va putea să creeze o inimă comunitară dacă nu există comunitatea. Sigur că biserica e importantă, sigur că adunarea e importantă, sigur că strângerea la oaltă este importantă. Numai în România avem un talent fantastic de a ne face concurență unii altora. În momentul în care în sala asta se desfășoară o conferință, în alt colț din Chicago se mai strâng câțiva să-și facă câte ceva de cap. Asta e lipsă de respect față de efortul unor oameni. Când vom învăța să ne respectăm efortul unii altora, suntem câștigați. Până atunci părem ceea ce părem, în concurență continuă. Și concurența dăunează acestei... Noi, dacă nu colaborăm, ne concurăm greșit. Iar concurența greșită naște monștri. Fiecare e șef pe câte ceva. Fiecare se laudă cu câte ceva ce au făcut ceilalți. Că noi am rămas cu mentalitatea de acasă. Suntem șefi pe alții. Că noi trebuie să fim șefi pe noi. Și să vorbim despre noi, nu despre ce au lucrat alții în numele nostru. Am mai tăiat 2, mai avem 8 minute și 37 de secunde.
Sunt și eu foarte atentă la acel timer. Cum trăim succesul fără să ne pierdem busola interioară, fără să ne pierdem, practic, identitatea?
Acum nu avem noi atâtea succese cât să ne pierdem identitatea. N-am bătut nici Cipru, firar să fie. Noi nu avem succese să ne facă să pierdem mintea. Gândiți-vă că adevăratele succese sunt cele care nu-ți schimbă starea de înțelepciune. Un om care este puternic prin Dumnezeu nu se poate lăuda pe sine. Îi dă slavă lui Dumnezeu. Ți-a ieșit? Slavă ție, Dumnezeule. Nu ți-a ieșit? Slavă ție, Dumnezeule. N-ai cum să o faci altfel. Dacă încep să spui pe tine, eu ce ar fi trebuit să vin cu toate crucile primite sau cu toate diplomele? Noi avem o boală de asta de a ne da ce nu suntem și să pompoșim titlurile noastre. Pe cruce o să scrie simplu. Pac. Eu le-am și zis ce să-mi scrie pe cruce. Le-am scris Părintele Constantin Necula pe o parte și pe partea cealaltă vă aștept. După încă 10 ani o să scrie Părintele Constantin Necula și o să scrie pe spate, o să fie cât vă mai aștept. Sensul e unic. Ce nu înțelegem? Sens unic. Viața noastră este sens unic. E o punte spre înviere. E o întâlnire cu Hristos, Domnul cel înviat. Dacă această conștiință nu există, niciun Big Brother, nimic, nicio supraveghere a nimănui nu ne va face oameni. Iar la noi provocarea din ultimii ani, remarcați că nu e să ajungem oameni de știință, ci măcar să rămânem oameni. Știți?
Dacă ar fi să vă gândiți la... știu că citiți foarte mult și scrieți foarte mult.
Nu.
Nu.
Am băut la cafea mult, asta recunosc. Da.
Dacă ar fi să ne spuneți 3 cărți care v-au schimbat viața sau 3 cărți pe care le recomandați, care ar fi acelea?
Nu merg atât de simplu. Unii ar crede că Biblia, nu. Am fost la mormântul lui Mircea Eliade ca să-i mulțumesc pentru romanul adolescentului miop. Știți? Asta e. Datorez mult, generația mea cel mult puțin datorează enorm de mult. Și să știți că datorăm mult lui Ionel Teodoreanu, lui Rebreanu, cei care mai știți română, le datorăm enorm acestor oameni. Nu, sunt mii. Eu nu citesc cărți, citesc doar autori. Și am așa 3 autori să vă recomand. Scriitori de limbă română, teologi de limbă română și poeți de limbă română. Da? Sunt cei 3 scriitori. În rest, e foarte greu să stabilești niște... Eu nu mi-am schimbat lecturile ca preot, citesc tot ce îmi pică în mână. Romane, eseuri, jurnale. Prietenii mei din Chicago care m-au însoțit știu că nu sunt tocmai sănătos la cap din punctul ăsta de vedere. Dar nu pot să mă dezbăr și să-i puneți pe copiii dumneavoastră înainte de a deveni ceva, să privească spre oamenii care au devenit ceva la viața lor. Luați-vă copiii și duceți la Eliade la mormânt și povestiți-le. Nu le povestiți partea politică, care poate deranja. Dar n-ai cum să nu vezi mai 3 și nuntă în cer. N-ai cum să nu citești istoria religiilor. Că, băi, oameni buni, să fim serioși. Nu-i anonimizați pe cei care au biruit. Pe el, pe Culianu și alți câțiva. În America câțiva au făcut pe bune dreptate, au făcut carieră. Sunt cetățeni români, universali, care au dat lumii cât nu o să dăm noi lumii. Și atunci, ei sunt de citit.
Și de ascultat? Ce muzică ascultăm? Ce muzică ascultați?
Ce muzică vreți?
Plăcere, ce muzică
Aici
ascultați?
e greu să auzi valul mării și oceanului, dar muzica pe care trebuie să o ascultați este cea care vă ajută în tot ceea ce întreprindeți în viață. La serviciu ascultați un anumit soi de muzică, la șofat un alt soi de muzică. Evitați somnul în timpul șofatului. Că fiecare cu inima lui, cu bucuria lui, cu dragostea lui, cu bucuria lui. Eu sunt foarte legat în ultima vreme să descoper, a nu știu câta oară, mulți dintre cântăreții din Moldova, de peste Prut, din Basarabia, din România basarabeană de peste Prut, ca să zic cinstit până la capăt. Să-i vedeți ce sănătos cântă și fără fițe, fără... Luați-o. Dincolo de Pavel Stratan, care din punctul meu de vedere a creat un șoc pentru mulți. Priviți-vă cu încredere. Suntem aceeași cultură. E același Prut care ne curge prin stern. Și aceeași literatură. Nu există două literaturi. Știți? Pe Eminescu e greu să traduc în moldovinești, cum ar vrea unii. Eminescu e Eminescu. Îmi pare rău pentru foarte mult. Sau Creangă, nu mai spun. Dar cine mai stă astăzi să ne povestească despre Creangă? Să ne spună că de fapt capra cu 3 zi o întreagă școală de pedagogie. Că lupul era nașul, avea o funcție spirituală și de aia îl pedepsește cu focul, nu cu altceva. E o poveste întreagă acolo. Eu tot râd că numai un om spiritual, ca să nu zic un preot, că nu dă bine, putea să mănânce sarmale, să zică Dumnezeu să-l ierte cu mătră, gogâlți, Dumnezeu să-l ierte. Dar numai un om care își trădează dimensiunea spirituală îl amestecă pe Dumnezeu între sarmale. Sarmalele sunt într-o parte, Dumnezeu e în cealaltă. Amestecul de sarmale dăunează grav mântuirii. Trebuie să fim cuminți.
Ați sunat cu un clopoțel acolo.
Da, mai vedem. Doi... Nu văd până acolo, dar merg.
V-aș cere o binecuvântare pentru noi, cei răspândiți în lume. Care ar fi aceea?
Să rămâneți în viață. Să rămâneți realiști în viață. Să nu visați la cai verzi pe pereți. Nu sunt pereți câți cai verzi avem. Și încercați să nu vă dați mari cu conturile, ci cu cardurile, și cu cardurile, ci cu cordurile. O inimă bună e cel mai bun preț pe care îl poate avea un om. Când Dumnezeu se adresează lui David în psaltire, îi zice, fiule, dă-mi inima ta. Restul sunt povești. M-am uitat și eu văd și eu acum cum arată un desfășurător de plată către statul american și către regiune, l-am văzut ieri în direct așa, la mulți dintre voi. Nu sunteți fișa de pontaj a lumii. Sunteți oameni cu dragostea voastră, cu bucuria voastră, cu harisma voastră. Și credeți-mă, nimeni nu e în locul în care este fără binecuvântarea lui Dumnezeu. Cereți-o. Spuneți-i și când greșiți, cereți-o și mergeți mai departe.
Vă mulțumesc din suflet. Și să știți că să vă dau un dar, o carte a lui Eliade.
O, să rămână.
Și sper să citiți cu drag.
Da. Să vă spun un lucru pe care l-am observat zilele astea și n-am voie să-l tac. Cel mai frumoși sunteți când stați împreună. Când vă bârfiți, vă huliți și vă răniți, sunteți urâților. Dar când stați împreună, vă rugați împreună, visați împreună, semănați cu țara. România nu e o țară urâtă. Noi o urâm din când în când cu atitudinea noastră, dar România, să știți că e teribil de frumoasă. Și mai e un lucru care ne leagă pe toți. Toți pașii ăia între munți, toate pasurile montane, toate trecăturile sunt pline de oasele alor noștri. Noi stăm pe ei și aici stați pe Piața Victoriei 21-22 decembrie 89. Suntem liberi pentru că unii au plătit cu viața. Viețile noastre au fost plătite cu viețile lor. Când vi se pare că e greu aici, aduceți-vă aminte de unde veniți. Ok? Cine nu-și mai aduce aminte încotro se îndreaptă, trebuie să-și aducă aminte tot timpul de unde vine. Cu ce preț s-a plătit libertatea asta noastră? Atât. Nu mai pune că ne-a liniștit. O secundă mai era. Mi-ai tăiat o secundă, ai văzut? Mulțumesc.
Vă mulțumesc tare mult. Vă mulțumesc din suflet. Am să vă invit să rămâneți aici pentru
Aici
panelul.
stau, nici nu mă...
Și am să o invit în scenă pe colega mea, Diana Dram. Vă mulțumesc tare mult.
Să rămână.
Mulțumesc, Georgiana. Was such an amazing talk. O să trecem pe română în continuare.
Thank you very much for your...
Este un curs rapid de română pentru cei care au îndrăznit să ne însoțească. Părinte Necula, sunt foarte încântată să mă alătur dumneavoastră aici pe scenă și aș vrea să invit pe Florin, pe Anton și pe Bogdan să ni se alăture și ei, să putem să ne uităm împreună în oglinzile comunităților noastre. Bine ați venit! Bun venit tuturor la această discuție importantă care am dedicat-o comunității și în care am niște invitați extraordinari care au avut curajul să stea în fața dumneavoastră și să încercăm împreună să explorăm subiectul cum am putea face ca comunitatea noastră să fie mai unită, mai prosperă, mai văzută și mai de succes, mai puternică în viitor. Și înainte să mă dedic dumneavoastră, doar câteva cuvinte despre mine. Sunt Diana Dram și eu cred în punți, construi punți și nu ziduri. Eu cred în legăturile astea, rădăcinile astea care ne leagă împreună de origine, dar cred și în aripi care ne zboară mai departe. Deci o combinație și așa și cariera mea s-a desfășurat. Am trecut după o carieră foarte lungă de corporatistă în care am călătorit lumea făcând decizii de business. Acum am trecut în capitolul pe care cred eu că este cel mai important din viața mea, de a construi comunități și de a construi viitorul, a educa viitorul prin studenți și, de ce nu, și a sfătui și influența business leaders out there. Dar sunt super încântată astăzi să am niște modele alături cu mine în invitații mei, niște modele de construcție, de construitori de comunități și de lideri de comunități de la care vrem să învățăm. Și aș vrea să vi introduc tuturor. Părintele Necula deja nu cred că mai are nevoie de introducere. Ne-ați lăsat cu vorbe de duh. Dar foarte pe scurt, aveți o carieră foarte lungă ca educator, ca un teacher. Și sunteți preot ortodox român, profesor universitar, director al Centrului de Cercetare Teologică din Sibiu și sunteți foarte respectat, cunoscut pentru capacitatea de a conecta crediția și tradiția cu realitățile de astăzi și dacă nu am văzut asta în ultimele 20 de minute, nu știu ce am învățat. Pastor Câmpean, mă bucur să vă avem cu noi, episcop administrativ al Bisericii Penticostale, Church of God, pentru America de Nord și senior pastor la Biserica Penticostală Philadelphia, promotor al colaborării și al unității prin serviciu comunitar. Bine ați venit! Bogdan Banu, care este președinte și fondator la Români din DC. A fost executiv la Meridian International Center și foarte activ în promovarea culturii române și implicarea prin diplomația culturală și civică. Și avem cu noi și al patrulea invitat, domnul consul general Anton Lungu, consul general al Republicii Moldova, la Chicago, diplomat de carieră și care este foarte focusat pe să promoveze dialogul și colaborarea între cele două comunități românești, cea din România și cea originară din Republica Moldova. Bine ați venit cu toții și încă o dată suntem foarte datori pentru vorbele de du și de advice ca să ne le dați în acest panel. Haideți să intrăm în dialogul pentru care sunteți aici cu mine și în general îmi place să încep o discuție cu ceea ce numim noi rapid fire la Chicago. Deci foarte, foarte pe scurt, într-un singur cuvințel, dacă ar fi să descrieți spiritul românesc, ce cuvânt ați folosi să-l descrieți? Și am să încep de aici, de la dreapta mea, cu pastor Câmpean. Supraviețuitor. Dacă puteți deschide mic-ul pentru pastor Câmpean, ar fi greu. Supraviețuitor. Merge, da? Părinte Necula.
Am vorbit deja.
Sunt 3 cuvinte.
Curaj. Curaj.
Curaj. Anton.
Demnitate.
Foarte frumos.
Neastâmpărat.
Restless. Foarte frumos. Cuvinte frumoase și mărinimoase. Aproape că vine să le port în jurul gâtului. Mulțumim. Pentru următoarele întrebări o să aveți mai mult decât un cuvânt. Așa că aș vrea să încep cu Părintele Necula. Dacă tot am terminat cu dumneavoastră celălalt segment, începem aici și vă întreb care sunt, după dumneavoastră, cele mai importante valori care să poată uni comunitatea română, indiferent de unde ne situăm, ca generații, ca profesii, ca confesiuni, granițe. Cum ați vedea, pe ce ar trebui să ne focusăm?
Aș zice un vers dintr-un poet creștin român, Traian Dors. În lumea asta de noroi, Hristos e totul pentru noi. Degeaba ne abunim noi că strălucește totul, că e curat, că... Hristos, un singur cuvânt. Jesus. Da? Și adică concentrarea asta trebuie să vină asupra persoanei Mântuitorului și fiecare o face pe calea ei, deși sigur că eu admir și iubesc și trăiesc pentru calea ortodoxă, a Bisericii Ortodoxe. Așa că poate că e important să știți că în țară și peste hotare românii se împărtășesc cu același trup și sânge al lui Hristos. Că unitatea noastră nu poate fi dată decât de unitatea potirului. Și că adevărata unitate începe de acolo. Dacă acolo este Hristos, trup și sânge, înseamnă că noi înșine suntem portanți de Hristos și chipurile noastre se admiră între ele. Noi suntem admirativi unul la chipul lui Dumnezeu în raport cu celălalt. Când noi ne întâlnim și ne bucurăm că avem fiecare chipul lui Hristos în noi. Și ne bucurăm pentru asta. Ba chiar ne și pupăm pentru asta. Că observați, suntem același chip. Tindem spre asemănare. Asta e efortul fiecăruia dintre noi. Dar frumusețea noastră începe cu Hristos.
Pastor Câmpean.
Apreciez ce a spus Părintele Necula, Hristos, dar vreau să mai adaug câteva valori care sunt esențiale. Mai întâi, familia. Vreau să spun tuturor că este una dintre cele mai mari valori pe care noi le avem. A fost planul lui Dumnezeu pentru a perpetua umanitatea și cred că noi trebuie să promovăm ca și comunitate, ca și români, ideea de valoare a familiei. Apoi, în al doilea rând, este credința noastră și comunitățile pe care le formăm. Călătoresc în jurul lumii și ce am observat, dacă sunt 3 la 10 români, încep o comunitate. De obicei încep o biserică, dar oriunde în lumea aceasta te duci, lucrul acesta se întâmplă. Este o valoare incredibilă pe care trebuie să o cultivăm și să o promovăm. Aceste valori ne vor aduce împreună. Uneori avem diferențe, sunt lucruri care ne separă, dar vreau să spun în această dimineață, încă e dimineață, avem mult mai multe lucruri în comun decât lucrurile care ne separă. Să ne focalizăm pe acele lucruri care construiesc comunitatea, care ne leagă împreună, care promovează identitatea noastră.
Foarte frumos, mulțumim. Dacă vă gândiți și din punct de vedere pragmatic, practic, cum ar fi niște activități, colaborări practice care putem să le folosim ca să aducem și un avantaj, beneficiu la diaspora noastră, dar și societății care ne-au primit, societății gazdă de aici. Puteți să continuați cu gândurile dumneavoastră.
Cred că e o idee falsă aceea care ne îndeamnă să creăm ceva monolitic. Vedeți, libertatea implică diversitate. Și de aceea este ok să fim diversi. Însă în diversitatea noastră putem avea proiecte comune, putem lucra împreună, așa cum facem astăzi. Suntem aici nu numai ortodoxi, sunt aici pentecostali, sunt aici catolici, baptiști, poate că sunt aici și atei, pe care Dumnezeu îi iubește oricum. Right? Dar cred că trebuie să evităm gândirea aceasta, noi trebuie să fim toți la fel, să creăm o societate, o comunitate monolitică. În diversitate putem crea unitate și putem face o diferență.
Cineva vrea să mai adauge? Poate Anton, cum putem să, din punct de vedere practic, să ne organizăm, să aducem avantaj și locului care ne-a primit?
Mersi. O mică introducere o să fac și despre mine. Ați menționat despre funcția mea, sau menționat despre funcția mea, dar eu o să spun și anumite aspecte, în baza la ce o să spun și anumite gânduri care le am. Eu sunt absolvent al unui liceu din capitală, liceu român-francez Gheorghe Asache, și am avut beneficiul, luxul mereu de a învăța limba română și istoria românilor, cei ce n-au beneficiat toți în Republica Moldova. Un alt aspect care ar vrea să-l punctez, eu am și cetățenie României, dar n-am obținut-o pentru beneficii de travel, muncă, sociale, dar așa am considerat că e dreptate istorică. Deci, o mică introducere, cum văd eu cel puțin situația celor care sunt născuți în Republica Moldova. 3 categorii le văd eu. Cei care se consideră români, cei care se consideră moldoveni, dar din familie românească, și cei care se consideră moldoveni ca identitate separată față de români. Politica care a fost promovată de Uniunea Sovietică. Respectiv, pentru a face acțiuni comune, noi trebuie, în viziunea mea, noi trebuie să ținem cont de aceste aspecte, deoarece educația de acasă, chestii care au fost clădite în familie, ele acum se răsfrâng asupra generației sau când ești matur. Respectiv, eu consider ca și instituții consulat, noi ar trebui să promovăm proiecte educaționale, proiecte culturale, originile noastre comune, limbă, credință, cultură, istorie, este o bază solidă pentru cooperare. Noi această unitate trebuie să o transformăm într-o forță care poate să ne ajute atât din perspectivă de vizibilitate în țara gazdă, dar cât și să servească pentru a educa și a direcționa generațiile tinere.
Și ascultând puncte de vedere spirituale, să zic așa, church, bisericile sunt instituții oficiale, consulatele sunt instituții oficiale, o oportunitate stă și cu organizațiile, să zic așa, de NGOs, cum este și Romanian United Fund, cum Român la DC. Bogdan, tu ce părere ai? Pe lângă că știu că ai o legătură destul de aproape cu românii de peste Prut, care poți să menționezi dacă vrei, dar și din punctul tău de vedere, cum vezi că noi, prin colaborările care le putem face, putem să ne evidențiem și să creăm valoare aici în diaspora și la Statele Unite?
Deci, în primul rând, aș spune faptul că atunci când ești o organizație, dacă vrei să ai succes, trebuie să te gândești ca un serviciu, pentru că tu oferi un serviciu oamenilor cu care ești implicat, pe care încerci să-i atragi alături de tine. Noi am vrut să ne poziționăm ca și o organizație care a servit ca o punte
între acele fisuri care poate există în comunitățile românești. Anton a menționat, bineînțeles, aceste fisuri care există datorită unor realități obiective din Republica Moldova. Există și realități, fisuri în comunitatea românească, atât din punct de vedere confesional, dar și istoric, pentru că vorbim de niște generații și dacă ne uităm cine este astăzi în sală, am văzut foarte mulți veniți în ultima perioadă, dar dacă să întreb cine este născut aici în Statele Unite, o să vedem o primă mare fisură în comunitatea românească, pentru că acea generație care a fost născută aici, sau acum 2-3 generații, din păcate nu-i mai vedem astăzi ca fiind parte din ceea ce înseamnă comunitatea româno-americană. Și atunci, dacă vrem să fim o organizație de succes, trebuie să ne uităm la toți acei care sunt membrii constituenți și să le înțelegem realitatea din care vin ei și să încercăm să răspundem nevoilor și dorințelor pe care le au ei. Și un lucru care îl facem noi este să ne uităm. Sunt programe de limba română nu pentru cei care neapărat o stăpânesc sau poate că nu o stăpânesc din nou, dar care vor să fie aproape de ceea ce înseamnă cultura, limba românească. Vorbim de tradiții, pentru poate mulți oameni tradițiile românești sunt lucru necunoscut. Iar când vorbim de realitatea vis-a-vis de Republica Moldova, trebuie să fim conștienți de trauma pe care foarte mulți moldoveni au trăit-o într-o țară unde li s-a spus că nu sunt români, unde nu li s-a permis să-și folosească limba așa cum vroiau ei să-și o folosească și până nu de curând vorbeam de tot felul de eufemisme. Atunci când mergeai în Republica Moldova, vedeai orice pe anunțurile publice, numai limba română nu era și mi s-a părea tot timpul foarte ironic, având în vedere că Republica Moldova a fost cea care a stabilit prima oară Ziua Limbii Române, Ziua Limbii Naționale, imnul de stat al Republicii Moldova este limba noastră. Dar când mergeai în Republica Moldova, vedeai anunțuri unde spuneau căutăm angajați care vorbesc limba de stat, limba oficială, limba comună, dar aproape niciodată limba română. Pentru că era un element de divizaj în comunitatea de acolo și rămâne și aici. Și atunci trebuie să fii foarte atent în modul în care abordezi, încercând să înțelegi aceste diferențe și, așa cum menționau și antevorbitorii mei, să creezi acele punți.
Să stăm puțin pe acest subiect, pentru că avem puțin de lucru și aici, să ne menținem identitatea cu prezervarea limbii române. Deci, pe lângă oameni, o națiune e făcută și din simboluri, unul din el fiind limba, care cu toții o share. Deci și aici la noi tinerii încearcă să se integreze cât mai mult în societatea americană și eforturile vin din partea părinților să continue această identitate. Nu știu, Anton, în comunitatea românească de peste originară din Moldova, cum vezi tu educația asta că limba română trebuie continuată? Și există colaborări, poate, cu comunitatea română și chiar și cea din România.
Da. Părerea mea personală, eu tot sunt adeptul, trebuie să creăm punți. Eu consider că noi trebuie să începem de la aspecte legate de, în esență, în principal, limbă, predarea limbii române și accentul trebuie pus pe generații tinere. Noi avem exemplu care mie mi se pare destul de nice. Avem în Naperville o școală de weekend unde se predă limba română. Sunt 3 clase, unde o profesoară este din România și 2 profesoare sunt din Republica Moldova. E păcat că sunt destul de puțini copii care vin din familii care sunt originari din România, mai mulți din Republica Moldova. Dar iată așa, elemente eu cred că ar trebui susținute și eu știu că ei și-au mai aplicat și la fonduri și diferite fonduri din România. Eu, la fel, cred că trebuie să punem accent pe elemente sau sărbători care sunt comune și care ar putea să ne ajute să apropiem comunități, cum ar fi Ziua Culturii, ar fi mărțișor, ar fi Ziua ei și multe altele care am putea găsi astfel de exemplu. Eu sunt recent la Chicago, sunt de 4 luni, eu poate n-am reușit să cunosc foarte bine, mă bucur că în sală sunt și membri din comunitate care sunt și din Republica Moldova și cred că prin acești oameni noi trebuie să încercăm să construim totuși punți. Eu văd o divizare, văd diferite viziuni și iarăși ele sunt alimentate de ceea ce spuneam eu anterior. O politică promovată de către Uniunea Sovietică, care era, nu știu, axat pe rusificare și pe multe aspecte. Ele și până în prezent creează destul de multe elemente de diviziune, dar eu cred că unitatea noastră poate crea valoare adăugată și poate crea un efect sinergic. Și de aia, iarăși, o chestie pe care eu am remarcat-o, dar poate nu știu pe deplin, punți în domeniul business-ului trebuie să-l lăsăm un pic mai pe altă etapă. Eu cred că trebuie noi să ne concentrăm pe generația tânără. Eu cred că un avantaj mare ar putea fi că, cel puțin comunitatea noastră sunt foarte tineri, au copii mici. Comunitatea care se originează din România au copii și mai mari și la universitate. Poate ar putea fi create anumite proiecte în care chiar copiii să-i mentoreze sau să dea careva idei la ăștia mai mici. Cam în sensul ăsta, în direcția asta aș vedea eu.
Mulțumesc. Niște idei practice. Părinte Necula, ce părere aveți? Auziți așa cumva că sunt totuși niște tensiuni, să zic așa, că ați spus că toți vrem să fim șefi. Și...
Am spus asta, am spus că toată lumea îi privește pe ceilalți ca și cum ar fi angajaților. Asta e boală românească. Toți ne sunt datori cu câte ceva, în timp ce noi suntem foarte puțini datori celorlalți. De fapt, viața noastră e pe viață și pe moarte. Revin. Ce faceți aici e pe viață și pe moarte. Wake up! Deci, țineți minte că nu există niciun fel de altă relație între oameni decât aceasta în care spui sufletul pentru celălalt. Dacă nu se întâmplă asta, nu se întâmplă nimic. Duminică la biserica unde slujesc și voi sluji și mâine la Sfinții Împărați Constantin și Elena, a venit o familie în care din avion se vedea care este familia cu prichindeii basarabeni de acolo. Pentru că se simțea în ei atitudinea asta de oameni care încă mai așteaptă să rodească în ei bucuria. Asta are Basarabia și nu mai are România. România a ajuns suficient. Suntem așa de sus încât comentăm la toate cele. Dacă bate vântul, de ce bate vântul? Dacă nu bate vântul, de ce nu bate vântul? Dacă e ăla, de ce nu e ăla? Ne-am îmbolnăvit de cea mai greavă boală din lume. Suspicionita cronică și scenarita defetistă. Ceea ce am găsit eu în Basarabia a fost să respiri aerul. Niciodată în viața mea n-am crezut că am să plâng în fața unui car cu struguri. Uitasem cum miros strugurii. Ne-am oprit pe marginea drumului și acolo între oameni am binecuvântat, ne-am îmbrățișat și am plâns. Câtă vreme ne avem unii pe alții. Nu suntem străini. Străinii trec pe lângă noi. Când refuzăm să fim unii lângă ceilalți și să simțim inima mea bătând pentru inima celuilalt, suntem stăpânii propriilor noastre vise, stăpânii propriei noastre existențe. Nimeni nu poate dicta în arealul nostru de cunoaștere. Dacă vreți să faceți bine începând să creșteți pe copii, să nu privească numai cariera, numai A, B, C, numai Great University. Țineți minte, învățați-i să-și conducă viața atenți la limita lor, la dragostea voastră și la bucuria pe care o pot face oamenilor. Când copiii noștri ne produc bucurie, sunt mai valoroși decât faptul că vin cu o roabă de diplome acasă și nu ne mai sună. Copiii noștri sunt bucuria noastră, ori noi asta trebuie să transmitem. Iar societatea românească, prin definiție, este o societate a bucuriei. Când românii și-au pierdut bucuria, au devenit niște oameni triști. Când devii trist, strângi din dinți și devii amărât. Nu? Termen comun. Nu? Când ești amărât, nu mai ai gust de bucurie. Și trebuie să știți și încă un lucru și acum întind un pic coarda, dar o fac pe responsabilitatea mea. Să știți că noi suntem de mult împreună. Vă dau un exemplu, acum o să zâmbească arheologii mei prieteni. Cucuteniul, care e o leacă mai bătrân decât știm noi, când s-a pornit din câmpiile transilvane, a trecut Carpații, a cuprins zona aceasta de la Chiatra Neamț până dincolo de dânsa și a trecut Prutul și a ajuns până în Ucraina, ne spune că de fapt potmolul peste care a pus Hristos chipul lui e un potmol comun. Pe teritoriul în care Ștefan apăra 600.000 de moldoveni și se lupta cu imperii, în vremea cucutenilor trăiau 2 milioane de oameni. În vremea în care alte societăți multilateral dezvoltate își creșteau dinozaurii în libertate. Priviți spre muzeele de istorie ale lumii. Noi, niciunii dintre noi, nu suntem născuți în ridicatul prafului de pe copitele cailor cu borna de hotar legată de șa. Hotarul nostru e în pământ și în cer deopotrivă. Dacă învățăm asta copiii, suntem salvați. Dacă nu, intrăm în această molestare generală a profilului antropologic și ne pierdem lucrul cel mai important, sufletul. Cum zic moldovenii? Te îmbrățișez cu sufletul. Păi, ei știu ce zic. Noi știu ce zic? Zic ei. Noi știm? Care suflet? Because la 7 am plecat, mi-am băut 2 cafele pe drum, m-am întâlnit cu managerul, cu marketingul, m-am săturat zilele astea. Noi aici suntem într-un panel, am înțeles, ok? Deci toate cele le facem uitând de sufletul nostru. Și vă dau o temă. Când e 12 ziua aici, opriți-vă 3 minute și spuneți atât. Doamne, binecuvintează țara. Știe El pe care. Că stați cu picioarele aici și cu mintea acolo, fie vorba între noi. Și când ați plecat de acolo, ați venit cu morții prima dată. Dacă vă uitați pe pomenicele românilor, latura din dreapta e cea mai lungă. Morții vi-ați luat cu voi, că noi nu putem trăi fără morții noștri. Asta este și să facem. Învățați că nu vă puteți rupe de nicăieri. Iar rădăcina noastră, slavă Domnului, nu e în pământ. Noi suntem ca orhideele, zicea Virgil Gheorghiu. Suntem cu rădăcinile în cer. Care e partea de cer care vi se cuvine? Așa să învățați pe copii să privească unul altul.
Întotdeauna lecțiile istorice și cele de suflet pot să ne ghideze și să ne ancoreze în ceea ce ar trebui să ne focusăm. Și la universitatea la care predau eu, motoul lor este Cura Personalis, care este focusează-te pe întreaga persoană. Nu numai pe carieră, nu numai pe ceea ce faci zi cu zi, dar pe întreaga persoană.
Dacă eu îi întreb acum ce mai ții minte din latină din clasa 8 ăștia de vârsta mea, adică second generation of word, noi ținem minte aia cu dulce et decorum est pro patria mori. Țineți minte? Dulce et decorum est pro patria mori. Patria este locul care ți-a acordat dreptul de a muri pentru el. Așa s-ar traduce liber. De fapt zice, dulce și onorant este să mori pentru patrie. Patria este locul care te acceptă să mori pentru el.
Cu vorbe de Duh, deci răspunderea noastră este să educăm generațiile de români să continue români. Și mă întorc la Pastor Câmpean. Ce credeți, din experiența care o aveți în comunitate, cum credeți că programele de tineret, programele de voluntariat, de a face pentru alții, poate cel puțin atât cât faci pentru tine, cum credeți că astea aduc un aport la menținerea unei comunități strânse?
Este o întrebare foarte importantă, în special în comunitate aici. Vedeți, Hristos a venit să slujească, nu să fie slujit. Și Scriptura ne spune că într-o zi a luat un ștergar și a spălat picioarele ucenicilor care nu meritau. A slujit. Și apoi a spus comunității, faceți la fel. Cred că a sluji, a te implica în comunitate este un lucru foarte important și este o valoare pe care trebuie să o învățăm, să o predăm copiilor noștri. By the way, am auzit că avem 100 de tineri care slujesc astăzi, au pregătit asta și noi adulți ar trebui să le spunem thank you și să-i apreciem. Ce face slujirea sau implicarea, voluntariatul, în primul rând creează comunitate. Și trebuie să fie o comunitate generațională. Vedeți, tinerii vin cu energia lor. Populația aceasta adultă vine cu echilibru, sunt oameni echilibrați, oameni care au experiență, maturitate. Și avem nevoie și de bătrâni care vin cu empatia sau înțelepciunea lor și asta creează comunitate. De asemenea, vedeți, slujirea, voluntariatul și implicarea creează caracter. Creează caracter, le fortifică caracterul celor care slujesc. Vedeți, în America, it's all about me. Când slujești, este despre ceilalți, despre comunitate, despre ceilalți oameni și asta produce ceva special în caracterul nostru și ne ajută să ne formăm caracterul. Eu cu copiii noștri, la biserică și în familie, noi implicăm foarte mult. De când știu ceva, de când învaț să țin un aparat în mână, vrem să implicăm să slujească altora. Asta produce și confidență, produce caracter și de asemenea învață un spirit de caritate. Învață acest spirit de a da, de generozitate. De multe ori, cum spunea părintele, simțim că nouă românilor ni se cuvine. Vreau să spun în această dimineață, noi românii ca națiune suntem o națiune binecuvântată și noi care trăim în America suntem extrem de binecuvântați. Am ajuns la un nivel incredibil de prosperitate, de educație, de influență și este vremea să dăm și înapoi acestei națiuni și națiune de unde am venit și asta vine dintr-un spirit de caritate pe care noi trebuie să-l cultivăm de când sunt copiii mici și să-l practicăm toată viața.
Foarte frumos, mulțumesc! Bogdan, mă întorc la tine și suntem mulți cu voința de a ne implica, dar câteodată e greu să găsești timp. Nimeni nu avem timp. Timp, acel moment din zi în care te commit, ești acolo numai pentru a mobiliza comunitatea din experiența ta la DC, cu români din DC. Care sunt niște modalități eficiente de a aduna comunitatea și a-i mobiliza spre un gol unic?
În primul rând, aș spune că e nevoie să fii tu consecvent în ceea ce faci și să nu fii consecvent numai pe perioadă scurtă, ci pe perioadă lungă. Până la urmă, e important să te vadă lumea că ești transparent în ceea ce faci, pentru că suntem o comunitate care adeseori avem multe semne de întrebare, cârcotași, ca să nu folosesc neapărat cuvântul ăsta. Și atunci când tu ești transparent în ceea ce faci, când ești consecvent, când vii să răspunzi cerințelor și doleanțelor pe care le au oamenilor, poți să fii o organizație de succes. Și cred că aici este lucrul cel mai important și trebuie să recunoști efortul atunci când cineva își dedică timpul, când își dedică energia să fie alături de tine, când vor să facă ceva pentru comunitate. Și am fost invitat odată de domnul ambasador la o întâlnire cu consulii onorifici ai României și am spus că un lucru pe care poți să-l faci atât consulii onorifici și consulii plini ai României, dar și în general oficialitățile române, este să recunoască eforturile atunci când sunt făcute în comunitate, pentru că atunci când ești în poziția de a face ceva, cele mai multe ori îți auzi criticile nu auzi neapărat partea bună pentru ceea ce ai făcut. Criticile sunt bune, e locul lor, e nevoie de ele pentru că întotdeauna e loc de mai bine. Eu cred că atunci când într-o comunitate există mai multe organizații, când există o competiție, e un lucru bun. Poate nu tot timpul ești pe aceeași pagină cu oamenii respectivi, dar atâta timp cât lași loc de dialog, atâta timp cât ești dispus să vezi că nu toată lumea gândește ca tine, este loc de a crește. Și aș mai spune un lucru important, dacă vrem să fim o comunitate relevantă, unul din lucruri care trebuie în continuare să-l facem și nu-l facem, din păcate, până în acest moment, este să fim mult mai mult implicați în viața cetății în care trăim. Dacă vrem să fim buni creștini, dacă vrem să fim buni cetățeni, mergeți la vot. Mergeți la vot în România, mergeți, vă rog, la vot în Moldova pe 28 și neapărat mergeți la vot aici. Și nu numai să mergeți la vot, dar este important să știe lumea că noi existăm ca comunitate. Este important ca oamenii care ne reprezintă în această comunitate să știe care sunt doleanțele noastre, care sunt problemele care ne frământă pe noi și care sunt punctele anume pe care eu, ca comunitate românească, aș vrea să le duc atât pe oficialul local, cât și cel de la nivelul statului, dar mai ales pe cel la nivel federal, care să știe că sunt problemele noastre. Și, din păcate, n-am avut niciodată un român ales la o funcție federală. Sper să schimbăm asta. Din păcate, nu avem nici măcar la nivelul statelor prea mulți români care să ne reprezinte și din nou sper să schimbăm asta. Văd rolul bisericilor aici foarte important, pentru că bisericile sunt un catalizator extraordinar de mare și am încurajat mereu în dialogurile care le-am avut cu oficialii de la biserici să invite politicienii la ora aia socială de după biserică, să știe că există o comunitate atât de vibrantă pe care au văzut în multe biserici. Când avem un festival românesc, când avem un eveniment românesc, să punem pe cap de listă să vină și oficialii americani. Și am văzut asta de curând la festivalul din Reading, din Pennsylvania, și chiar m-am bucurat. Dar asta ar trebui să fie o normă, nu ar trebui să fie o excepție. Și dacă aș vrea să las lumea de aici cu un sfat, este participați în viața cetății în care trăiți, pentru că dacă nu suntem niște cetățeni buni, nu putem să fim și niște oameni vizibili în comunitățile noastre.
Spune noi, it takes a village. It takes a village. Auzim clopoțelul. Trebuie să întreb, vorbim de colaborare și noi ne identificăm ca români, avem Romanian heritage, dar nu suntem chiar toți la fel și asta e ok. Deci aparținem unei multitudini de identități, să zic așa. Părinte Necula, cum credeți că ar trebui sau ar putea colabora diferitele confesiuni, astfel încât să adreseze comunitatea, să susțină comunitatea română totală și indiferent de apartenență, dar în același timp să nu-și piardă acele comunități, identitățile lor, confesiunile lor unice?
Asta cred că numai Duhul Sfânt o poate rezolva. Adică noi putem să avem un penticostalism național ca să ne unească pe noi care nu suntem uniți la un grătar dormite înaintea Evangheliei și a Bibliei astea. Nu putem trăi din utopii. Ce putem să știm este că ne putem respecta unii pe ceilalți, că putem să ne întindem mâna atunci când e nevoie și că nevoia umană nu e confesională. Omul aflat în nevoie nu are confesiune, are nevoie. Omul aflat în derută nu are confesiune, e în derută, trebuie ajutat. Și dacă pornim de acolo, uite, faceți o universitate de vară a binelui făcut celorlalți. Strângeți-vă copiii la oaltă și cereți-le soluții. Băi, voi cum vedeți ideea asta să ne putem ajuta mai cinstit unii pe alții? Și e important ca oamenii care lucrează în biserică să privească în ochii oamenilor, nu în buzunarele lor, și când se privesc unul pe altul, să privească în ochii lor, nu în proiectele care le-ar putea face. Că cea mai bună definiție a prostului în limba română e că înțepenește în stare de proiect. De mâine postesc, de mâine mă rog, de mâine o să fac bani. Trebuie să încetăm cu ideea că de mâine, azi, biserica are totdeauna verbul, zice, astăzi este începutul mântuirii noastre. Astăzi. Ce lăsăm pe mâine? Mâine este o nouă zi, dar uneori n-apare.
E mâine. Prea mult de așteptat. Pastor Câmpean.
Eu o să spun ceva foarte pragmatic. Adevărul e că sunt bariere între colaborarea între diferite confesiuni. Primul lucru este ignoranța. Faptul că nu ne cunoaștem suficienți. Probabil că sunt unii aici, eu sunt penticostal și unii sunt aici și se uită la mine, cuvântul ăsta poate e nou sau l-au auzit în derizoriu și spun ăsta e sectant. Problema este că nu ne cunoaștem suficient și atunci nu putem coopera, pentru că privim diferit unii la ceilalți. Am spus cuiva, eu sunt penticostal și sunt 700 de milioane de penticostali în jurul lumii. Persoana aceea a rămas șocat. De unde? Cum? Știți de ce? Pentru că nu petrecem suficient timp să ne înțelegem. Să înțeleg mai bine, de exemplu, eu ca penticostal ortodox. Eu am născut ortodox, toată familia mea a devenit mai târziu de o altă confesiune, dar făcând un efort să ne înțelegem, să cunoaștem despre ceilalți, va conduce, de fapt, la cooperare. Un alt lucru poate este infatuarea, aroganța, sunt și alte lucruri pe care aș menționa, timpul este scurt, inflexibilitatea, invidia. Toți avem o problemă cu infatuarea, cu aroganța. Vreau să vă spun, o spun adesea asta, sau din când în când măcar, un fel de anecdotă. Este post-umanitate. Era un rai, erau adunați foarte mulți îngeri, credincioși din toate confesiunile, foarte mulți ortodoxi și mai mulți baptiști, câțiva catolici și cineva a sesizat, un pastor baptist a sesizat, nu sunt aici penticostale. Și un înger le-a spus, vorbiți mai încet că ei sunt în altă cameră, dacă aud că sunteți aici, pleacă imediat din rai. Uneori asta se întâmplă. Uneori asta se întâmplă cu noi. Credem că suntem prielnic să ne înțelegem mai bine, să ne înțelegem diferențele și să lucrăm în lucrurile care ne unesc. Mulțumesc!
Părinte Necula, ce ați spus înainte? Că nu sunt singuri,
singuri.
toți
Deci trebuie
rămas.
să înțelegem că suntem în rai, dar nu ne prindem întotdeauna. Folosiți raiul ăsta în care stați. Sigur că e stresant, sigur. Păi, oameni buni, terminați cu supărări inutile, cu bârfe inutile, cu micimi. Sunteți oameni în toată firea, ce Dumnezeu. Viața noastră e înaintea noastră, iar viața noastră e în inima noastră și e Dumnezeu. Țineți de El. Dați-i drumul înainte.
Mulțumim. Am văzut baloane, nu mai sunt numere pe ecran, așa încât o să fac un... Eu am cerut contingency, am pe cineva acolo care s-ar putea să mai găsească 5 minute. Dar o ultimă întrebare cu care să ne lăsați așa, nu chiar un cuvânt, dar poate o singură propoziție așa, să lăsați audiența cu un sfat, o vorbă de duh, ceva cu care să plece acasă, să vadă, să uite în viitor cu pozitivitate spre un viitor mai de succes și mai unit. Poate începem aici?
Da. O să spun o propoziție relativ scurtă, dar este un citat. M-am gândit că mai puternice cuvinte decât cuvintele mele sunt cuvintele pe care le găsim în Scriptură și în special cuvintele, aș putea spune, acelei mai briliante minți de la Hristos încoace, Pavel din Tars. Orice faceți, dragi români, orice ați face, cu cuvântul sau cu lucrul, toate să le faceți în numele Domnului Isus și prin El să mulțumiți lui Dumnezeu Tatăl. Fiecare român poate să spune, toate le pot într-o Hristos, Cel care mă întărește. Amen.
Mulțumim. Părinte Necula.
O să copiez. Țineți minte imnul dragostei din Corinteni, Sfântul Apostol Pavel, ultima propoziție spune așa, dragostea nu cade niciodată. Spuneți-vă mai des că sunteți nemuritori. Asta vă va obliga să vă iubiți.
Foarte frumos, mulțumim. Anton?
Desigur, am venit cu un mesaj, cu un element legat de divizări, politica care a fost promovată și acțiunile prezente a persoanelor conștient sau inconștient pot alimenta și crea bucurie la cineva care vrea să facă rău. De-aia eu sunt adeptul că trebuie să fim împăcați cu noi însine și în fața lui Dumnezeu. Și apelul meu sau mesajul care aș vrea ultim să-l spun e că unitatea poate reprezenta o putere dacă noi tradițiile noastre comune le-am materializa în proiecte concrete, direcționate către tineri generații și prin această putere, unitate, să putem să ne manifestăm sau să ne poziționăm, să devenim mai vizibili în țara gazdă, adică aici în Statele Unite. Mersi.
Mulțumesc, Anton. Bogdan.
Mi-e greu să spun ceva mai frumos decât au spus doi oameni care l-au citat pe Dumnezeu, dar aș vrea să revin la ceva care a spus părintele mai devreme. Când suntem frumoși și când suntem urâți. Și vă las cu un gând. Noi suntem mai frumoși când suntem mândri de faptul că suntem români. Noi suntem mai frumoși când vorbim limba română. Și suntem mai frumoși când împărtășim ceea ce este frumos despre țara noastră, despre cultura noastră, cu prietenii noștri americani. Mulțumesc!
Haideți să fim cu toții frumoși, să să colaborăm din ce în ce mai mult, să rămânem uniți și vă mulțumesc tare mult pentru contribuțiile generoase la dialogul nostru și haideți cu toții să ne uităm înainte împreună, să construim un viitor puternic împreună și să fim mai pozitivi. Că asta suntem mult mai frumoși când suntem pozitivi.
Doamna, pot să mai zic ceva?
Vă rog, foarte pe scurt.
Foarte pe scurt. Vreau să vă readuc aminte de un vers pe care cred că îl știți. Deșteaptă-te, române. Nu spune deșteptați-vă, români. Deșteaptă-te, române. Fiecare pentru țară sunteți deșteptarea ei. Fiecare român deșteptat e o Românie care se deșteaptă. La modul real, nu megalitic-oligofrenic, ci pur și simplu cu putere pentru țară. Aici, toți, suntem un singur piept. În el se lovește, în el se câștigă, cu el bate mai departe țara. Nu vă mințiți. De acasă s-au uitat toți la voi. Și cei care au murit. Stați cu minți.
Deșteaptă-te, române. Mulțumim frumos. Și acum îl voi invita pe colegul meu, Florin Pricop, în scenă, să vorbească despre un proiect foarte drag nouă.
După cum vedeți, ne-am suflecat un pic mâinile ca să slujim, cum a zis pastor Câmpean, că noi ar trebui să slujim comunitatea și așa că o să o slujim. Toți care nu mă știu, mă numesc Florin Pricop, sunt președintele la Camera de Comerț din Chicago și am onoarea ca să împart această scenă cu domnul consul onorific Radu Crăciun. Poți să te numesc Radu? Ok, mai bine. Radu și cu mine continuăm panelul care a fost mai înainte despre comunitate. Ce putem face noi ca și comunitate, ce proiecte putem să colaborăm împreună și să dezvoltăm. Un singur proiect care putem îl face și ne gândim la anul următor este că cred că pastor Câmpean a început un pic să spună ce putem face pentru generația mai în vârstă. Avem aici un summit despre tineret, noi suntem cu toți aici, dar generația bătrână care a adus toate tradițiile românești, au adus mâncare românească, folclorul românesc și toate peste oceane, a fost un pic uitată. Să ne gândim ca să facem o inițiativă sau un proiect anul următor intitulat Romanian Senior Connect. Acest proiect va ajuta la colaborarea între generații mai tinere cu generația mai în vârstă, unde generația mai în vârstă trebuie mult mai educată, nu toți, mult mai educată cu tehnologia, unde ei poate să țină legătura cu prietenii ori cu familiile lor din România. Vom introduce de asemenea activități de sănătate, wellness, programe de mentorat între generații și chiar putem construi legături între generațiile care au fost născute aici și nu sunt încă în legătură cu comunitatea românească. Dar pentru această investiție avem nevoie de toți. Avem nevoie de comunitate în general, avem nevoie de familii, de voluntari, biserici ori comunități, unde trebuie să ne ajute la sprijinirea acestui proiect. O să vorbim mai mult despre chestia asta în următorii câte 3, 4, 5 luni, dar vreau să dau cuvântul și lui Radu să vorbească despre un proiect care l-au făcut în New Jersey și după aceea, dacă cineva vrea să aducă toți voluntarii, vrem să le mulțumim la voluntari, dacă poate să-i aducă undeva pe acolo, pe sus, în sală, cât o să vedem un film de 2 minute.
Ceea ce ați văzut nu este în Maramureș. Este Maramureșul de New Jersey. Și vreau să încep printr-un citat. Nu trăim într-o țară, trăim într-o limbă. Limba română este patria mea. Un citat din Cioran. Ce ați văzut este o realizare a comunității românești din New Jersey, la care sufletul a fost părintele Ionuț, care a catalizat această comunitate și a adus-o împreună. A pus pasiune, a pus tot. Însă, dânsul fără comunitate nu ar fi putut face ceea ce ați văzut. În ultima instanță, noi, comunitatea, ne-am suflecat mânecile și ne-am pus la treabă și am construit. Eu am fost parte din acea echipă. Mi-am folosit tot ce am învățat în anii de dinainte. Au fost avocați, au fost constructori, au fost electricieni, au fost instalatori. Toți au făcut din dragoste pentru România. Cred că nu totdeauna românii se recunosc prin a fi despărțiți. Se poate și împreună. Și când suntem împreună și suntem într-un fel uniți pentru a face un proiect, reușim. Cu asta mulțumesc foarte mult și vă doresc succes să aveți multe proiecte din astea. Aceasta este o biserică în stil maramureșan în New Jersey și vă așteptăm la noi. Avem și festivale, cum Bogdan spunea, trebuie să fim activi. Mulțumesc foarte mult!
Cum ați văzut, nu am spus bună ziua sau bună dimineața la nimeni, că am lăsat acum să spunem. Vrem să vă mulțumim la toți care ați venit aici, la invitații noștri și VIP-urile. Dar în continuare vrem să mulțumim la niște oameni care și-au dedicat luni întregi, timp pierdut de la familiile lor. Ei sunt voluntari. Ore întregi, poate sute întregi care au participat venind să vadă sala asta de 3-4 ori, unul din ei sunt eu, și tot tineretul care i-ați văzut când ați intrat și au făcut, cum se numește, un lucru foarte extraordinar. Aș vrea să-i aplaudăm, să ridicem picioare toți voluntarii, dar toți voluntarii, să ridicem picioare, să-i vedem. And last but not least, sponsorii. Vrem să le mulțumim la toți sponsorii pentru dedicația care ne-au dat-o nouă de a lucra cât mai mult, pentru că știm că cineva e în spatele nostru. E greu ca să suni pe cineva și să spui, am nevoie de $500, am nevoie de $1,000, am nevoie de 2500, dar o facem și pe asta. Sunăm mereu, toți care mă știu anul, sau asta e a 3-a ediție, am participat la toate 3, anul ăsta n-am făcut parte din sponsorship, e greu să suni oamenii pentru bani, dar pentru la anul, ca să avem o sală ca asta, am dorit mult mai mulți sponsori. Să încă o dată mulțumim sponsorilor noștri. Este nevoie cu adevărat de o întreagă comunitate pentru a aduce la viață un eveniment ca acesta. Suntem recunoscători fiecăruia dintre noi. Numai împreună putem realiza mai mult. Împreună creăm oportunități, generăm succes și întărim comunitatea. Mulțumesc mult și vă doresc o zi frumoasă în continuare.
Poftă bună!
Mulțumim pentru urare, încă nu am ajuns însă la prânz. Îl așteptăm cu interes pe Mihai Lehene. Are un scurt moment în care ne va prezenta un proiect, după care vom lua pauza de prânz. Mulțumesc!
Despre Globul România, ce înseamnă comunitatea atât de aici cât și comunitatea globală a românilor.
Let me see. Can you hear me? This works just fine. Closer to the mic? How about this? All right. The title of our summit is From Vision to Action. Now, as we met for the first time 2 years ago, we just got introduced to each other and we started getting to know each other. Second year, it was easier. We started making plans. This year, what we believe, it is time for us to transition to action. Now, some people ask me, what does that even mean? How are we supposed to do that? And what are we even supposed to do in between the summits? So I decided to answer these questions. And in the next 5 minutes, what I'd like to show you is how our organization can help you get your ideas, your initiatives, and your projects off the ground. As we started our foundation 7 years ago, we were motivated by a single core belief that our generation can become one of the most consequential and impactful diaspora generations in history if we only learned how to work together and collaborate with each other. Our vision is one where the diaspora drives transformative change and shapes a brighter future for our nation. Now, some of my friends recently told me that this is utopian. I believe they're in this room. They told me that oil and water do not mix. And I have to admit, it is sometimes difficult to bring people from every end of the spectrum to the same table. So I believe we should start this endeavor by first looking at the reasons why our diaspora continues to be fragmented and divided in spite of the best efforts of our community leaders. Now, these reasons are complex and diverse, and they range from historical, cultural, religious, to social and psychological, and it doesn't help us that we have what I would call a weak community infrastructure. Now, when I say weak community infrastructure, I mean the fact that there are relatively few truly unifying organizations, initiatives, and projects that bring all of us together. I talk about the fact that there continues to be a certain lack of trust in associations and in associating in general, in working with each other. And I talk about the fact that there's limited, what I would call, transnational leadership. And this is not in the least due to the fact that the Romanian government, as we've heard here earlier today, has invested little in the formation of structured diaspora networks, leaving communities to fend for themselves without long-term support. And we all hope that this is going to change. Now, between optimism and pessimism, we choose hope. Between disconnecting completely or talking and complaining incessantly about the status quo, we choose action. And I'm asking you here today for help and support in building a new kind of community. But what I recognize is that before asking you for anything, my job here is to tell you how I can help you and how our organization can help yours. So RUF, which is Romanian United Foundation, the organization that I lead, has been busy in the past 2 years trying to get off the ground an online community platform that we call Global Romania. And we call it Global Romania because we hope that this is a community for all of us, not only for RUF. This is a collaborative platform that allows you to bring forward your ideas, your initiatives, your projects, so you can pitch them to our community, to our larger community, ask for support, and you can even join existing projects. And yes, I have to make another admission. 2 years is a long time. But just like with any other project, things just take, this is just complicated. However, one thing that I'm happy to report today is that our platform is alive. And it's available in beta format for anybody that wishes to join. And we're launching it officially on December 6th. And I'd like to take this opportunity to invite all of you to the RUF Gala taking place this year. Now, thank you. Really looking forward to having you back. What I believe is most important is not that we're launching this platform, but what's going on in there. And you've seen these, and you've heard about some of these projects today that we're supporting. One of them, the Romanian American Heritage Award, you're going to hear a lot about very soon. You've heard about Mentlink and Rose Scholars, which is a mentorship opportunity for college students, and a scholarship program. These are ideas that were brought forward by our young community of students. They thought of these projects, they run these projects, and they came forward, they pitched them to us, and we offer them our support. But what I want to tell you is that RUF is today and forever offering our support for your initiatives, regardless of where you are, regardless of who you are. And when I mean support, I mean our staff, our volunteers, our microgrants program. We've just increased it from $10,000 to $20,000 in total, and we offer microgrants of several $100s to your projects, to student clubs all over the country. But I want to leave you with a word of caution. You're going to hear today about BioMentor Hub, the project that plans to build a biotech lab in Romania. You will hear from community chambers, you will hear about business initiatives and investor clubs. Every one of these ideas will remain just that, discussions and dreams on a piece of paper, without our direct involvement, without your support, without your knowledge, without your connections, without your volunteering time, and without your funding. Now, as we move to close this, what I'd like to say is that the summit, our organizations, our community, and our entire diaspora should be judged by one single metric, which is our impact. And as we come back to future editions of the summit, I'd like you to look back and measure our results. And while I hope that the Romanian Community Summit will become the launching pad for the best crowdsourced community ideas, what I hope is that Global Romania will become your platform of choice, where these ideas come to life and push our community forward. Thank you. What am I supposed to announce now?
I can do it if you agree. No, that's fine.
Thank you.
I don't need to be on the stage all the time.
Thank you one more time.
Thank you. We would like, before we go to lunch, we would like to acknowledge two more sponsors that made this event possible. First of all, Sunrise, and I don't know, I'm talking in English because m-au saluat de la tine. Sunrise este un microunivers format din sate de vacanță, unde sentimentul de libertate și siguranță este acasă. Îl invităm acum pe scenă pe domnul Lucian Valea să ne spună câteva cuvinte despre acest minunat proiect.
Bună ziua încă o dată și înainte să mă și prezint, să știți că la granița dintre datorită și din cauza celor spuse de domnul profesor preot Nicula, mi-am cam schimbat perspectiva vorbelor mele, dar în sensul bun, și înainte de toate mi-am dat seama că sunt un neoțăran și sunt foarte mândru să văd atât de mulți români care să facă o treabă extraordinară pentru România. În al doilea lucru care mi l-am schimbat, tot din cauză și datorită domnului profesor, este că în ceea ce facem noi, de fapt, mi-am dat seama că prin binecuvântarea lui Dumnezeu aducem o bucată din mireasma lui Dumnezeu în România și pe acest pământ. Și cum o facem? Dezvoltăm sate de vacanță cu case din lemn de stejar vechi de peste 100 de ani în care au trăit niște familii extraordinare cu anumită încărcătură emoțională, în care, bineînțeles, tradițiile și tot ce înseamnă turismul rural îl aducem la viață, în care centrele de echitate și spațiile de joacă pentru copii aduc bucuria atât românilor cât și străinilor din afară sau românilor ca și dumneavoastră care se reîntorc în țară. Foarte pe scurt, și cu asta vreau în același timp și să închei, este o mare binecuvântare să putem turismul rural să-l aducem în viață. Îi mulțumesc încă o dată fiecăruia dintre românii care ne sunt alături, pentru că în acest proiect care am plecat în 2020, dincolo de că familia mea s-au alăturat încă 5 familii, dintre care 2 din România și 3 din Statele Unite și din Chicago, care se contribuie la cea de-a doua locație care este în Breb, Maramureș, după prima locație care e în Sighetul Marmației și fără sentimentul de comuniune, cel participativ care îl văd tot mai prezent și mai real în sânul comunităților, fie că în United States sau că în Europa, în comunitățile de diaspora, nu cred că aș fi reușit să fiu astăzi aici. În același timp, cred în acest extraordinar de mare potențial care îl avem noi toți împreună. Încă o dată, mi-ar face deosebită plăcere să ne treceți pragul, pentru că tot ceea ce facem dintr-o identitate pură românească. În același timp știu că nimic nu e întâmplător, pentru că până acum 5 ani de zile făceam totalmente altceva în alte industrie și am ajuns cumva într-un loc foarte special pe nume Maramureș, bineînțeles, într-o formă sau alta, mai în glumă sau mai în serios, dus de soția mea acolo și să putem face astăzi în prezent ceea ce facem, de a reînvia turismul rural românesc, dar nu doar reînvia, ci să-l ducem la un nivel care îi este locul atât național cât și internațional. Mulțumesc încă o dată și în încheiere vreau să vă urez din toată inima să faceți ce știți să faceți mai bine și atât profesional cât și în sensul comunitar, să ne adunăm și să ne unim împreună. Mulțumesc!
Și rămânând cu gândul la vacanță, o invit în scenă din nou pe doamna Georgiana Merdariu pentru a ne prezenta momentul de sponsor, Dolly Brook.
Fără doamna a venit și Georgiana, iată îmi revine această bucurie să vorbesc de Dolly Brook. Am aici în mână, este un pliant pe care îl găsiți la masa sponsorilor și vă rog cu încredere să-l luați și să-l scanați și să vedeți exact ce oferă acest minunat resort. Aș vrea doar să știți că acționariatul este în totalitate românesc. Sunt 4 acționari români foarte inimoși și dedicați care au transformat acest loc în ceva de poveste. Un frate al Sunrise, dar în Michigan, de data aceasta, este în Michigan, între 2 orașe foarte faine, se numesc Saugatuck și South Haven. Dacă nu ați fost, vă încurajez. Apropo, cei din sală, prezenți, câți ați fost la Dolly Brook de aici? Vă rog să ridicați o mână. Și acum vă rog, tare mult, să povestiți în stânga, în dreapta, în cel puțin 5 persoane, ce experiență ați avut acolo. Pentru că doar așa se poate duce mai departe vorba și doar așa se poate înțelege ce înseamnă Dolly Brook. Eu am trăit acolo niște zile cu familia extraordinar de frumoase și vă invit să petreceți la fel, fie că e vorba de familie, fie că e vorba de un grup de party. Nu vă dă nimeni afară la 11-12 noaptea, ca în restaurantele din Chicago. Acolo puteți să stați să petreceți până în zori de zi, puteți să faceți foc de tabără, puteți să folosiți piscina, sunt terenuri de pickleball, de basket, de volei. Este o zonă liniștită și care poate să vă ofere tot cadrul necesar, fie că vreți să vă distrați, fie că vreți să meditați, fie că vreți să lucrați sau să faceți retreat. Noi am avut acolo retreat-ul organizației anul trecut, a fost extraordinar de frumos. Sunt discounturi pe care le oferă Dolly Brook pentru grupuri mai mari sau mai mici, așadar intrați și informați-vă, este un loc care chiar merită să-l vizitați. Mulțumesc tare mult și mulțumim Dolly Brook pentru susținere și anul acesta. Este un susținător desăvârșit care nu se dezminte și vine alături de noi de fiecare dată. Mulțumim tare mult!
Și așa încheiem prima parte a summitului nostru. Vreau doar să vă spun că suntem cu 30 de minute în întârziere. Asta nu înseamnă că vom face rabat de la mâncare, pentru că suntem români. Asta înseamnă doar că ne vom revedea aici la ora 2 fix. Vă mulțumesc frumos!
as you can tell, I was not
Testing 1 2, microphone test. Test 1 2. Check 1 2. Check. Test 1 2, microphone test. I'm replacing this microphone with an actual podium.
Are we okay with the
I don't know
batteries for these? For the rest of the day? Because the plan was to charge them.
We can put them for half an hour.
Yes.
Few of them.
This will be on
Dear participants, we kindly ask you to come back to the main room, to the auditorium, so that we resume the activities. We'll have the community awards and the students awards ceremonies. Thank you very much.
pregătească, să zicem, la dragul său.
You're right, this one's still good.
We will, yeah, after this.
We invite all participants to join us for the next session in the auditorium. Please take a seat. We have some very good awardees, both for the community leader as well for students. They are already lined up and they are very eager, and I don't want to make them wait any longer for the rest of the attendees. Thank you for your understanding, and please head to the auditorium so we can tune you. We also have people watching us on the live stream. We are already more than half an hour late, and we want them. There are a lot of parents that want to see their kids getting their awards. So let's try to cooperate and have everybody back in the room as soon as possible. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Well, well, well. The shortest and most impactful moment of the summit, I heard, just arrived. I'm here to present the Community Awards for 2025. I'm Angie Mate. It is my pleasure. Last year, at our summit last year, we introduced the idea of the Community Awards, a new tradition to recognize and celebrate the outstanding individuals who embody the spirit, value, and the heart of our Romanian community. This year, in 2025, we had a lot of amazing nominations from the community in Chicago and beyond. This year's marks, I think I'm just gonna skip this because I was told I only have a couple minutes. So I'm just gonna start introducing the inaugural Community Awards. First up is the Future Maker Award. This is presented to Boris Budak, a young leader who made significant contributions to the Romanian community in Sacramento. Thank you. He is watching us live. Hi, Boris. Boris created a very strong culture there, and he's sharing our live stream with the entire culture right now, so thank you for that too. So Boris is a young leader who made significant contributions to the Romanian community in Sacramento, fostering unity, pride, and a sense of belonging. This young leader exemplifies a perfect balance between tradition and modern vision. Congratulations, Boris. Since he was not able to come in person, he was kind enough to send us his remarks. Let's listen. No? We can't hear.
Partners.
Oh.
Thank you for the Future Maker Award, and thank you to the Romanian Community Summit Organizing Committee and partners. I wish I could be there. Nonetheless, greetings from Sacramento, California. At the Romanian Community Center of Sacramento, I've led IT and numerous cultural events, as well as the annual festival, which over the last 25 years has grown to the largest Romanian cultural event on the West Coast. My goal is to blend tradition with modern tools so the next generation is proud of our roots. Lastly, I want to thank our volunteers, our board, and my family. I couldn't do it without them. Thank you all, and I hope you have a successful summit.
Thank you. Our next award is the Organizational Leadership Award, honoring an individual's amazing impact on the community made through personal efforts and unwavering dedication. This individual's contribution and leadership at Logos Christian Academy have enabled students to grow academically while embracing a biblical worldview. Please join me in congratulating Mr. Larry Morg.
I can speak in English, but I think being a Romanian summit, I'm going to switch to Romanian. Is that okay with everybody? Vă mulțumesc din suflet pentru acest premiu. Școala Română Creștină funcționează din 1994 și probabil că aproape 400 de copii au absolvit liceul acolo și s-au dus în lume și duc numele comunității românești mai departe și sperăm și al credinței și al lucrurilor frumoase. Am fost sincer și am fost foarte tentat să nu accept acest premiu pentru că nu-l merit. Când alegeți pe cineva, poate că merită. Eu nu simt că merită acest premiu, pentru că sunt doar un om obișnuit pe care Dumnezeu l-a plasat în circumstanțe neobișnuite, înconjurat de oameni deosebiți și de o comunitate incredibilă. Biblia spune, funia împletită în trei nu se rupe ușor. În seara aceasta nu stau aici singur, ci ca parte din această funie puternică la care au contribuit foarte mulți. Împletită prin Harul lui Dumnezeu, în primul rând, și prin echipa din spatele școlii, care e o echipă extraordinară. Școala Creștină Română Logos are oameni foarte dedicați, care nu vin acolo nici pentru salarii, nici pentru alte avantaje, ci numai din sacrificiu. Și de asemenea și prin minunata contribuție a incredibilei comunități românești din zona Chicago. De aceea am hotărât să primesc acest premiu, dar nu pentru mine, ci în numele lui Dumnezeu, care merită toată gloria, în numele vostru al tuturor și în numele echipei care stă în spate. Vă mulțumesc! Domnul să vă binecuvânteze!
Dacă doriți să rămâneți pe scenă pentru Next, we're celebrating impact through excellence. This award recognizes an individual for his remarkable contributions to the Romanian community through education, mentoring, and philanthropy. As the founder of the exceptional platform RUF, this individual not only created opportunities for the Romanian community in Chicago and beyond, but also helped tear down walls and build bridges between casă și acasă for the communities in diaspora. We heard earlier today that that's our plan, to tear down walls and build bridges. Here this individual started this for us. With gratitude and appreciation, we congratulate Mihai Lehene.
Thank you, guys. I wish you had waited another 10 years for this. But what I want to say is I think it's truly an honor to work with all these wonderful people that made this possible and everything that we do on a daily basis. And it's an inspiration to work with your kid and a privilege to inspire next generation. So thank you very much for this chance, and looking forward to all of them to be on stage here with us today. Thank you.
Last but not least, we're celebrating the individual leadership. This award is bestowed upon an individual whose exceptional leadership tirelessly serves his people, his nation, and the global community, creating a lasting impact on both sides of the Atlantic. The 50 States One Community Tour and his efforts to secure Romania's inclusion in the U.S. visa waiver program are just a few examples of his unwavering commitment to enhancing the relationship between Romania and the United States. With gratitude and appreciation, please join me in congratulating His Excellency, Ambassador Andrei Muraru, as this Individual Leadership Award recipient.
Dragi prieteni, sunt profund recunoscător pentru acest premiu. El onorează nu doar munca mea, ci și spiritul care ne unește, români și româno-americani, precum și echipa care m-a ajutat în toți acești ani. În turneul 50 de state, o comunitate, deja în 30 de state, am simțit peste tot energia voastră. Energia voastră bună. Această energie mă inspiră și vă mulțumesc din suflet. Mulțumesc!
Acum mă gândeam cum să vă spun că am făcut o greșeală, dar Părintele Necula zicea că suntem frumoși atunci când recunoaștem. Recunosc, am greșit și am uitat. Avem un award pe care nu l-am prezentat. Scuzați-mă. The award is Stewards of the Roots Award. And I apologize. Îmi pare foarte rău, nici nu știu în ce limbă să vorbesc, vă spun în English. We're continuing our celebration with Steward of the Root Award, honoring an individual's outstanding efforts to promote and preserve the Romanian culture and heritage. This individual has created opportunities for young artists to refine their unique talents by offering affordable training and mentoring for students. He made sure this training is accessible to the community through the Chicago Summer Opera Organization. Please join me in congratulating Codruț Bârsan. I am so sorry.
Well, hello everybody. I am surprised, very surprised, but honored and very nervous. I like singing better than talking in front of people. But anyhow, again, I'm very surprised and honored to be here. And basically what am I doing? I'm just sharing the talent that God gave me to make music. And I hope from now on I'll make music with all of you more and more. Thank you very much.
After we take a picture with the award recipient, we're going to welcome Simona and company to the stage to present the American National Heritage Awards.
Am primit o sticlă de pălincă.
Hello, everyone. My name is Simona Vasile, and I'm super grateful to be here today because I represent over 100 people who made the Romanian American National Heritage Awards possible. We're in our 9th edition, and next year is going to be the 10th. So we invite you from now to participate in the next year's edition because it's going to be even bigger and better than this year. Nevertheless, this year was a big wow event. Last year we had 53 participants. This year we had 95. We doubled the number, and not only that, we had kids from 19 states. What you see behind me are half of them, okay? And we're very grateful that they made a trip and they came from all corners of the United States to be here with us today. This event is not possible without a long list of partners and supporters, so please allow me to read them. Iulian Kalinov and ARC Seattle from American Romanian Cultural Society have created this event 9 years ago. FORA has taken over for the last 2 years, and for some of you who do not know what FORA means, they are the Federation of Romanian American Associations, and it almost wants to be a UN of our Romanian communities in the US. Of course, no event and no support without RUF, so we are very grateful to the Romanian United Foundation for all they have done for RAHA. Romanpro, Romanian American Professionals, Romanians of DC, Alianța, Românul Corp, Institutul Cultural Român, the General Consulate of Romania to New York, Immigration Research Forum, Together to Help, ROCO, Romanian Community Center from Chicago, and of course, not least, the Embassy of Romania to the United States of America, with special thanks to the ambassador, have been huge supporters of this project. When you have to review 95 kids, where all it matters is the heart, as you heard earlier, it's very hard to categorize them. We had 6 independent reviewers who looked at their applications and their essays, and we had over 20 criteria on which we gave those awards. It was tough. The kids behind you are amazing, amazing. They've done incredible things. And all we can say is that it was an opportunity to see what they have done in their communities, meaning they're a reflection of our communities in the US. Big kudos to them. Some of the names we should mention is Diana Barbu, Ana Băcioiu, Dragoș Iliescu, Dragoș Hou, și Alina Oznaga. Big thank you for making sure that this competition was actually as successful as well as objective as much as we could won. Special thanks to the Romanian United Foundation for hosting this ceremony this year. I think it was a multiplier, and we're very lucky to combine it with the RO Summit, and for those kids to listen to all the speeches earlier, which I think were very inspirational. We have student ambassadors and leaders of communities and amazing heroes for us as a community workers, and we're very grateful to be among you today. I also want to emphasize the fact that We are going to have a Youth for Youth Summit right after this ceremony. The kids are going to go into a room the way you enter, to the right, going up. This is a bit of a logistical announcement. There is a beautiful room that Romanian IT Foundation has given us, where the kids on the podium right now are going to do their own event, where they have the opportunity to lead their own discussions and learn from each other and know each other better. Considering I've been to some of those events before, I can tell you that those type of events create a long-lasting bond, and those kids will meet again with pleasure and they'll stay friends forever. So thank you for creating this opportunity. I want to thank someone in particular, and that's the parents. Believe it or not, you matter, and what you do with your kids has been fully reflected on their application. And we have not been saved by the insight that people with more economic power were able to do more things with their kids. So as a result, our work is not done. We need to strengthen our communities so our kids are stronger on their own merits. We really, really want to thank you for building kids, bright, hardworking, caring, and very talented in everything they do. And we're very, very proud of every single one of them. So now, with no further ado, I want to tell you the next step. So the awards will be handed for each child present by His Excellency, the Ambassador of Romania to the US, Mr. Muraru. And I would like to thank him sincerely for his support. I know the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been here, and everybody has provided her with feedback on your tenure in the US. You have been absolutely instrumental for this program, and we want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for all your support. So no further ado, the esteemed Ambassador. Thank you so much. We have some helpers, so some of the student ambassadors will come in with the diplomas, and it's a whole process we engineered just to make sure that we don't screw this up. Because we only want to call in the kids who are here present, although we have published every year all the other kids who are not present in Chicago. So we're going to start with the national, I don't know if you would like to say a couple of words now or at the end, before we do the picture. At the end, okay. When everybody has their diplomas, that's great. So the first category was National Platinum Awards. The first winner is Anna Gushets from Illinois. Bianca Zanfirescu, Illinois. Bogdan Felix Jones. David Andrei Bora. David Oznaga. Diana Alexandra Smarandache, Texas. Dinu Antonescu, New Jersey. Isabel Kampfer, Washington State. Justin Luputz, Illinois. Marina Diaconu, Connecticut. Petru Matei Busu. Now the national gold winners. Bianca Cantemir, Illinois. David Beniuc, Illinois. Ella Ciucur, New York. Emma Militaru, Illinois. Hera Gârbician, Illinois. Horea Dobrean Urzică Pop, Illinois. Irina Guț. Izabela Suciu. Leo Ciucur, New York. Nicolas Andrei Moigradan. Sebastian Matei, Connecticut. Christian Peterson, Connecticut. Damian Sofronie. I will start calling them because it takes them longer to come. So I'll say Daniel Dominic Popescu, Connecticut. Daria Lovin, Michigan. Elisa Victoria Power, Connecticut. Jessica David, Illinois. Peter Alexander Brown III, New Jersey. Hermes Agârbician, Illinois. Radu Angel. Oh, thank you for making it. Victor Spuza. Maria Jolin Secheli. Luca Petre, Nevada. Grace Mufugala Odonkara, Maryland. Ștefan Lehene, Illinois. Dalia Ana Firtulescu. Adriana Crăciun, New York. Alexander Dobrescu, New Jersey. Tristan Andreas Popovici. Sofia Elena Iliescu. Sophie Pop. And then we have 4 different team awards. Actually, we had 6 teams, but 4 of them are represented. So we'd like to have some representative or all the representatives come forward to pick up their team efforts. Casa Speranței, Elena Ciucur, Leo Ciucur, for the team awards. And the community impact category for positive impact on local communities, the Love Fridge Rocco Impact Club. Come in front, come in front. You guys deserve a team picture. You are doing great. Ro Youth Club Connecticut, David Oznaga, Maina Diaconu, Andrei Balaș, Teodora, Adriana Crăciun, Daniel Popescu, Matei Pariza, Vivian Crișan, Adriana Gavileu, Sebastian Matei. Color the Village Camp, Jessica David, Ana Gușeț, David Bora, Julian Varlam, Ștefan Lehene, Justin Lupuț, Cristian Popovici. And His Excellency, Mr. Ambassador, will have a couple of words for us. Thank you guys so much.
Distinguished guests, dear friends, and especially dear students. It's a great joy to be here today with the Romanian American community of Chicago to celebrate your excellence, your talent, and your dedication. These awards are more than diplomas. They are a recognition of your efforts and of the way you carry Romania in your hearts, even far from home. I warmly congratulate each of you and encourage you to continue being ambassadors of our Romanian values in American society. Let us begin the award ceremony. This was for the beginning, obviously. Thank you. Congratulations.
Cu acordul dumneavoastră, o să ne luăm un buffer de 2 minute pentru a modifica puțin setup-ul pe scenă. Urmează panelul de business. Mulțumim.
cele pe punctele astea. Da. Monite de scuz, da? Așa, din partea de mai aproape. Dă-le drumul, te rog. Claudia, dă-le drumul.
No, non fac intro. Thank you for your patience. I would like to invite now Miss Sofia Cristina Vishan, who will guide the next roundtable. It's a business panel, and together with her esteemed panelists, she will discuss about how can we strengthen the Romanian-American business community in the US. Thank you. Sofia, please.
And I would like to introduce my panelists. So we got Lisa Weller from the U.S. Department of Commerce for the Illinois state. And then we have Fabrice Bonvoisin, who's leading a business development initiative. And then Voicu Opran, who is the CEO of Arabs, the greatest Romanian IT company on the Bucharest stock market. And then Bogdan Căpățână, who is a senior director at Ford. And then George Roth, our honorary consul in San Francisco.
The ducks in the row.
Okay, I think this works too. Okay. So, I know we've been having a very rich morning, talking about education, talking about the community, and we were talking earlier. The 4 ingredients actually for successful relationships among countries are also including business and academia, right? So business, academia, culture, and what was the 4th one? Voicu, you were saying there are four ingredients, right? Or Fabrice? Business, diplomacy. Sorry about that, of course. And to our guests here coming all the way from Washington. So we'd like to know our audience better. Who in here are from academia? Okay, a little bit like 10 people maybe. Who are coming in to be interested in the business side? The majority. How about culture? So maybe you have like a cultural nonprofit or, okay. And then diplomacy. All right. Thank you all for being here. So that allows us to actually kind of tweak a little bit our content. So without further ado, we are having this panel coming up at a time where we see a lot of changes on the international trade scene. We see some potential also due to some disruptive technologies due to AI. And obviously, there's a lot of changes also in how the economics are reshaping, as you know, Asia kind of is also shifting their role. So in this context, I invited 5 members with very different roles and backgrounds to join us. You know, I was looking in this room, there's that disco ball at the top of the stage, and it has multiple facets. And it makes it perfect because there are so many facets to it. And that's what it makes it shine, you know. So I think it's important to leverage the diverse ecosystem that can support the Romanian-American business. And so this is why I'm going to give each of my guests here 1 minute to tell us their name, what organizations they represent, and also how that contributes to the cross-border collaboration. Thank you. George?
First of all, I'm so glad to be here with the family. So this is our big Romanian-American family here. So I came in the US in '91. My dream was always to create a company in Romania because I saw on myself that there is no difference between being prepared in Romania and here in my domain, in IT. So I am currently the CTO of Recognize. It's a small company compared to the big companies. And I'm also the Honorary Consul of Romania, and I dedicate a great part of my time to facilitate connections between the Romanian and American businesses, working with the consulates, with the embassy. So I'm a big fan of the so-called bridge or pod that we talked about.
Yes, it's my turn. Thank you, George. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, my name is Bogdan Kapatina. First of all, it's my first time attending the summit, so I want to thank Mihai and the team for inviting me. I'm a senior director at Ford Motor Company. I've been with Ford over 32 years, and my responsibilities at Ford are to define and implement our data and information strategy. That's quite a lofty objective. I manage about 200 people all over the world. I also came to the US in '91, so George and I have many things we share in common, including our IT background. And what I want to talk about today, and Sofia challenged us, our participation in the Romanian community. I helped set up something called the Romanian American Chamber of Commerce IT Alliance. And our mission is very simple and very clear: to assist Romanian IT companies that are looking to expand to the US. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Bogdan. Thank you, Mihai, for inviting me here. I'm Voico Prean, CEO of RUF, founder of RUF. I was actually kicked out from the US, to be honest, having a J1 visa for work and travel, so many of you might relate. And after 6 months, you need to return to your home country. So thanks to that, RUF was founded in 1998. And here I am in the US, trying to share my experience and my journey of a Romanian company doing the other way around, acquiring a US company in order to expand to the US market. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Fabrice Bonvoisin. As my name says, I'm French. I was imported by my wife, who is American, living in Chicago 28 years ago. I created my consulting firm in international business development 25 years ago in Chicago, downtown. And I created 5 years ago with a US partner, a company producing hydrogen from a technology from the Department of Defense. And I'm also, the connection to the Romanian community is thanks to Mihai, for last 3 years, and Diana, who is now on the board of the International Trade Club of Chicago, of which I am the president, and Diana is an officer since last year, and we promote international business, and I've been in that industry for 35 years.
Hi, I'm Lisa Weller. I am the secretary of the Illinois District Export Council, which is a non-for-profit. It's a non-paid position. It's a position that I hold close. It was an appointment from the U.S. Department of Commerce. As a civilian and business owner here in Illinois, we are a caveat between the government, the federal government, the state government, and international trade partners. One of our goals at the Illinois District Export Council is to receive delegations, show them Illinois, show them what Illinois can do for them, and how we can have collaboration cross-country. In my private business, I'm first-generation American. My mother is from Sweden. My father's from Chicago, but he's also Swedish. And I'm second-generation business owner, and I have family business in international trade and trade consulting.
Thank you, Lisa. So last but not the least, I'm going to say a couple of words about myself. You probably wonder, who is Sofia Cristina? How come she's moderating this? So I was invited to moderate this panel. Mihai invited me after a presentation last year, back in November, together with the diplomatic team. And I actually come in as a Romanian-born French citizen living in the United States. So yes, I have a couple of hats. I studied engineering in both Romania and France. I worked for 15 years in cybersecurity for a French company, Orange, and in Paris, and then for an American company, Microsoft, in Redmond. And I'm here, exploring ways to go beyond just being a Romanian or just being a French or just being a US citizen. I think I identify myself as a transatlantic person, and also building bridges not just between countries but also between industries and communities. I'm an executive director for the French-American Chamber of Commerce in Seattle, Pacific Northwest. And without further ado, I'll dive into some of the questions. I'm also sailing once in a while, but we'll talk about that after hours. So, I think we're going to structure our panel today around 3 axes, right? We're going to talk about ideas, but ideas are nothing without meaningful initiatives, and initiatives are not enough if we do not bring that action to a result so that we can make an impact that we're going to judge in a year from now if it's, meaningful enough. So I will start, with a question for Fabrice, who's been exposed to multiple countries' strategies in business development, right? What do you think, are the efforts or the initiatives that have been successful in terms of cross-border collaboration?
So that's a good question, and after so many years dealing with trade agencies, foreign trade agencies from various countries, there's a pattern into this. The pattern is as follows. 1, you establish point of contacts in the US where it makes sense for your country to have a presence. It can be, for example, let's take the French, okay? It's, as you pointed out, there's a diplomatic representation, and then there's a business representation, like the French-American Chamber of Commerce network, and then there's the education. So scientists coming here for projects or exchange programs with universities, talking about technologies, and the 4th one is cultural. All these layers intertwined, creating a safety net for foreigners, French coming here. As an example,
I came here, the only person I knew in Chicago was my wife. And I found, thanks to this network, in 2 weeks I found a job. Okay? After that, you have services. So foreign trade agencies offering services either directly with the staff, or they have a list of preferred providers, including my firm, like FB International, that's through these agencies that I've been able to work with them on various projects. The result is not only companies can come here, go to the point of contact, learn about how business is conducted and so forth, but they get also referrals to support their projects, either to invest or to export. And that's the model that the successful countries like the US, France, Germany, Italy, South Korea have developed over the years. And I know that I can go to Japan, I did that, it works the same way. So that's the model that works for the countries who want to export and expand overseas with their nationals.
Thank you so much, Fabrice. I will move the microphone, actually Lisa has one, about, and ask you about, why now? Why do you think now is a good time for Romanian-American relationships to develop even more? Or why is it a good time for the organizations that are here in the room to kind of come together and maybe federate around common objectives and initiatives?
Thank you. So you have to understand my perspective. It's not, I am a service provider, but my customers are manufacturers. Manufacturers here in the United States and manufacturers overseas. And with all the tariff changes, with the new administration that we're seeing around the world, the negotiation, especially with Brazil, India, China, there is a big opportunity for a country like Romania. Romania itself has educated workforce, lower costs of living, and a great land with a lot of water and a lot of resources to manufacture. And so now is the time, because companies in the USA who are manufacturing overseas, who can't take and bring back 100% of the manufacturing back to the United States, are going to look for a new home for that. And Romania would be a great place for that to be for several reasons. The product will be made in the EU. EU has many trade agreements all over the world, and also it would be a great resource for the United States. So where I see the why now is because it's just the time now. Poland is becoming more and more developed. It has a lot of saturation of industrialization, and as Western Europe becomes, more condensed and more high tech, that labor and that type of manufacturing that Romania can offer is needed now. Now, the question is that what commodities? Because, things made of steel, things made of aluminum and auto parts, while that is a big thing that is manufactured in Romania, it is heavily taxed and dutied no matter where it comes from. So if you see your other resources, which could be textile industry, chemical industry, food industry, agri-industry, this industry is open. And there's a lot of opportunities. So if you really take a look at the laws, you can pinpoint the success of Romania and market that over here.
Thank you. And I would like to emphasize just some indicators that are measurable today. Obviously, numbers are debatable, and depending on various sources, you may find different numbers. But as I see it, per the latest census report, Census Bureau, U.S. Census Bureau report, electrical and electronic equipment is thriving on both imports and exports between Romania and the United States. So when we talk about products, it seems that about $1 billion are in this area, followed then by machinery and nuclear reactors and boilers on the American side, and then on the Romanian side, computer and electronic products. And then the exports, the U.S. exports also a lot of optical and medical devices. Romanians are exporting to U.S., primary metals, as you just said, about like $500 million from Romania to the U.S. And then We don't count in this the agricultural products where you can have a little bit under $100 million. Unfortunately, maybe there's more opportunity for agricultural exchanges between Romania and the US. And something that is today lacking a bit more transparency, we agreed earlier in our conversation, was the visibility on the services side when it comes to both imports and exports. So there is definitely room for more manufacturing and more agricultural exchanges and services. And we hope that, with all the changes that we see with regards to China and India, Romania can become a viable option for a partner to the United States. So Bogdan, you have been involved with RUF IT for a while. And for sure you have plenty of stories to tell us about some initiatives that you led or you admire in this organization.
Let me tell you a little bit about RUF IT. So here's the premise. Everybody can hear me. There are 4 companies, and pretty soon I hope to count Arabs also on that list, that are top IT companies that have residence here in the States, and you all know them. UiPath, Bitdefender. There's a company that has Romanian DNA called Databricks, and there's a company Endava, which does services. They do about $1.5 billion. But in spite of the fact that we have very smart, hardworking folks from Romania in the IT space here in the States, and several companies that have tried to be successful, there haven't been that many success stories. So the premise of RUF IT is to create an ecosystem to assist Romanian IT companies that want to expand to the US or are already in the US, and conversely to help American companies that want to work with Romanian companies in the IT sector. So let me give you a few metrics in terms of the way we've structured. We've been in business, quote unquote, since January of 2024. We want to make it one of the main things we want to do is to have events at least once a month. We believe that you need to continuously reach out to the community to foster it and develop it. So we've done events in Bucharest. We've done an event in Cluj with Harvard Medical School and University of Babeș-Bolyai. We've done events in Iași with Digital Innovation Zone and the European Union. And we've structured our community, which has grown from about maybe 50 companies to, as of a few days ago, over 1,600 companies that have been either members, attended our events, our sponsors or partners. So quite a remarkable growth in less than a year and a half. And the way we've structured RUF IT is according to 6 dominant verticals, which we believe are major trends in IT today. Number 1, data, AI, and cloud transformation. The second one, cybersecurity, cyber defense. The third one, fintech. The fourth one, biomedical, and any type of medical IT. The fifth one, extremely ambitious, industrials, energy, and infrastructure. And finally, the sixth one, IT services. Each one of these verticals is co-led by a major US company. So and I'm not going to go over the list, but for example, our medical pillar is led by Medical Alley, which is a juggernaut. It's a multi-billion-dollar entity associated with the Mayo Clinic at Harvard Medical School. And we want to make sure that there's continuous dialogue between young Romanian companies, or maybe not that young, and American companies. So again, we've, aside from these events, which initially started in Romania, in 2024, we expanded to London. We've done a few. Why London, you'd ask? Well, we think London is a stepping point, a logical stepping point between Romania and the US. So we've done several successful events in London, and in 2025, we've done 3 events in the US, 2 in Austin, Texas, and 1 in New York in partnership with UiPath, which has been a strong support of us. It was a 2-day event. We may do another one either later this year or early next year, again in partnership with Endava. And we're looking to expand to other places in the US. Possibly we may do something here in Chicago next year. Mihai and I have talked about this. Certainly we're looking at something on the West Coast also. a key element. We want to make sure that as part of the dialogue, we continue to attract Romanian companies, but not just Romanian companies. I think it's important that they have the appropriate American interlocutors. It's not easy to get Google or AWS to participate in these events, but we do have representation on our board or on our advisory board from senior managers from both Google, AWS, and other companies. So I'll just leave it at that, but I invite you to, for those of you that are in the IT space and looking to expand to the US, to check us out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bogdan. And I'll, it's a nice transition to, you're close to George. I hope the mic works. What have you learned from your past experiences, right?
I think you will cut my paycheck because I changed the story now, listening to that. So anyhow, I just want to tell you, I have 2 minutes to tell you a short story. And this would be a lesson for all of us. And basically, what can we do to facilitate the connection between US and Romania? And I'll tell you the story. I was playing tennis in a tennis club in Los Gatos, California, and a friend of mine was up there on a bridge. He said, "George, can you help me to open a company in Cluj?" I said, "Sure, let me finish the game and let's talk." So the guy was the CIO of Opsware, which was the company of Horowitz and Andreessen. And they were in terrible, bad situation, and they needed a shop to do drivers for the network monitoring. So I said, "Jim, of course, but in order to do that, first I connect you with the technical university because all the engineers are formed there." So anyhow, based on tennis, he came. And actually, that's how HP is in Cluj, because Opsware was acquired by HP. Ben Horowitz became the CTO of HP for a short time. And finally, he gave me his book, which was Hard Things About Hard Things. It's a book that everybody knows. And he wrote for George, who introduced us to the best programming in the world in Cluj. So, what is the lesson? The lesson is that in order for us to facilitate businesses, we did 2 things. And one Romanian president in a visit long time ago, President Constantinescu, said, in order to be the most useful to your country, in America, be successful where you are, because everybody will find out about you. So yeah, they knew about me. And the second one, one is this, and the second one is always networking. In everywhere you are, doesn't matter, you have to do. And I want to finish this networking didn't have an infrastructure, and that's why I'm a huge fan, admirer of Global Romania, of Mihai, because then we can have access to people all over the world to help in opportunities like this in a tennis club or any club. You meet somebody who wants something, you know who to talk to. Thank you.
Excellent. So I would like now to go ask our guest who came all the way from Romania, Voicu, and Voicu Pran, to tell us a little bit more about RUF. It's been a journey. What a journey, right? To bring this company here. Yeah, tell us how it started. I don't know how many people in the room know about RUF. Let's just kind of raise hands. Okay. There's still room for improvement here.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you very much. Thanks again for inviting me. But before starting with RUF, I would like to elaborate a little bit to Fabrice and George mentioned about what we can do to enhance the cooperation between Romania and the US. And I'm talking mostly about different other entrepreneurs that are looking for the US with big eyes, believing there is a huge market, but there is coming with the cost for sure. And as Romanian, we don't have, and I'm sorry, Mr. Ambassador, we don't have such a big infrastructure to support Romanian companies coming out in the US, but we have every of you here in the room who can support. And let's think about if each of you will support one entrepreneur to start doing something in the US, will be an extremely big step for Romanian companies able to succeed in the US market. You know, it will be difficult for sure because, you know, some companies might succeed, some might fail. For us, for example, and I will go to the Arab story, we are making about 100 million right now, and we are a company listed at the Romanian Stock Exchange, and we raise capital in Romania with Romanian investor in order to expand the business also in the US. But before that, we try several times. I guess first time I tried in 2001. You know, it was I was in part of the US program with I guess USAID was that time. That supported Romanian company to enter in the US market. We are 5 companies, and we fail with gracious, to be honest. So let's put it this way. We try several times with greenfield investment. You know, we hire sales in the US. You know, $500,000 US later spent, you know, in the US. There was 0 result, you know. Maybe we choose the wrong person, maybe, who knows, maybe the environment was difficult and so on. And this is our third initiative. We decide to acquire a company in the US. We decide to acquire the majority stake of a company making roughly 20 million US.
Can you give us the name?
Codingscape. That's the name, Codingscape, that's the name of the company, and that's probably, that will be the company name under Arabs will do business in the US. Actually, the third, maybe on the third time we'll be successful, we don't know, but definitely we need your support, just to conclude the discussion here. We might need your support to enter and to have introduction or to give us advices or do something, you know, help us, you know, with the door open. Because it's extremely difficult for a non-native American speaker to do business in the US. And, you know, it's not our first acquisition. We did 11 previously, but it's the most difficult, was the most difficult acquisition. It cost us probably 3 or 4 times higher than in Europe, you know, because lawyers, regulation, taxation, you know, you name it. And I was, I guess, 3 times actually on the path of saying, I'm not going to do it, you know, so I will step back. But we did it. Now we are doing everything to succeed, definitely. I'm an entrepreneur, like many of you from the room, and I guess that's my story. And please remember, if any of you will have one company, you know, to succeed, maybe next year we'll be here to speak more about this initiative and this success. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations for your perseverance in this jungle, right? I can see if for you it was difficult, what can we say about like smaller startups that, you know, are not even, you know, in 28 years of existence and they want to develop. So we have a lot of doers here among ourselves. You're working in building services or products or initiatives. There are also among the Romanians, maybe in the audience, people who are interested in being distributors of products that have already been manufactured or partners for services. And I would like to ask you, Lisa, about what are some of the tools that you'd like to share with us for enabling more of an easier distribution of Romanian products or services in the United States?
Sure. First, I'd like to let you know that the federal government and the state government have grants available, free assistance with some legal services, local legal services, and just good advice, good solid advice. And through the Illinois District Export Council, we can help connect you with those people. With that said, it's also important to understand Illinois as a location. A lot of people, when they come to the United States from a foreign country, they fly over, right? It's New York, LA, and then maybe Miami. And it's Chicago's flown over, but from a distribution perspective, distribution, manufacturing, international trade, I have to explain to you why Illinois is so special. And Illinois is in the center of the United States, and we have distribution and touch to the entire United States and North America, Canada, Mexico. Canada, 3 hours away, 3.5 hours away over Detroit, and then we have access to all the northern border. And then actually with Mexico, Laredo, though it's far in mileage, it's close because there's no mountains in between. There's nothing stopping us, so it's a direct shot. So if you have a location here in Illinois, you can really access the whole country. And so how can you do this? Maybe you're going to be limited cash flow, and now we have these high duties and taxes. Maybe you're not just sourcing Romanian goods, maybe you're sourcing other goods. There's opportunities here under foreign trade zones, bonded warehouses, that you can bring in product and you can defer those duties and taxes. Bonded warehouses have been used for a very long time for the alcohol industry, and now that's more important than ever. But foreign trade zone is another option, and there's some services that can offer you to enter into these type of operations at a very low cost. So Illinois has a lot of tools available, and it's just important for everyone, if they have the idea, or if you know someone who has the idea who wants to open up a company here, to ask the question and ask for help, because Illinois wants you here. And we're a multinational region, and of course, when it comes to food, we love everybody's food. And then of course those products. And if you're looking at contract manufacturing, again, having a presence here in Illinois, this is the Rust Belt. This is the area that between Wisconsin, Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, we are manufacturing a large amount of the products for the United States, or we're contract manufacturing overseas. So this is the area that you have your customers anywhere within a 7-hour drive of Chicago.
I mean, coming all the way from Seattle to hear this, I'm sure, every state has their own particularities and advantages, and I think I've learned something about Illinois today. So I will bring it back now to Fabrice. When it comes to, we were talking, and actually you mentioned that, Voicu, as well, like this is hard, for you Romanian companies to come here. This is not for everybody. How can we better educate Romanian companies to come here and make it easier for them? Like, what has been your conclusion after so many years in bringing other companies from other countries here?
So let's make up a recipe. First of all, 90% of success is preparation. That starts there. Second, we live in a digital era more than ever. There's tons of information available on the web. So before you come to the US developing a business where you can earn a lot, but you can also lose a lot, you need to look at industry reports. You need, for example, I don't know how Romania is organized, but having strong sector organization representing companies working all together in the same sector. So, for example, I would say RUF IT to me is an IT association. It's a vertical in itself, and it's a voice for the industry. So that's also how the countries I mentioned earlier are successful. They have strong lobbies, companies talking to each other, determining the priorities of the things they need to succeed abroad. And when they talk to the government, there's only one person representing the industry talking to the government. That's how they collaborate. And the companies remain in a driver's seat. So once you have this, and assuming that the 600,000 Romanian living in the US are open to networking with some of their compatriots, envisioning a development of business in the States, then what you have is the network I mentioned earlier. You go attend webinars, because now all the US organizations have some point webinars accessible from Europe. I attend EU events online. Why? Because it saves me the time and money of a flight. That's where you do your homework. You learn targeted topics, your industry, your peers, and everything else, regulatory aspect also, and logistics. And then I highly recommend you to either assign the project to the US to one employee that you have already who is totally fluent. That's very important. I can tell you, I went through this. Nobody liked my French accent from Alabama. And but that's very important. Or you hire someone who is totally fluent, who is going to take on the project for you, continue doing the homework. Because as an entrepreneur, let's face it, nobody knows better than you the business. So you know what you are looking for. You are, as an entrepreneur, in charge of doing your homework. And then you tell the employee to do what to look for and how to do it. Then you give this person the resources to come and experience what they learn online or through meetings in the EU in the US. It's very important. There's a lot of industry sector trade shows, conferences, and symposiums and all those things available here. You need to have the touch and feel of your industry. So that's how you learn about competition, about the best practices, who is doing what. And you talk to potential clients or existing clients, potential suppliers or existing suppliers, distribution and logistic companies like Lisa's companies. They know who is doing what, where, and how. You need to talk to accountants and attorneys and everything, and people like us, like consultants. All this gives you all the information that is already available to prepare your project. And then with this assignment to the employee, then you have someone to roll out your plan and explore more so that when you press the button to engage investments, resources, either to export or to open a joint venture or to acquire a company, as Voiko did, then you are ready and you know where you increase your chance of success. That's what I would recommend. And remember another thing, networking in our culture in Europe, say don't talk to strangers. Networking is the opposite. Be open and don't be afraid to talk to everybody.
Thank you so much, Fabrice. We got the bell ringing here, so. I think we all come to a point where we acknowledge that networking is great, but also federating efforts is important and coming all together. And I'd like to invite Bogdan and George, one each at a time, to share your thoughts about, like, if we would fast forward 5 years from now, how would you see this Romanian community and what would have been done for us to enable more Romanian companies to be present in the US and be successful here?
I guess I'll start. George was kind enough to give me the opportunity. Here's one thing that I think is missing from the landscape. You've got these tremendous Romanian communities that help drive networking, and most of them are non-for-profit, and they've done good work. We've all done good work. I think we need to be congratulated, but there's opportunities to expand. What is missing, at least the way I see it from a business perspective, is an entity in the U.S., a for-business U.S. company. Ambassador Moraru, you mentioned Israel and a few other countries. I know, for example, at Ford, there's a tremendous partnership between the Israeli government and the diaspora, and they'll do an Israeli day at Ford. And this is facilitate. The only way these things work is if you have an entity, a for-profit company based in the U.S., run by folks that know how to do business development. It may not apply across the entire, and this is not just for IT, it may not apply across the entire spectrum, but it helps triage in many ways some of the companies that want to come to the U.S. but may not have the business maturity or the understanding of the business climate here in the States or what's required. So this is something that I think is missing and something that should be considered. We talked about, this has been a cathartic exercise for me and, with the team in terms of some areas where such a business entity would be best suited. For example, anything related to IT, to energy, infrastructure, military, and potentially other areas like tourism or not. But the important thing is, and look at this as an evolutionary step, not a transformational step. The important thing is to have an entity, a for-business development entity that has customers. It may have the backing of the Romanian government or not. It has to be profitable, and it has to serve the needs of both its customers as well as potentially the investment sector that funds it.
So maybe a call to action for our audience, if you're interested about this initiative, we'd be happy to partner with Romanian, with the RUF, and then we will be available after the session to talk about this more. George, just highlight for us, what do you think our role is as leaders in our diaspora?
Yeah, so talking to Bogdan, I really liked it. I would call this so-called Procter & Gamble Romania in the United States. I would not call it, but it's like a Procter & Gamble. Because we had a lot of attempts for Romanian companies to come here, and we work with representatives from the foreign commerce of Romania. Bogdan is here. We had successes, but they were, in my opinion, certain successes we were lucky. So that was, I can tell you, if you are interested in the Aqua Carpatica story with Simona Steriu, who used to be in LA. But in my opinion, and I'll finish because I know it's late, basically I see, for example, an entity in Romania which didn't do almost anything here, is the Romanian Chamber of Commerce. And that's a private entity, it's not government, and they have a lot of money too, because they collect money from everybody. And I talked to them, and through Alianța, where I am the member of the board. So I think that should be also considered. To partner somehow. They were very interested to open Chamber of Commerce Romania here too. They know every industry. The second thing which we never did, don't forget about AmCham. So I see a consortium of multiple companies here around something like this Procter & Gamble Romania, and they collaborate, and you have the food chain of the companies coming, and depending on different areas, you have which station, how to prepare them and to launch. I think it should be, Bogdan, that's what I think, his idea is great. It should be a profit organization, and partnership with government and stuff you can, but its money has to be involved, because other than that, it's just pro bono, it's nice.
It has to be self-sustaining, the American way. It has to be profitable. You mentioned potential investors, like those would be best suited, but at the end of the day, it has to stand on its own 2 feet. And the only way it can do that is by serving the needs of its customers. And not everybody may be a valid customer. They may come to you and say, okay, I want to meet the head of Google. Okay, what do you have? Well, I don't have anything. At the end of the day, conversation stops. So this triage, Daniel Dinesh and I have talked about this. He refers to this as business maturity that's lacking, and he's totally right. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Voico?
Yes, so I would like to add to this maybe success stories in the US. That's the other aspect that we can use and leverage for other companies to join EU, so US, I mean. And for this, we need people to speak up, to have presence and to present their success story. And I guess that's important. So beside the other suggestion that I have, nurture at least one Romanian entrepreneur to join the US to do business and so on, and create some bridges. Share the success. And this event, it's an extraordinary platform to share success, and maybe next year, Mihai, as a suggestion, we might have more business here than education and cultural and all the other aspects. But that's my personal view. I know Americans, they said they are pragmatic. So let's start next year with business, maybe.
Can I add two quick things?
Business first.
Can I add two quick things to what Voico said?
I think we're going to come.
I promise.
Just
because I think
towards the end of the
Number
session.
one, around nurturing and proselytizing the value of success stories. Oftentimes I talk to senior American IT business leaders and they ask, what are the top Romanian companies? Who should we be looking out for? There's no awareness. We're trying to create a select portfolio that we can shop around. And second, to what you just said, wouldn't it be great to have a Romanian business day somewhere in the States where participants would include American companies, not necessarily just Romanian companies here? Just to follow up to what you said. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to ask the organizers, do we have time for one question from the audience? Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. So, yeah, a lot of people talked on the stage, but I want also the audience to participate in this, and we want to hear your voice. So feel free to raise your hand if you have any question for our guests. And anybody breaking the ice or want to share like a success story with us or something surprising about Romanian American businesses? Yes.
It's not working.
For Voico, I'll break the ice. My question is for Voico. Voico, you know how important it is for us to bring an American company to the US, to Chicago preferably. But let's say that you have 5 or 10 people in this room that want to help Arobs. My question is twofold. One, what do they need to actually know about how you do business? Because, you know, if they want to promote your business, they need to know about you. So how can they either get in touch or actually get that type of information? And then what's in it for them?
What's for them?
What's in it for them?
Okay. So that's straight to the point, I guess. Yes. So let's go business. Usually, you know, we share some revenue from total contract value with our partners, with our sales team, and with our associate in the US. So that's one side. So recommendation, it's probably the best, the most important. And before starting an organization and organize ourselves, I guess for us it's easier to run in that way. You know, a percentage of the total contract value that will can be invoiced, and you know, it's that's the simplest way, I would say.
How much?
It depends on the value you are selling, George. Thank you. So George already raised the bar of 10%. You know, we can bid. I don't know. At least we have some laughs here in the room. So definitely, that's one, and definitely you can contact me, and through social networks. We are, you know, I'm on LinkedIn, I'm here. I can share with you my contacts. I don't know, the number is not there, so. Or WhatsApp, or through Mihai, I guess. That's the easiest way. And then, you know, after some success stories, we can organize, you know, like Bogdan said, in a profit organization, you know, to take out some money or recommendation or whatever, or like George said, you know, through different vehicles. I know George recommend many other companies, and for example, we do work with Recognos, with George companies. So he hired us for on certain projects that were really important, and we proved success. So why not? You know.
And you're a member of RAC IT.
Yeah, of course.
So it all interconnects at some point. I would like to also communicate that, after this session, we're going to be available for the roundtable conversations in the lunch area at the end of the day. I think we have some time for more networking. But also, this conversation is not ending here. We have a number of resources that are available for you to kind of get more educated and document yourself, and they will be shared after the day wraps up with the help of Mihai and our organizers. And we would like to have a Zoom webinar, maybe 2 weeks, a month from now, where we can take more questions and make this even more interactive, so that we can all come together. Working in silos and in little groups is efficient only until a certain point, but if we can all bring our efforts together, maybe we can aim for a laser-focused impact. And this is kind of what I would, as a moderator, aspire to for this cohort here. We will wrap up this session by asking, bless you, each of you for one word about how you feel after this session. One word, just one word about how you feel right now.
Inspired.
Thank you.
Excited.
Committed.
Silence is a talk too.
And very welcoming. You're all welcome to the community of international business. There's nobody left aside.
George? Hopeful. Thank you. With that, thank you very much, everybody. I would like to introduce the next panelists. So I think Ioana will bring us more of a case study around business as well. So without further ado, thank you for all our guests today.
Hello, everyone. How are you guys doing? Can I get a little bit more energy? Hey, wake up. It's just, I don't know, 3, 4 in the afternoon. And we've been all in this enclosed space, but also extremely inspired by everyone who spoke so far. So before Luminica and I talk to you guys about this very exciting new project, I would like to thank one of our golden sponsors, International Insurance Group, and I would like to invite Karen Espinoza to talk to us about their practice and their group. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is so exciting to be here. As Ioana said, my name is Karen Espinosa. I'm with International Insurance Group, and it is a Romanian-American company founded about 20 years ago. And this is one of the success stories, I think, that we're all talking about. How do we build more of? So our agency owner came here about 20 years ago, well, actually longer than that, when he was 9 years old. And he had a dream to start a business, and he did. And this business is now started very small back 20 years ago and is now flourishing, has over 100 employees now. And what's unique about it is that we serve the Romanian American community. A lot of businesses and then those that have homes and auto, they call us to help them with their needs, and we speak Romanian. So very few of our calls are actually in English. And we expand out to, we also have a company that's in Romania. that helps us support our team here in the States. And our team here in the States, we service over 31 states across the US, so we can write insurance in a variety of places and are willing and want to expand even more. So it was important for us to come today. I'm here with my colleague, Christina, so thank you for joining me. Yes, and it's important for us to come here because we do have a giving goal to give back to the community, and this is something that is near and dear to our heart, and we look forward to participating in the years ahead. So thank you, everyone.
So we have very large shoes to fit. We have extraordinary speakers today, amazing people, so we want to thank you for the opportunity. So I don't know how much you know about real estate, but were you aware that up to 90% of self-made millionaires either made or grew their fortune through real estate? This is something that over 100 years ago, Andrew Carnegie has said. Now, Andrew Carnegie is the largest, the richest self-made millionaire in the history of the United States. So Elon Musk and Bill Gates together still don't have his fortune from over 100 years ago. So today, before we start with you why we are opening up, why we saw the need of opening up this club, I'll start with a small story. Some of you may know that I've been in real estate for 25 years. One day I was talking to a friend of mine who's a full-time real estate investor, and she was sharing how when she got married, she was trying to convince her in-laws to buy real estate. And they were confused, concerned, they didn't feel they have the skill, so they didn't want to buy real estate. And fast forward 10 years, they retired. Now, like every self-respected, self-employed Romanian, they retired with a very small pension, because as you know, you don't pay that many taxes. So at that point, they reached out back to her and said, now we are ready to invest. So they took some money from their 401k and they bought a small real estate, small condominium. And through their surprise, after the property was remodeled or rented, the cash flow was actually higher monthly than their pensions. So they made monthly, immediately, more money than what they have coming after working all their life in the United States. Today, they are very confident investors and they can't wait to get their next deal. This story, it's not unique. You see, Romanians are hardworking, talented, ambitious people. But they not always have the opportunities, the net worth, the knowledge on how to invest in real estate. The Real Estate Wealth Club, it's set up to offer opportunities, to offer mentors, and sometimes partners. So we have some examples for you, because we know a picture is worth 1,000 words. And the first one, so you can see what we're talking about. The first case, it's what a small investor can do. We can offer some possibilities to show deals. In this case, you can see that for a rent of $1,575 a month, after expenses of $450, the return, the cash flow, at the end of the year will be $13,500, so over $1,000 a month in cash flow. With a cap return, meaning, you know, the profit about 9% under cash invested. This is a deal that anybody can do on their own. And the club will offer the opportunity, the mentorship, maybe a team. The second one, it's a 4-unit building in Chicago, a finance purchase, so not a cash, with a 25% down payment, so about $200,000, a loan of $600. And in this case, after vacancy and after paying the mortgage, the cash flow will be about over $35,000 a year, which is over $3,000 a month. Now, these cases don't even take in consideration tax deductions, because when you are an investor, you also get depreciation and tax deduction, which means additional cash at the end of the year when you file your taxes that comes from the taxes you paid on your W-2 or 1099. A deal like this can also be made by one person, a family, or a couple partners. And the third is something larger, something where people that do not have the time, they still want to share in wealth, but they do not want to actually, don't have the time, or they have to take care of their kids, other businesses, can still take advantage. That's a big deal, 50 uni building. The purchase is about $17.5 million, where after a $6.6 million down payment, we'll have a loan of over $11 million. And the first year, the profit will be over $1 million. What is interesting about this is that if you notice, the equity multiplier is 3.41, which means that the people that will put money in after 5 years, they will make 3 times the money that they put in. So remember, without doing anything, they're becoming partners. So again, why we share this, these are not deals on the table today. These are just examples, for the sake of example, to have this for you. But again, we wanted to see why real estate. Many of us have jobs, businesses. Some of us, like me, are full-time in real estate. But that doesn't mean everybody else should not invest where most of the growth comes from. So the Wealth Club is here where we want to open it to give you the opportunity to learn about real estate, to build a team for yourself, to get mentors, or to invest on your own or with others. So the way we see it is together we can achieve a lot more than each on its own. So I'm going to give Ioana from Taft Law the next chapter.
So I'm going to talk to you about other opportunities with this club and how we envision its future. So while real estate would be the foundation of this club, our vision doesn't stop here. This is truly real estate and beyond. We see this club as a launchpad for co-investments, but also for community projects that not only provide us with financial return, but also strengthen our Romanian community. So think for a moment. What would it mean if together we build a community center where our elders could gather, socialize, share memories, and find support? Or even us, the years are not making us younger. We might need an elder center in about 20 years where we want to share our memories and feel good about ourselves. Or what if we access resources to create a cultural center for us to enjoy, to give it to our children to enjoy? So these kind of opportunities give us more than financial return. They give us community return. They give us pride, belonging, and a sense of identity. But let's be practical. How does this club work? The way we envision it is this. Membership will come with a modest fee, just enough to cover our expenses, food, venue, logistics for when we gather. We anticipate having about 6 events a year, probably 4 in person, maybe a couple over Zoom. With our first meeting probably in November, so please stay tuned for that. And as a member, you'll get access to exclusive opportunities, pre-vetted deals that you might not otherwise know about. You'll have the chance to review them, ask questions, and invest only if it feels right for you. Over time, this could mean pooling resources with other Romanian fellows or other investors, so we can enter into projects that are larger for just one person alone. But this club is not just about deals. It's about knowledge and empowerment. We envision having workshops with with people who have expertise in real estate, financial investments, people that could share their knowledge and teach us how to invest our money. And this club is about relationships, right? You will have access to mentorship, networking, partnership opportunities. Because let's be honest, wealth is not built just with money. Wealth is built with relationship, with trust, with the people that you surrender yourself with. So we want this real estate wealth club to be the place to build those relationships. So for all these reasons, we do think it would be a great idea for all of you to join into this club. Because we cannot grow individuals. We can grow all together and be more visible. So the Community Wealth Club will give you these tools to grow and to grow together. Today, I'm inviting you to join this club, not just for us members, but as co-creators, where you can bring your ideas, your skills, and give other people opportunities to join in. So thank you so much for listening to us. I hope you consider joining the club. Please scan the QR code and let us know if you're interested to obtain more information about it. Thank you very much. And I'm supposed to let everyone know that there's going to be a 15-minute break, and then we'll see you back in 15. Thank you.
Hai, și tu. Hai, joacă-te. Și tu. Voi doi cu România. Asta se numește amintiri. Amintiri frumoase. Așa. 3, 2, 1. Dacă vreți, vă puteți pupa. Ce mai mă? 3, 2, 1, stai. Și așa. Da. 3, 2, 1. Fii mai aproape. Da. Nu. Hai să, știi ce? Hai, domnul Cristian, hai să în asta de 3. Așa. Hai că tu ești în alb, nu e în mijloc. Deci e albă și noi mai... Da, o poate că era un pic. Da, foarte fain. Bine. Dacă cum pe social media.
can you kindly make your way back to the auditorium, please, so we can continue with our program? We have an exciting panel coming up. Thank you.
Vă rugăm, luați locurile, să veniți înapoi în sală.
It's just easier if we. So you guys gonna be sitting in this center area? Three. Can I give you four? Take two. One. So here's one, two. They're not gonna come back too soon.
Okay, no worries.
They are placed in the cafeteria, and trust me, I don't want to be on the stage. I want to be with the desserts, you know.
We are asking the audience to make their way back to the auditorium. Thank you.
For them, it's over the intermission. The desserts are in the cafeteria, the lunch area. It's still there. Some of them, the combos have gone.
Combos have gone.
Yeah, I mean, no more gumballs. I think the Indianas are there. The papanash.
Oh,
Have you had? No, I don't know those. No, you gotta taste that.
I was looking for them. There's some people walking around. I couldn't find them.
Would you like to give me some?
Afterwards.
No, I can bring you here. You can have it here.
Definitely not. We're having us casual. And I just
No, I can.
should have brought the desserts in here.
Since they are having in the audience, I think we can have it on the stage. No?
No thanks. But I'll check it
Why
out
not?
after for sure.
I think if we brought food on the, on the stage, they would be all inside.
They would all follow the smell.
Slowly by slowly, they find their way back to the fantastic room.
We have to stop the academy.
Sorry?
The academy, we have to stop.
We have to stop.
We have to stop.
Why?
Dragos is killing me if we don't start.
No, tell them that I don't want to talk. I'm not able. I'm programmed to talk in 55 minutes. Otherwise, one is going to ask me something, and I will be thinking with a stupid face. And then after 5 minutes, after she has stopped asking me anything, I will start talking.
Close the door. Once they close the door.
Yeah.
Thank you all for coming back. We will have now a cultural panel. My colleague Oana Dobranu will dive into the sensitive world of arts, but we'll have a pragmatic discussion with her panelists about how cultural and community-based organization can build resilient structures, adapt through innovation, and foster impactful collaborations. Oana?
Can you hear me? Hello and welcome back, everyone. It's good to see so many people and join the energy throughout the day. With the community and the culture at heart, I would like to ask the question of what it takes, not just to preserve culture, but also to grow it, to scale it, and to future-proof this in a changing world. And this is actually at the heart of our conversation today. In this panel, we'll be exploring how cultural organizations, whether large or small, local or global, can continuously improve while staying deeply rooted in their communities that they serve. And I'm honored to moderate this conversation today with two exceptional leaders whose work reflects both institutional strength and visionary thinking. Dr. Monica Felix, Executive Director of the Chicago Cultural Alliance, who leads a powerful consortium of over 50 cultural heritage institutions across Chicagoland, each dedicated to lifting the voices of their communities through collaboration, shared resources, and policy influence. And Mr. Dorian Brania, Director of the Romanian Cultural Institute in New York, a key diplomacy institution with international reach that is helping shape the global narrative of Romanian heritage through high-level partnerships, innovation, and a global network of institutions and branches. So over the next 25 minutes or so, we'll surface insights, elevate tested practices, and challenge some assumptions. We'll ask how leaders present here today, and maybe all of us in the room, can work with, rather, and not for our communities to build lasting, inclusive, and resilient ecosystem. And I'm gonna head straight into the questions, being grounded in the missions of the organizations that you lead. And considering their complexities, I would like to know, how does organizations like yours define and pursue continuous improvement, given the complexity of the communities or the institutions that you serve? Any of you?
Thank you so much. And first of all, it's such an honor to be invited to speak at this incredible conference today, so thank you. But to address your question, I'll give you a little bit of history about the Chicago Cultural Alliance. We actually can trace our origins back to the Field Museum. That was in 1998 that it was founded as the Cultural Connections Program, initially by anthropologists who recognized that some entity was needed in order to unify the cultural centers of our city. You have the Field Museum, it's a marquee institution downtown telling world history at large, but nothing about the cultural communities that are in the 77 neighborhoods. So something needed to be done to unify those centers so they were less siloed and just foster cross-cultural dialogue. That was the initial mission. Then in 2008, it was incorporated as a 501c3 nonprofit, and the mission was expanded to support, promote centers of cultural heritage. The CCA as a nonprofit has continued to grow during that time. And just to speak to some of the questions that you ask, it's really built on partnerships. And I think that's probably one of the themes for the day, is just finding ways that we can bridge divides and benefit from partnerships. So the Alliance has grown significantly over the years, from the 11 or so founding members to include 50 ethnic museums, cultural centers, and an additional 28 partners. So altogether, 78 organizations who are working together to collaborate on festivals, think through ways to diversify revenue in creative ways, and how to build on each other's audiences to support each other. But I'll just pause there since we're kicking off and pass things over to Dorian.
Good afternoon, everyone. You can tell that culture is also a part of the mix of this community action. because we have this panel this afternoon, right? But if you count the people who are outside and those who are inside, you can now understand what is the hierarchy of the community action, right? And the fact that we are the last panel. So I'd like to commend everyone who, after such a great launch, have still had the power and energy to participate in this panel. I'm sure you'll have a treat. You'll have a treat for that. But joke aside, I want to tell you that cuisine is really something that we should do more about in terms of cultural promotion, because it's so important. Nothing can beat that. I mean, it's really, really the most important thing. And because rightly so, other people who have spoken today have praised, rightly so, the volunteers who have made this event possible and who have, I think, who should be credited for the success of the event. I would like to say a few words of praise to, look, during this kind of events, you have an artistic moment. We've had that during lunchtime, and I like to talk about an artist, and the name is Doamna Gabriela, and she is the owner of Transylvanian Kitchen, and believe me, I've been here 7 years, and I've been to many Romanian events, but trust me, this was the best display of Romanian food I've ever seen. I mean, diplomatic meeting or community meeting, because we have a fantastic cuisine, and our cuisine is not only about sarmale, mici, and polenta, right, mămăligă, and probably the bean salad or the bean, a couple of salads. It's about diversity. Our cuisine is immensely diverse. And what we saw a little bit earlier was, to me, as a cultural promoter, a demonstration of pure cultural diplomacy, because it put at our feet and under our mouths the diversity, a bit of the diversity of the Romanian cuisine. And I wanted to say that I think it was very impressive. I was personally very impressed. I'm very happy to be here. It's not my first time in Chicago. It's I think it's my third or fourth time in Chicago. And Chicago is not another American city. I think it's the very capital of Romanian community life here in the United States. I think nothing compares, even though there are, thank you, even though they deserve it. Even though there are many communities that are active and are striving, I think now none of them, including mine, New York City, where the Institute is based, compares in terms of the action, in terms of the initiative, in terms of what they do and how they are able to bring us together. Because if you look at the map of the Romanian life in the United States, the map of cultural entrepreneurship and cultural action it's not overimposed on the map of the demography of Romanian communities. You have probably large Romanian communities that are not that active in terms of their cultural life. And if you look at the map, you have some spots that are glowing, that something happens there. And now I come, with this long parenthesis, I come to your question, and then I will speak only for 10 seconds so that you have the time remaining for Monica can speak the rest of the other 40 minutes or so. But I come to the point of this, the point that I want to make with regard to your question. nominally, I'm doing cultural diplomacy. We are doing cultural diplomacy at the Romanian Cultural Institute. It's like a small embassy doing only cultural work. But we at the Romanian Cultural Institute in New York, our business is Mission Impossible. That's what we do. Mission Impossible in the United States. Not that impossible, and I will tell you why, and that's the innovation, and that's the big deal. It's Mission Impossible because we are 6 people, and we have to cover the entire territory of the United States and sometimes Canada. It's Mission Impossible where you have this much resources, and this country is huge and the needs are huge. But thanks to some of the organizations and leaders that I see on this stage and in this hall, our Mission Impossible is in fact Mission Possible. Because partnership is key, as Monica rightly said, in her work, it is key in our work. We cannot fulfill our mission to promote Romanian values, personalities, artifacts, events, and so on throughout the United States efficiently without the support and partnership of the Romanian American organizations. Every time we are successful, you can tell that the Romanian Cultural Institute was in partnership with one of the organizations, the strong Romanian organizations like ROCO, like HORA, like American Romanian Cultural Society, and so on. So partnership is key to our success and innovation. Mutuality, this is an important term. What does it mean? Sounds a little bit fancy, but it's very, very precise. Mutuality is that we are not throwing events over the American society or, onto a stage. It's the fact that we create events by talking to our partners from day one, from the the moment when we are planning the event. So everything, at least most of the things we do, are the results of a consultation. What's important for you? What's meaningful? What's timely? And the answer is a particular event. I will have a meeting in probably 1 hour with Juana trying to plan what we are doing with ROCO next year, and it's mutuality in concrete terms. And lastly, it's international programming. Yes, we are trying to promote Romanian culture, but trust me, Romanian culture is promoted when at best when it's promoted as a Romanian American event or a Romanian international event. When our artists are surrounded by American artists or by international artists. When it's not purely a Romanian event for Romanians, but it's an international event with a Romanian core and the Romanian American international audience.
Thank you both. Doru, I think you've touched upon my next question already, which is great.
Shut up.
No, please don't. But because we've talked about innovation within the institutions, I would like to look a little bit outside the walls and see what happens when leadership extends. And in that regard, the question will be, how can organizations working in networks drive meaningful and lasting change, not just for themselves, but also for the communities that they serve?
Well, I can certainly build on a few excellent points that you've made as well. And I just want to say it's funny that you're citing the culinary experience, reaching people through food, because one of our most successful programs is actually World Dumpling Fest. You're absolutely right. People will show up for food every single time. And the goal with that festival is actually come for the food, stay for the culture. It has a secret mission. Just to elaborate a little bit, that's a festival that most recently attracted 8,000 people. It's a huge fundraiser for the Chicago Cultural Alliance, and what we do is we invite people to sample dumplings from a variety of different traditions. We had 12 different types of dumplings, and we play a little bit with the definition of what's really a dumpling so we can include more cultures. But as part of that festival, we invite the ethnic museums in the Alliance to take over a booth. So they'll sit there for 3 or 4 hours and share information about Haitian American Museum, the National Cambodian Museum. They also invite artists to perform on the main stage. So we have 9 hours of multicultural performances. So it's a way of building on what you're saying is the most accessible parts of culture is food, music, song, and getting them to engage more with these cultural treasures around the city as well, hopefully in a deeper way in the future. But just building on some of these notions of partnership, innovation, how do we build lasting change? That's really at the core of what we do at the Chicago Cultural Alliance, is getting people to move a little bit beyond that cultural mission. So with some of the folks that we know, it'll be, let's say, a museum dedicated to Puerto Rican culture. And so they'll invite artists to curate exhibits. They'll have dance programs, music programs. But how do you reach people who aren't already enthusiasts of music and culture? How do you bring in people from industry, from corporate America, for example? Some of the work that we do at the CCA is getting museums and cultural centers to think a little more creatively about how they engage, honestly, business audiences. One of those areas is through sponsorship. So if they have a cultural festival, to pursue corporate sponsors, naming rights to the main stage. Maybe they sponsor a group to actually attend the conference, pay the fees for artists. That's one way of expanding their demographic, being a significant fundraiser for their work, and just really ensuring the long-term sustainability of their event. And so, just for the purposes of this event today, I know everybody in this room is interested in sharing what's incredible about Romanian culture, about the language, the history, and I would just put it out there that one way of contributing towards the future, of making sure that you're sharing the language and the culture from one generation to the next, is investing in some of the cultural programs as well. So it's not an immediate return on investment. You're not putting money in that's going to be returned to you threefold. But what you are doing is investing in the future of your culture and sharing knowledge over time. So maybe that's sponsoring ROCO Chicago, for example, which is one of the newer cultural partners of the Chicago Cultural Alliance. Absolutely, and an incredible institution, by the way. So impressed with the reach of their programs, but as Oana can tell you, an incredibly small staff, right? They need support to cover general operating expenses. So even if they're offering a language program, having Romanian cooking classes and game nights, they still need to pay for the building, pay staff salaries, just those mundane things that are less exciting. But if you're able to engage with industry and get sponsorships, donations, it's a way of sharing information about your business, putting it to a wider group of, let's say, a recent immigrant population or second generation immigrant, putting your name on a center that's going to be there for decades, hopefully. And also board service. That's another thing that we do encourage cultural centers to do, is get a mix of representation on their board of directors. So you want people from the community who are there and can speak to the mission and the authenticity of the work you're doing, but also industry partners who can help expand their contacts and their knowledge base. So if you're a real estate professional, for example, consider spending some time on a board of a Romanian cultural center. You can share your own personal knowledge there, be a part of a mission, but also share a little bit about your industry contacts and help them think through innovative ways to diversify revenue streams, because that is a very real challenge for nonprofits these days.
Thank you, Monica. And I would like to focus right now and turn the lens on sustainability and the heritage world. And my question will specifically refer to the approaches that heritage-based institutions are using, not only to remain relevant, but to continue to evolve and especially attract new generations without missing or losing their core identity. And I will invite you both to answer this question.
You got it all out in the beginning. Well, sure. So
I had a big lunch, you know, and I'm sleeping.
well, there's some coffee out there too. But sustainability, one way, and I can give lots of examples from the partners I'm familiar with. You know, I've had almost 4 years now getting to know 50 different ethnic museums and cultural centers. One of the main ways is language programs. That seems to be a great way of bringing heritage into the modern world and sharing it from generation to generation. Another is traditional practices, dance, music. That's very popular as well. And we've seen those taken up in a number of different ways, whether it's a traveling performance group or they offer on-site dance classes. But just to address the point about sustainability that you have, and you know, just to narrow in a little bit on business practices as well, it's a very real challenge. You know, your local cultural center, on average in Chicago anyway, is going to surprisingly have a budget below $500,000 per year. These are very small organizations with 1 to 4 paid staff members, most likely. So the majority of the groups in the Alliance fall in that category. The rest, on the higher end, we're talking budgets of maybe $2 to $6 million. It's not typical. And a lot of the centers are founded by immigrants coming into the United States. They find a cultural community, very easy to do in Chicago, and rent a space, but begin fundraisers just through potlucks, dinners, and maybe fee-for-service dance classes. These are not necessarily business professionals who are thinking of a business plan and what are our revenue streams going to be and how do we scale it over time. And so that's, just to return to my point before, that's one way where someone in industry can be helpful in just sharing that specialized knowledge that you have. How do you create a business plan? How do you meld it with the strategic vision of a nonprofit and help them build revenue over time? But I'll pause there because I feel like I'm wandering a little afar from your question.
I think we're doing great. But I would like to address an issue that probably most organizations do have, and that is bridging the gap. Because even with strong partnerships and with solid programs, those gaps often remain in place. Even if it's in mindset or in tools or in representations, they're still there. So in your opinion, what kind of resources or mindsets are still missing for the organizations to give them truly a thriving process? And maybe who's missing from the table? Or how do we change that?
Well, that one I'm especially excited about, actually, as a question, because I've spent some time in my early career working with startups. For example, I even attempted to start my own business briefly. I'm a all humanities background, so it was never going to work out, unfortunately. But when I finally made the transition into nonprofits, what occurred to me is that for startups, for businesses, you have incubators. You have all these great resources. You have your local chamber of commerce, the Small Business Administration, many small business grants. There's a massive infrastructure in place to support each other, share knowledge, there's grant opportunities, and just ways to learn how to found and build a business. You don't see the same thing in place for nonprofits. And there seems to be this perception, maybe it's from the name itself, nonprofit, right? You're not supposed to make money. It's not true. Everybody needs money. It is a business, but with a different mission and a different registration. And so the question is, what can they turn to continue to build and ensure long-term longevity of a cultural enterprise? That is actually one thing that we're looking to do at the Chicago Cultural Alliance. We actually just received 2 major awards from foundations The Chicago Community Trust and the MacArthur Foundation have decided to step up and help us meet the moment, because this is a year of great challenge for cultural institutions in particular. Many of them lost crucial federal grants. Those grants were eliminated. Some of the other institutions that would otherwise support were put on pause or even shut down. So that's IMLS. They do a lot of library-focused grants, curatorial grants. The other is the National Endowment for the Humanities. Greatly impacted, and they lost a significant amount of their staff. And a lot of the grants that they usually issue were also terminated. So some of the cultural centers in the Alliance lost significant sources of funding. They had to cut staff, they had to cut programs, and we're talking after-school music program at the Puerto Rican Center. We're talking about a food pantry at the American Indian Center. Because it was tied with a cultural center and it was fully federally funded, the program was cut and had to shut down. And so where do they turn for new sources of income and new ideas how to diversify their revenue away from federal support? Chicago is pretty special in that there is a unique philanthropy scene. So this is a place of many foundations. I already cited Chicago Community Trust MacArthur. There's also the Driehaus Foundation, Gaylord and Dorothy Donnelly Foundation, Joyce, Fry Foundation, a number of private foundations that offer pretty decent general operating support and some programmatic support. That's one area. And I would focus on building a strategic plan around very intentional grant writing, thinking through grant calendars and what kinds of priorities you'd want to develop. There's also a strong philanthropy scene with private donors, and this is why I was citing enterprise as well, industry. This is actually gala season. I just have to laugh because yesterday I was at the benefit for the Illinois Humanities as an organization. They had their fundraiser last night. The day before was the Chicago Humanities benefit. Next week, there's another one. That's a very strategic initiative as well. People will hold these dinners as fundraisers to, again, entice corporate sponsors to support their mission and put their name on something that's important and lasting. But beyond that, more needs to be done to help these organizations think in a more of a business mindset and to look at earned income as well. So beyond philanthropy, looking at charging fee for service, optimizing some of the fees that they charge for the language classes, for dance programs, for music classes, how they monetize festivals, whether they're going to do door donations or restricted donations in that way as well. So there's actually quite a bit that has to go into that, and not a very robust structure in place to advise nonprofits. And I think it all comes from that perception that they shouldn't function like regular businesses.
Doro, would you like to add something? What do you think is missing? Who's missing from the table?
To us, I mean, I just want to point out that we have quite a very different experience. I'm a government organization, I'm a diplomatic mission, and I'm normal, you are heroic. I'm normal in European terms because I got the funding every year, much more, less, I don't know, enough or not enough, but I still got this funding. While the private cultural organizations, if I don't do the right thing, if I don't create the right alliances, if I don't fundraise right, or if they don't find creative ways to attract resources, they just die. I mean, for them, and that's why I think it's heroic, because for them, it's really, really important to do everything right. We can be complacent. We don't want to be, but we can be complacent. Well, the money is coming anyhow. You'll have for at least the running costs, and for programming something. But for a private cultural organization, like Rocco, because I know their experience better than others in the Chicago Cultural Alliance, it's always doing the right thing, always be careful, always planning, always working, always touching the right note. You ask about heritage, and of course heritage is important for an organization of the Romanian community. For us it's also important, but there is a difference. Heritage, I think, is central to an organization like ROCO. Heritage, and for a community-based organization. For us, heritage is only one part of our programming. We do heritage, we do street festivals like the Romanian the Romanian Weekend at the RUF with the Romanian Embassy and many other partners, including ROCO. In Washington, D.C., we do Ziua EA, we do Ziua Culturii Naționale, National Culture Day, so all very powerful celebrations that are directly linked to our identity. But at the same time, we have a very strong programming when it comes to contemporary, cutting-edge Romanian arts. And you know what is missing for us? It's not that what is missing for a private cultural organization. That's why I say that our position is a little bit different, and I really admire the work of the private organization, and where the entrepreneurship, when the will, when the imaginations are really making a difference. For us, what is missing is access. Access, not money, not people, not anything else like buildings. Yeah, we've got that to a certain extent. For us and for the German Institute, the Italian Institute, the French Institute, trust me, what is missing is access. Access is the hard currency of our work in cultural diplomacy, in promoting Romanian culture. And when I say access, I mean I want to be the partner of the best organizations in America in order to put Romanian culture on the brightest stages, to put it in the most fantastic museum, to put it on the greatest stages. But in order to do that, to be at Lincoln Center, at MoMA, at other big museums, I'm talking about only New York, you gotta have access. And access is very hard to get by. And I think we must find creative ways, we must be more, I don't know, resilient, creative, imaginative, in order to open the doors, the big doors for Romania. As they were talking about entrepreneurship, the fact that we need more entrepreneurs at the community level, we need more open doors at the big organization, and that's why here in public, for the record, I asked Monica to help us open the door of the big cultural organizations in Chicago, because I think we can find the right projects and the right resources and the right ideas to be a successful partners for everybody involved. It's on the record, so.
I know we're short on time, but I do have to think of the future and look at the heritage work 20 years from now, 2045. How do you imagine heritage work will look like 20 years from now? And most importantly, what are the seeds that we have to plant today for this vision to be real?
I think technology. I think the name of the game is technology now. We do things very well in many domains, from many perspectives. We know how to program well. We have an increasing number of partners. You know, we somehow, I mean, we understand the expectations of the public better, but I think we haven't managed to incorporate technology, which, you know, now is dominating our lives, and it will increasingly dominate our lives in the cultural programmings as fast as well as we should. So I think everything we'll do in the future will be successful if technology is well integrated and plays an integral role in our programming, in our cultural action. Heritage is, I mean, more or less we know how to, harness it, and we know how it is, and we know it's important for us. But if we don't have the means to distribute them more creatively and more widely, if you don't know how to conserve it better, if you don't know how to, because you said about young generations, can you do a meaningful cultural project to the young generation without technology? I can't believe that. I mean, you simply cannot. They are technology. They live in the age where technology is, is part of their daily life, less to my generation. So I think the technology is the name of the game, and the integration of technology, of this explosion of invention in terms of technology and science, when we are able to integrate that, I think it's a game changer. I think we will win this race.
I'm going to agree with technology, but say activities in general. The model of the museum is not the way of the future. We're used to having a space with a static exhibit and objects and a little descriptive placard. It doesn't grab people, like you said. Kids, we all have phones in our pockets. You see something new every 3 seconds, just scrolling, always looking for something new. The most impactful way to share culture and heritage is going to be to make people co-creators in that process. And that's going to happen in a number of different ways, and you see a lot of it happening now. I think those practices are going to continue into the future. And just to give you some examples, a lot of the cultural centers are into gardens. There are a number of community gardens that are springing up all over town. The T.G. Masaryk Czech School in Cicero has a community garden. They use it as part of their language program. The kids all go out, they teach them the names of the plants in the Czech language and all the words related to gardening. It's something that's with their hands, they can get involved with it. They're very proud of the garden. They show their parents later, and they show off some of their language skills as well. Another way is art classes. I think of the Open Center for the Arts in Pilsen. Every October, they have their Day of the Dead skull decorating. Everybody gets their little sugar skulls and they decorate it. They learn about Dia de los Muertos, Day of the Dead. They learn some Spanish, and it's an intergenerational activity. There are so many activations like that. Kids coming together and creating an artwork together using traditional weaving methods. That's happening at the Balzaikis Lithuanian Museum on a regular basis. They learn folk traditions of how to actually use a loom and create something together. And again, they learn the language as part of that process too. So as long as people are there, not only learning, receiving information, but being a part of something that's dynamic and creative, that I think is the best way to get people excited about culture and heritage and keep their attention for more than a few seconds.
If I may add, I think your point is extraordinarily important, the fact of participation. I think it's also something related to the future. Let's remember how we all felt and how we longed for participation during the dark days of the pandemic, when we were isolated in our houses and when the only human contact was with immediate family and through the screens, and how we hated the screens and we wanted to see people again and to be with people again. And I think two things will be important, because we are in a community event and community is in the title of our event. The communal experience of culture will be crucial. Participation and the communal, to be with others, while surrounded by so many possibilities to be away from your peers, either by phone or screens or doing things remotely. The cultural experience will be very much about human warmth, about tactile experience, as you say. Kids or elderly people, for that matter, learn how to do something, touch things, not pixels, they touch materials, they plant something, they do something with your hands, and they are with the others in a communal experience, experiencing something that will be even more and more scarce as we go by in the technological era, and that's authenticity. And that's also related to heritage, because the heritage and our cultural memory teaches us to be authentic, to be what we are, to be comfortable with our identity, and we be comfortable with the others. So technology moderated with authenticity in a communal experience, in the warmth of community, doing it with the others. I think this is the way of the future.
And I thank you both for joining us here today. And as a final reflection, before we close, what would be one collaboration, super briefly, and that's also a question and food for thought for the audience, what would be one collaboration that you would love to see emerging today from this room? Yes, one collaboration.
From this group specifically?
And for the group
or
outside,
and the
who are
ones
having desserts.
still enjoying the desserts out there. Honestly, I have seen firsthand the power of networks. Again, we've got the 78 organizations. It's not just them, it's the foundations, the volunteers, the board directors. If there is some way that you can get involved, if it's volunteering your time, serving on a board, sharing your specialized knowledge that you have about business practices or about getting money from the state, if possible, through budget allocations, or sharing your network, any of that, just be a part of a network in some way. And that is going to build a better society. I'm not on the business side of things, I'm on the nonprofit side of things, but we interact frequently with industry, and it's time to realize that we're not in separate worlds. We're all engaged in the same community. You like going to museums or watching movies or hearing a good piece of music. The best way to make sure that that cultural work continues and thrives in these very challenging times is to share whatever you can. And it's not just money. Money's great, donations and sponsorships are excellent, but just being an enthusiastic person with the time and the energy and the ability to share your connections really is an incredible source of support to your local arts and cultural center.
Monica, you are so persuasive. I want to submit my application to the Chicago Cultural Alliance in the name of Romanian Cultural Institute. So you're very right about a networking and networks and these support arrangements. One of my hats as the director of the Romanian Cultural Institute is that I'm a salesman, right? I'm a salesman of Romanian culture, and I accepted Juana's invitation only because she promised me that I could sell something at the end of the conversation. No. That wasn't the reason, but I take this opportunity nonetheless to try to invite you to become our partners in a project that we have created. And it's a federation of Romanian film festivals. And I have in this audience some of our partners that are doing it already. We have created a sort of cultural franchise, we call it, of course, in inverted commas, a sort of franchise by which we have created a format for a mini Romanian festival or series of Romanian films that can be readily made and immediately implemented by our partners throughout the United States. It's a 4-day festival with about 6 Romanian films, the latest. We pay most of it, while our local partners, for instance, I give the example of Hora in the Twin City, Minnesota, that are one of our partners. They have just started. They found the theater and they did the marketing. And we brought the films, we brought the rights, and sometimes some directors, actors, stars. And we are co-financing and co-curating and co-creating this series of Romania's festivals from, I don't know, from Washington, D.C. to Phoenix, Arizona. We cooperated with Seattle as well, but they have a bigger festival, but we help them too. San Francisco is also one of our partners. We are preparing now to do something in Vancouver, in Canada, by the same format. You can easily have a successful cultural event, Romanian cultural event, with our support and with our total cooperation and help, very, very easily and very, very successfully. So if you are interested to learn more about how it works, and it's not rocket science, but there are a couple of things that you should do, because it comes with a little bit of training as well for those who are not accustomed to this kind of events or initiatives. You can do that, and that, when you look at the map of the US, you'll see Romanian film festivals, you know, from coast to coast, from north to south, from, I don't know, in every state, basically. So if you are interested, reach out to us, and we'll be very, very interested in talking to you about this project, and thus expanding this program that may be called the United States of Romanian Film. A little bit of marketing, you know, can't help it.
Well, as we close the conversation, I would invite each of you present here to remember that the most powerful change, it often begins with a question shared, with a resource that is offered, or with a hand that is being extended across the communities. So I would let you just leave today thinking, what conversation would you start today? Or what kind of partnership will you pursue tomorrow? Because after all, it's only about us together preserving what we have, either heritage or communities. And it's also about together, the word that shapes what's coming next. Thank you all. And I invite Diana Dram to the stage.
Thank you.
Okay, in looking at the wonderful audience who's still with us at this point, I feel like I'm in my afternoon class, my 4 o'clock class in the university, because you know that those are the students who really wanted to take it, so they're really interested in the subject. So I count on all of you that you got a lot of value out of today. I had some very nice professorial, corporate-looking kind of final notes to go through. And through the day, I took a ton of notes. And I feel like I don't know which one I should start with. But let's see. My role here is to, first of all, to thank you all for supporting this community. This is an amazing ecosystem. And we're counting on every one of you. Every one of you have a part to play here. And again, you're the brightest students here because you're really interested to know what we have learned from today. So, okay, so maybe this is a time to pause and reflect on those comments that came through, just a few of them that I noticed. I would have liked to have some engagement with the audience, but I know everybody's kind of ready to go to their daily lives. But beyond thanks, I feel like we had a lot of energy, and not only on stage, but also outside in the networking sessions, wonderful food to go through. A few of the messages that I took note of, we discussed the value of authentic dialogue, just now, a wonderful panel we closed the summit with, but authenticity, it's such a big word in the business world out there. How can you be an expert but not look like it? So we don't want to feel like Father Nekula said, we want to be, some of us may want to be the bosses of everybody. We shouldn't, we should just lift everyone up. We've talked about challenges throughout the days, but we talked about hope and how faith and collaboration and culture and public service actually helps in lifting our community. So that was great. Minister Toyu actually said, these meetings actually are really important. Don't discard how much you're contributing to the community of the future and how much this community will lift you and your children in the future. So I always say if you're not at the table, you're on the table. So as a nation, we should have an interest to continue to be represented, and every one of you are doing your part by supporting this type of meetings. They're venues for networking, for knowing the right people and supporting what we all call our heritage. We talk to each other. We recognize education is very important. Education that's formal and informal. It's that drumbeat for change. And Minister David talked to us about how we can all contribute and support our academia in Romania to actually get lifted up to be among those top universities of the world, because we know that they did something good. They educated us, and we feel like we did something good with our lives and our careers. So why don't we give back and support them to get elevated for the future contributors to our community. Then we discovered that unity does not mean uniformity. So we're all different. We're different in faith, we're different in where we're coming from regionally, but we can cooperate on the basis of our united goals. And the young generation is very much resonated to action, so that's why our summit's theme was from vision to action. So let's involve them. Let's be with them, co-creators in activities, so that they feel they're builders as well, not just we're handing over what we've experienced. We heard that diaspora has a big role in what's happening back home, not only through votes, but also through the contacts that we're making. And I think it was George who said, business is being done on the tennis courts, but then you need to know who should implement that business, that transaction. You have to have those ecosystems of expertise and access. So let's all create that. Let's all make it easier for those who are in the right place at the right time to strike the transaction, to strike the business, and then they should give back to the community. We also heard that collaboration across borders has to happen through diplomatic, business, cultural, and education. All four pillars are extremely important, and that's how we create an ecosystem that represents us well. We also heard, I think Vojko was who said that each one of us, or many of us, can open doors, can help a business coming from Romania to actually be successful here. And then, not only there's a certain incentive that they can institutionalize for those opportunities, but they become role models for other businesses that can be equally successful. I cannot even go into how many learnings I got from Father Nekula and the community panel. And Father Necula said, relațiile personale întăresc comunitatea. And so it's all about the one-to-one relationship. So let's all get closer. Let's all just not think about, kind of giving the vibe that we're a family, giving the vibe that we want to lend a hand. So I think that's very important in us building together. Of course, let's not talk about us as diaspora. Father Necula told us that we're not diaspora, we are Romanians. So, and he also said, life has just one way, is a one way. So if something that's not coming back, it's time. So let's all make it happen now. Let's not wait. So then, of course, let's not forget the guiding power of faith and our spiritual values, because if there's one common denominator, probably is something that we all grew up with, and experiences took us maybe in different directions, but we can all believe in those values. So let's not forget that they're not just heritage, they're the fuel that lights our path. A lot of thanks to the volunteers. I know they were recognized earlier, and I know some of them are still here or maybe out there still making things happen. It takes a village, and I hope everybody will recognize that, and maybe you can help us yourselves in the future. And I loved that what we heard earlier, that culture goes through our stomach. Cuisine is such an important cultural heritage and visibility tool. So I think that we benefited that from our chef Gabriela with Transylvania Kitchen. So Chicago is the very capital of Romanian community. I love that. And I also heard that let's all do Mission Impossible being possible together. So let's probably an opportunity for us to continue to launch this summit every year. Maybe still in Chicago, maybe not. But as we all step away, I invite every one of you to carry at least 3 things with you going home. Let's keep hope very close to the vest. We believe that together we can make a difference. I've seen the powers of networks in business, and believe me, heritage plays into it. So let's all have business heritage as well, and then give back to the community. And strength that comes from inside of us, from our faith, from the community, and from action. And finally, let's all be a little bit more united. Unity of values, of purpose, of serving the common good. I think that's, Father Necula said, let's all look at each other in the eyes, not in the pocket. So I think that was amazing. Let's build on that. So once again, my afternoon class here, thank you all for staying together with us, and I hope that we'll meet again stronger, more united, more inspired, and of course, may God bless the Romanian community in Chicago, in the US, and around the world. And for one last comment, I'll invite and give thanks to Claudia, which is our MC for today. She's been an amazing leader through this community summit. And you know what they do when you do a good job? They give you another one soon. So thank you so much. I don't know if you want to say a few goodbyes here. And thank you all. We'll see you soon.
Before picture, I would just like to say that I had honor, and I was so happy and emotional this morning to open the summit, and now I have the sad mission to close it. I don't think I could have wished for a better first experience with the Romanian Community Summit and with RUF in general, because this was my first experience, ever here. So thank you. Mulțumim din suflet. See you next year. We have some QR codes. You have some QR codes on your materials. One is a feedback form, and one is a waiting list for registration for next year. Mihai?
And this wasn't planned, but I just need to say, and I want to first give Claudia a hug. Thank you. She came on board literally a few weeks ago, and she jumped like a hero, and she took everything in stride, and she's done an amazing job.
Thank you.
You're amazing. Thank you. All right, guys, let's take that photo up. Come on, everybody's invited down to the stage for our last and final. I hope you guys are going to have big smiles on your faces because you're happy we're going to finally let you go home. Yes, photo op with everybody. Try to, the tall guys line up all the way at the bottom, and then whoever wants to sit in the front here, you're going to sit on one knee, and then we're going to go on 2 rows back on the stage. So get up on the stage. Hello? So one row in front.